Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
There you go, Ben. Bump in with it, man. If ever there were a Monday morning where we celebrate at 6 a.m. and 23 seconds, it is this one. An old sweeperoo yesterday for the Minnesota Twins at the hands of your Houston Astros. Astros sweep the Twins. Happy Father's Day. A little late for all the fathers out there. Hope you had a good Father's Day weekend. If you're an Astros fan, it was a great weekend. I had a good weekend. Seth, did you have a good weekend?
I had a great weekend.
I did too.
That was a lot of fun. A couple of super boring games, but then all of a sudden super exciting at the end.
Yeah.
There was like a plot twist. Yeah, all of a sudden you're just slogging your way through a movie because you spent however much on a ticket.
Yeah. Yep.
And then all of a sudden, holy crap, the Butler did it?
Right. Yeah. Didn't see that coming.
I never knew Dubon. It turns out Dubon was the one we were looking for the entire time.
Dubon had the candlestick in the study and whacked the Twins over the head with it yesterday. Yeah.
You never suspect Dubon. Look at him. He's so innocent looking. Then all of a sudden, just committed murder against the Twins at the end there.
It was great, man. You know, I have a little bit of a history recently with the Twins, so that was good to see. I made sure to let them know in video form what I think of their franchise. You lost.
Oh, I didn't watch your video.
That's
okay. Did you get? Yeah.
That's okay. It was it was the usual steady stream of insults to Minnesota and how I requested to them that they wish us a happy Father's Day because the Astros are indeed their daddies. It was good that that it all happened on Father's Day. So yeah, it was a good weekend, man. Sweep, couple walk-offs. Team getting it done. You used the word last week, and I think it applied this week. And they're a scrappy bunch, these Astros, man.
They're a scrappy bunch, and I think if there's one word that describes this current Astros team that's won 16 of their last 22 baseball games, it's how? Like,
totally, dude.
What the hell are you doing?
Totally.
How the hell are they pulling this off?
Totally, man.
It's unbelievable.
Well,
I mean, Brandon Walter's been a big part of it, obviously.
Yep.
Comes up, and he's got a 1.5 ERA after that game.
Yep.
And it's his expected ERA is still is below 3. It's he's let up a lot of hard hits and some home runs and everything, but he doesn't, as we were talking about beforehand, he doesn't walk anybody.
He doesn't hurt himself.
9 strikeouts yesterday, 0 walks. Yeah.
Yep. So he was excellent yesterday. He's been excellent those 3 starts. Where you are right now, he is in the rotation, man. Like, your rotation is depleted with all these injuries. He is getting the ball every however many days, 5 days, 6 days, whatever the rotation is right now. The walk-off, and this is against the closer in Duran, who's been really good for the Twins, and they got to him. They got to him twice. Yeah. On Saturday, you get a walk from Christian Walker. Man, Jake Myers, dude, this Thursday's big day for Jake with the Circle of Trust, and he got that base hit, Oppo Field, make it first and third. And then Cam Smith, kind of hits a, seeing eye grounder up the middle, and you get a walk-off win on Saturday. And then, man, yesterday, Pena gets on base in the 9th inning. He steals a base. He finds his way over to third. Altuve gets an infield hit. Got kind of screwed on a couple of pitches that, there was a strike call in that at-bat that was just an awful called strike on Altuve. But he puts the bat on the ball and beats out an infield single to make it first and third, and then Dubon gets the hit to deep left field there. I thought the Twins outfielder was going to be able to track that thing, but and they walk it off in the 10th inning. Man, it was that was to tie it up. The Pena Altuve sequence, and then you get the sac fly from Caratini to tie it up in the 9th, and then Dubon gets the game-winning hit because they got the automatic runner with Myers there in the 10th. It was the epitome of a scrappy win. Both of these wins on Saturday and Sunday.
It was it really it epitomizes, I think, maybe if you wanted to troll Twins fans a little bit, it's hard to deny that, okay, there's still some element of the it factor of knowing how to win, of all of these various things that even though the core has changed so much, you cap Espada.
Gotcha.
And the fact that they're able to pull this off, and guys like Dubon told Jordan in the 7th inning that he was going to win this thing for him if it came down to the end, and lo and behold, he did.
He did.
Yeah,
he was right. He was right.
Hey, okay, one other good sign.
Yeah.
Was that Espada said that Paredes was available to come off the bench.
He's not on the IL. That's
right.
the big
and
thing.
And he was available to come off the bench.
Oh, he could have.
So I don't know. I don't think he would have said that.
Yeah.
If that's. Like Espada has said some optimistic things before,
yes.
right before you find out it's Tommy John or something.
Yeah.
I don't think he said that Paredes was theoretically available to come off the bench unless this hamstring really, they're just treating this with the utmost caution right now.
Yeah, that you won all 3 games and your best player, it's either him or Pena, one of your 2 best players, certainly one of your 2 most productive players this year, didn't play. That's a little bit of house money right there. Yeah, that he's the big picture, independent of yesterday. Like Friday night, like once it was Friday and he hadn't been put on the IL and he was jogging before the game and stuff, I'm like, all right, I actually feel like this really isn't a DEFCON 1 situation with this, or that we're getting the runaround from the Astros. If it was truly an injury that was going to keep him out for an extended period, he would have gone to the IL. They would be calling guys up from Sugarland. They
the other like kind of spot that just scares me a little bit right now until we find out the lineup and whatnot for the next game is Altuve getting hit in the hand in the 7th inning.
Yeah.
In the bottom of the 9th, but still.
Yeah, it looked like the replay. I don't know if the replay looked
wrist,
like like the arm, like the forearm area. So but you're right. You don't know. Maybe the next day the dogs are barking a little bit.
Cam Smith that fouled off his own. What was it?
His knee.
It was like the inner, like just above his knee.
Yeah.
That was scary for a moment.
That was scary.
Then he got up and he was looking real ginger for a while, and then all of a sudden I look away. I look back to the screen. And he's bouncing back and forth like he's Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, I was going to say like Apollo Creed right before the fight in Rocky II. Yeah, he's just the king of Sting, Cam Smith.
Was that yesterday or Saturday?
That was yesterday. The Cam Smith foul ball was yesterday, yeah.
I give Cam Smith credit for 1.5 walk-offs because the fact that, Hader was going to go for the 10th inning on Saturday if Cam Smith hadn't walked it off. And as he told Julie after the game, that's the first time he's had a walk-off in his entire life.
I couldn't believe
Little
that.
League, Little League, high school, college. I guess I wonder how uncommon that is or how common that is, just because it is. It's kind of a rare situation, especially. You can't always just dial those situations up.
Yeah, I mean, technically it's a rare situation, but that dude's played a lot of baseball and and he's been the best player on his team pretty much every year until this year. Yeah.
I bet he's forgotten some from Little League or something. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was trying to dredge my mind back through like various game-winning situations, and I had one in Little League. I had one in college, Little League baseball.
Yeah.
One, and then in football, I had one in college, and then I had one in the NFL. I think that's it.
Yeah.
So, look, I wasn't. They're no matter how good you are, there's like Altuve. Altuve's got a pretty good chunk of them because I remember going back through trying to show how them tearing Altuve's jersey off after a walk-off was kind of a custom, and that Altuve's never been happy about it. He's tried to run away before and everything. Back when everybody's like, why wouldn't he want his shirt ripped off?
Yeah.
I was like, he's got an established record of not wanting his shirt ripped off, including back when the Astros were horrible, okay?
Do you, this happened, you may have been in bed when this happened last night. You've seen the Rafael Devers trade, the news on that this morning?
Yeah.
How about that? Rafael Devers.
Red Sox, apparently the report was they're not happy about his unwillingness to do whatever a guy that's taken $300 million from the organization should do to help the team win baseball games.
Yeah. So if you're just waiting, like this is literally an if you're just waking up situation right now. Rafael Devers, the Red Sox traded Devers to the Giants for a couple of minor leaguers and a couple of major leaguers, including pitcher Jordan Hicks, and that's, Seth, you nailed it. Like, that's the big thing, apparently, in Boston right now, because he's been super productive this year. But if you recall, he was asked when they signed Bregman to play third base, Devers' position, they asked him, would you consider being the full-time DH? And he said,
no.
That was him saying that. He said, no. Didn't even need a translator, just no. And now he's the DH, and Bregman gets hurt, and they ask him to go back to third base, at least while Bregman is out, and he says,
no.
And they said, and then they lose here, and they say, can you maybe play a little first base for us?
No.
Can't play that either. So
he's got a Brock Osweiler ego.
He a little bit.
Remember
when
the report was when Osweiler was the backup, and who was the starter?
Tom Savage.
Savage got injured.
Yeah.
And the report was that O'Brien said, "Okay, you're up in the second half." And Osweiler said something like, "You only want me there because you need me."
Right.
Oh, yeah, Brock. That's the way this thing works.
Yeah, that's called sports. Yeah.
What the hell? Oh. So Devers a much higher paid and more of a disappointing version of that. That's kind of the way it works.
Yeah. I texted with Ted Johnson last night, our former colleague here, who's on the radio in Boston. He'll be on WEEI, our sister station, this afternoon. And he was bracing himself. Like, Red Sox fans, at least initially here, do not appear to be siding with the ball club on this one.
They're not and because think of this too. Devers is gone, and I'd say there's a really good chance, maybe better than 50% chance that Alex Bregman will be gone at the end of this season.
I thought the same thing, Seth, last night. I tweeted that. I'm like, I wonder what Bregman is thinking about this right now. That's the move of a team that's. It's not even a rebuild. Like, they're just like throwing their hands up and they're trading away their most productive player because they don't want to deal with don't want to deal with the drama. B, I think they're looking at that contract right now and they're going, ew, there's 8 years and $250 million left on it. And I think they're looking ahead going, man, what's this going to be like? This guy in year 3 of a 10-year deal with him, You
know what? Bregman's sitting in a sweet spot because the organization might end up feeling heat. Where Bregman, for those, as a reminder, he has an option each of the next 3 years where
after
he can just
opt out
and become a free agent.
After each year.
This is precisely the scenario that he would have negotiated a contract like this for. Is A, he's playing the best baseball he's ever played. If he can keep this up, he's going to be very, very valuable.
Yep.
And B, he might decide, man, this situation, I just don't know about it. So the Red Sox might already be thinking about, like, all right, how do we sweeten the pot for Bregman and just get him to be locked down here? If he leaves, the people will hate. It'll be awesome because people are going to hate Bregman up there, and they're going to hate the Red Sox at the same time.
It'll be great.
You guys gave this guy a contract so he can stab us in the back, but then also leave us in the lurch, having missed out on 2 great players in Devers and Bregman.
Well, the Bregman signing is what set off this chain of events that turned Devers into the diva that he became. And so it's fun. It's fun to watch from afar.
It's like hitting on a supermodel. Like whiffing, but your wife finds out about you hitting on the supermodel.
You get all the bad.
Nothing. Yeah, all you got nothing from it.
All the bad. All right, it's fun, man. All right, so we'll revisit that. We'll circle back to that in headlines a little bit later on this hour. But hope you all had a great weekend. Hope you're having a good Monday. Up next, Nico Collins was on the Greenlight podcast. Really, really good conversation. We'll be sprinkling some of Nico in throughout the day, including who does Nico Collins model his game after? And there is one expert that says Nico is not getting enough run for being maybe the best in the game right now. We'll let you hear that as well as we roll on here on a Monday morning. But first, hey, if you're just waking up this morning, maybe you spend some time
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. This is Sam Monson, formerly of PFF, now kind of doing his own thing, and he was on his podcast with Steve Palazzolo, and they're chopping it up about different players, and Sam Monson starts chopping it up about Nico Collins, and I like this. Says, man, maybe Nico Collins isn't getting the love. We'll hear from Nico in a second. Maybe he isn't getting the love that he deserves as one of the best wide receivers in the NFL right now.
I think Nico Collins deserves a piece of the conversation. The more I watch of Nico Collins' tape, the more I think he's actually a lot better at the things that people don't expect him to be good at. Like, everyone thinks of Nico Collins as a play against the field, and I get a double coverage, and Nico Collins just goes up and beats two DBs for it. That's the type of play you think of when you think of Nico Collins, and he isn't as explosive off the line as certainly Jefferson and Chase and maybe a couple of other guys, but he's so much more nuanced than I thought he was as a route runner. He's incredibly quick to adjust, like when the scramble drill happens, which obviously happened quite a lot for the Texans last year. He's insanely quick to read that and start heading to the right place. His route running is way more nuanced than I gave him credit for. The production is not a fluke. It's not just a product of, hey, you've got a really big, fast guy, start heaving the ball at him. He's earning an awful lot of those targets with some really good, heady play.
Yeah, that was a fun clip to watch on the interwebs, Seth, because the whole time Sam's talking, the other half of the screen was Nico just piecing up various NFL teams. I mean, you forget how many huge plays. He had so many in 10 games, too. Like, he missed 5.5 games last year.
I think that's the biggest thing, obviously, in the last 2 years that's really kept him out of the conversation is the availability.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at what he was on pace to get last year, and I think it remains one of the biggest questions about him is just, okay, can he make it 17 games plus the playoffs healthy? Because he's an all-pro if he can. I'm glad that Sam brought up the scramble drill, because going back to the Colts playoff game from a couple of years ago, I mean, he's got that kind of ESP connection with C.J. Stroud, and they drill it too, but he's got the knack for it, and then he's got the size for it. You think about the quarterback being under duress and knowing exactly where this 6'4" giant is going to be that you can throw, and then when you add in the touch throws as he's going out of bounds. I mean, how many times we've gotten to the point now, like it was with DeAndre Hopkins, where when CJ throws the ball to Nico and Nico looks like he's sprinting a 4.3 40 out of bounds. It's just it's right there, and he's got both toes down.
Yeah, my favorite one's the scramble drill, and we've seen CJ and Nico do it. It feels like countless times. Is when CJ himself is rolling out. It looks like he's about to run out of bounds, and then he throws it back across his body, and somehow the entire defense has lost track of Nico Collins. And he's standing like in this soft spot in the defense all alone by himself.
He Steph Curry's it.
Yeah.
It's like, the defensive coordinator is saying, like, we talked about this all week. Don't lose track of Steph Curry or Nico Collins.
He's Steph Curry. We've drilled this. Both these guys, Curry and Collins, we've been telling you all week long, you idiots. Oh, my God, that's the best. Yeah,
He turns NFL defensive backs into James Harden defensive backs.
He does.
It's just like defensive backs just kind of standing around looking dopey while Steph Curry runs free.
It's crazy. This is a good conversation that Nico had with Chris Long. We're going to be sprinkling in bits and pieces of it throughout the show. Who does Nico Collins, who's he modeled himself? He's a bigger.
When I started playing football, I kind of out-allowed my game after Mike Evans, Larry Fitzgerald, Julio Jones. Just those bigger body receivers, like just watching how they move at the line of scrimmage, seeing how they create separation during the route, So those guys I've always been studying. Like now I'm Mike Evans. That's my idol, man. I've been watching Mike Evans since Texas A&M when him and Johnny Manziel was just killing Bama. Everybody, he's just running post routes, man. It's unstoppable, man. Like, and just now just watching Mike Evans, man, he's an underdog. You know what I'm saying? Dog too. Like he had 1K every single year. You've been in the league. Like that's hard, So I feel like that's one guy that's always been consistent. I feel like as a receiver, you want to get that 1K.
Now the reminder here when Nico says he's just killing Bama all those years with Johnny Manziel. Nico Collins, Alabama native. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah. So he was appreciating it from afar, or just
maybe as a Bama fan, he's
breaking it down. Good job too. That's a good way to appeal to the local fans.
Indeed.
The Mike Evans thing is interesting, and especially because it's kind of a display of the age. Is that, man, he didn't point out Andre Johnson because Andre's Nico, when he was really, really watching football, Andre wasn't there. They would talk about Andre Johnson a little bit
we'll get to that later,
in this interview.
Sure. Yeah.
But, the biggest thing about Nico, and that what I hope for Jaden Higgins too, is that Nico very much moves differently than most big guys can. He can break down and get low when he's on a breaking route or when he's on a stop route there. And where you play above your 40 time, because, Nico doesn't have that extreme blistering speed, but he's a big guy, and much like Andre Johnson, when you're a defensive back and you've got a massive human being running at you full speed, it's stressful.
Yeah.
It's just like you gotta, and then when all of a sudden he just stops on a dime, it really puts you in a bind. And it's really hard to appreciate just watching in real time what a bind he puts people in. Chris had asked him what his favorite ball to catch from CJ was, and he said the deep ball. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, man, I love the stuff over the middle.
Yeah.
When he breaks in on a slant or a drag, and sneaks in behind a defender and CJ just slips it right through a tiny window.
Well,
those are beautiful.
And then
I know it's not as much fun for Nico, but it's impressive just the precision that they do that with.
And he's always, when he runs plays like that, he's guaranteed to break at least one tackle. That's the thing. He gets ahead of steam and he's running over guys. That's fun to watch. He is a physical wide receiver. Chris Long asked Nico Collins, and this circles back, I think, Seth, a little bit, this answer to some of what we're talking about here with trying to stay healthy. Nico had a big jump in his performance, obviously, once C.J. Stroud got here, but there were a lot of tweaks that he made to what he does in the offseason after suffering some injuries early on in his career. This is Nico. It's a bit of a long cut, but it's a good one on making the jump. He's now the best wide receivers in football.
I feel like, man, my first 2 years was like not being healthy, not staying on the field.
Yeah.
So it's a long season. It's different from college. You got the extra season, you feel like, 17 games in college, you're used to 12, 15 if you make it that far, So for me, it was more just body fatigue, muscles, just seeing how my groins and hamstrings can sustain, 17 games, practices, everything. So I feel like for me, man, it was always, those first 2 years was, groins, hamstrings, the soft tissue injuries, things that can really be preventable, just based off your routine, based off what you're putting inside your body, and just how you take care of your body, So I feel like for me, my first 2 years, man, was a year to learn, take, advice from Brandon Cooks, Chris Conley, Dola, guys that have been around the league for a minute, that's been successful with their bodies, just seeing what they're doing after practice, how they're taking care of their bodies and getting ready to prep for the game. And I feel like those my first 2 years, that's what I done. I took notes. And leading to my third year, man, I feel like in that off season, I took a huge jump. I was like, I'm worried about my body, my legs, hammies. I want to be able to be on the field with my teammates. I want to be able to be out there, the entire time, and work on my craft at the same time. So I feel like, man, after that, the second year, going to my third, man, that's when I hopped in, Pilates, yoga, trying to do little things, man, really my core, and that's really been sticking to Pilates and yoga the entire time. So I feel like that's one thing that worked out for me now.
Needs to remind Nico, he missed 5 games last year with a hamstring
I know.
injury.
You know what? And I kind of kept waiting in what I hoped I was going to hear, because NFL teams do a really good job of educating their guys about this is the rest component of it. Because we have a tendency to just like, okay, I got to do something. There is just simple sleep. It's like no matter how many articles you read about it or podcasts you listen to, you never quite believe it, especially young guys. And I don't know if he might go to bed at 9 p.m. every night. I don't know. But I love hearing athletes, as we had with the Astros when Bregman learned from Verlander to get his ridiculous amount of sleep that he gets.
Yes.
Or whatever it is. The sleep is so huge. And the NFL teams really drive, because they try to they try to teach their coaches about it. Coaches are a real hard student when it comes to embracing the importance of sleep.
Yep.
But when it comes to soft tissue injuries, the sleep and nutrition is huge. So I was hoping to hear that, and he didn't say anything about sleep or nutrition, and maybe that's maybe they just didn't get to it in the conversation. But I really, really hope that he, like every other young athlete that you care about, really understands just getting and you need more sleep than the average human too.
Yeah.
Because you need your brain to rest as well as your body.
Look, whatever Nico's doing is working. Obviously, like he's become one of the best receivers in football. I was
not on the injury report.
No, that's where I was going. That's what I was just about to say. Yeah. Is that he was in that cut? He was almost referring to the injuries like they were this compartmentalized thing from his first 2 years. Oh, man, like you. That was a big 5 game. That was a 5-game stretch, Seth, that included the 3 games that, if to me, it did the 3 games. I won't say they ruined C.J. Stroud, because by the end of the season, C.J. I thought was back to looking a lot like the C.J. from 2023. I thought in the playoffs, even in that Kansas City game, even though they only scored however many points, 16, 14, whatever it was, I thought he made a lot of good throws there. But that stretch of week 7, 8, and 9, Green Bay, Indy at home, and then that Jets game on Thursday night, Nico missed all those games. Nico missed the Detroit Lions game where they could have really used him in the second half of that football game. So it was he's got to be healthy. Like, that's the one, other than C.J. Stroud, that's the guy on offense right there. It's Nico Collins. There's nobody on the offensive line. There's nobody else in that receiver room. They've got depth at running back now. You could have said that about Mixon, too, before they're bringing Chubb in now. Nico is the straw that stirs the drink outside of C.J. Stroud.
The other thing about the offense, though, too, is look at, the levels of the offense and how it relates to the passing game, where now what they're hoping is that Woody Marks, as a running back, can be a big part of the passing game. You'd love to see Dalton Schultz look more like he did 2 years ago, and they're very excited about the way Cade Stover looks. That's the other, what you did really see last year was, we go into the preseason and Bobby Slowick has all these visions in his mind that he's going to be like the greatest show on turf back in the day, and they weren't well-rounded. And it's just, there's 3. If you have 3, but a defense decides to take them away and you can't run the ball, you don't have a developed running back element in the passing game, your tight ends aren't playing well, you're kind of left out in the lurch.
Yep.
And hopefully this year, if Nico does get hurt, have the tight ends more involved, have the running backs more involved, just have a well-rounded passing attack that can attack every area of the field.
Yep.
And it looks good on paper right now, but obviously Nick Caley we know nothing about. We just have to see that.
Chris Long does a really good job in these interviews. He among the former athlete podcasters, he's near the top of the list for me.
He definitely, you can tell that he prepares for the interview.
Yes.
He's got, he watches film. Like, he'll bring up things from the previous year, so he watches a lot of football. And that for a guy who doesn't live in Houston, he'll bring up things that I know very few other non-Houston reporters would bring up.
Yes.
They mentioned even Danico Autry they talked about for a little bit. Chris does plus he's got a really good interviewing style because he's just so low-key. Mm-hmm. He's really it just feels like somebody might just be sitting in the locker room with a new teammate or something, just chopping it up. But he's not trying too hard to have his personality take over.
And yet he's awesome on the technical side of things. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But he does it in a way that's really consumable, and he's got that little streak in him of like people like me that are like, ask him who the most underrated this or that is. Like all the superlatives that I like, that don't mean anything, but they're totally subjective. He loves asking about stuff like that.
It is, yeah. Ask him with, Derek Stingley, the best answer he gave in his press conference where the average answer was how long? 6 seconds?
6.3 seconds. Yep.
Somebody asked him about Dino Vasso, the defensive backs coach, and he tripled his average.
He did.
With an 18-second
He was prolific.
answer. Yeah.
It was amazing. Yeah. And
a chatty Cathy.
He was, and I did I had my Stingley to average player conversion chart in front of me. 18 seconds from Stingley, it turns out, is the equivalent of 2 minutes and 52 seconds from any other human being. Mm-hmm. He was very, very chatty. Yes. All right, we'll hear more from Nico in the 7 o'clock hour on C.J. Stroud. Some good stuff on C.J. that we'll get to. Reasons for optimism. For all 32 teams, did they nail the one for the Texans in the article on PFF that we're going to hit at the top of the hour. We'll talk about that. Let's do some headlines coming up next. Great weekend for the Astros. The true end of a saga of a former first-round pick is over now. We'll get to that as well. Big trade in MLB last night. You may be just waking up to it. We'll tell you, Rafael Devers traded. We'll get you the details on that. And a re-signing by the Rockets that I think has everybody giving it a thumbs up. So we'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Hey, just why Chris is a good interviewer, it's because
Massachusetts.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start the big headline. If you're an Astros fan, which I know most of you are, it was a good weekend. Sweep of the Minnesota Twins, 11 games over 500 now, and they are still 4.5 up on Seattle. Seattle swept Cleveland this weekend, so thanks for nothing, Guardians. But the Astros still maintain for what, on June 16th is a nice, pretty comfortable lead. And now, more importantly, Seth, heading into a stretch where they play their next 7 games against the A's and the Angels. Granted, on the road, where the Astros have not been nearly as good as they've been at home. That's been a nice thing, kind of reclaiming the home field advantage at Daikin Park. But good weekend. 2 walk-offs. I like it. Like it. I'm less nervous about Paredes because, A, they didn't put him on the IL. B, Espada said that he could have been available to come off the bench. I don't know why you would lie about anything like that. So right. I think that the most likely scenario in my mind is that they're just using the utmost caution, which you 100% should do with a hamstring. Yes, that is it's a good distinction. Saying that he could have come off the bench is a very specific thing, as opposed to he's doing fine. He's progressing.
Right.
Like that's very vague.
He's happy. Yay.
He's happy. Right.
Right. So, and then Brandon Walter, I'm feeling better and better and better about. Anytime, man, like you see any of these guys go into the 6th inning, and you feel like you just won the lottery.
Yep.
Any of these young guys.
97 pitches yesterday.
97 pitches, 1.5 ERA on a day where the opposing pitcher had about 20 pitches thrown through the 4th inning.
Why did they take him out?
It looked like he was starting to just not quite have the same control. I mean, they had that chin music to Cam, and then he was, I don't know.
But he's still only thrown 53 pitches. I mean, the guys who came in did a good job. The final score is 2-1. So
the old 3rd time through the order dynamic.
Yeah, that's probably it. But 53 pitches.
You're in a 1-0 game, but still, you're facing Brandon Walter. Yes, he's been really good, but as the opposing manager, you got to be thinking, all right, like if we can't make do with our starting pitcher, who's basically going to have to get a workout in after this game.
Yeah, well,
he's going to have to get on the elliptical machine to feel like he did something.
3rd time through what? Victor Caratini was their cleanup hitter yesterday. I mean, what are we doing? But I'm glad that look, they didn't. Whoever they brought in until they brought in their closer. The Astros couldn't do anything against anybody, and even the runs they scored were not flex on you kind of runs. It was a sac fly, Pena manufacturing some stuff on the base paths, Altuve getting a little nubber infield hit. I mean, this was a very resourceful sweep by the Houston Astros this week.
And it's lined up again to where you got Lance, Ryan Gusto, then Framber, then Colton Gordon. There's only one of those 4 that you feel pretty damn good about.
Yeah.
Lance, I get excited as hell to watch every single time.
Me too.
But I'm just still I'm teetering a little bit, you know.
For sure. Is he tonight? Is that what you just said?
Yeah,
he's tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. 9:05,
or as I like to call it, he's tomorrow morning.
Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow morning.
He'll be done before tomorrow morning Central Time. We're not sure about everybody else.
Yeah, for sure. So the Astros off to Sacramento to face the Athletics. Meanwhile, the other bit of Astros news from over the weekend on Friday: Forrest Whitley traded. So the Astros had a week of one window to either trade him or put him on waivers. Traded to the Tampa Bay Rays for cash considerations. So this is officially the end of the Forrest Whitley saga in Houston.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a feel of when Kenyon Green went to the Eagles. My thought was, man, he's going off to one of the best offensive line coaches this century in Jeff Stoutland. There's a little bit with Forrest Whitley where I'm feeling like, boy, if there's anybody that's going to turn him into something, it's the Rays.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much they can do to keep him healthy. Although he's coming from this is it. The Astros are notorious for not keeping their pitchers healthy. If he goes to the Rays and all of a sudden has an unblemished stretch of 5 years of quality starts.
Oh, my God. Yeah, for cash considerations.
Then I'll be in fire everybody mode.
Did you see that the Astros put up a graphic for Forrest Whitley on Friday when they traded him? And sign with the Red Sox. You do a thank you for everything. They literally did a tweet with a picture of Forrest Whitley that said the words "thanks for everything." And I'm like, dude, have you been to his Wikipedia
Was it
page?
sarcastic?
No, it was from the
Did
Astros.
they have a slash S after it?
Now that
Or
would
thanks for ... everything?
everything with a question mark. I'm like, man, the bar for a thank you on the way out is very
Look,
low.
they're not paying for that. They're not paying for that bandwidth for that post.
No.
You know, that's Alphabet Corporation's issue. It's not like they took out a full page ad in the newspaper.
That's
or something.
true. That's true. It was free. It was free. Kindness
Yeah.
Kindness can be free sometimes. That is
Plus,
true.
you got to remember, Forrest Whitley's been in the organization for a decade. It's, for the people in the organization, there's a lot of people. He seems like an awesome dude.
No, he does seem like a
people
great
probably
guy.
like Forrest Whitley.
That is true.
Yeah.
I do feel a little bad even bringing it up because he does seem like a great dude, no doubt about that. While you were sleeping, Rafael Devers was traded from the Red Sox to the San Francisco Giants. Yes. Yes, you were traded, Rafael. I don't know if you know that. And I think literally it came down after they played the Yankees yesterday because I saw a clip of Devers' press conference after they swept the Yankees this weekend. The Red Sox did. And I saw part of his post-game interview, and he's talking like he's still a member of the Red Sox. And then I saw a video of him, I don't know if he was getting off the bus or something and went back into Fenway because he obviously wasn't going wherever the team was going. But Rafael Devers traded for Major League arms, and word on the street is the Red Sox just got tired of his act. It's what happened. It's because you said that exact word, Devers, to DHing, and then you become a DH, and then you won't play in the field. So they get out from under, air quotes, his 8 years, $250 million left on his deal.
Yeah.
But he's an all-star this year. He's hitting. He's productive. They are a worse team today when they wake up than they were yesterday, the Red Sox.
In terms of the actual standings in the AL right now, it's important, as you mentioned, the Yankees got swept. The unstoppable force, where Yankees fans are always convinced in the first half of the season that no team, this is the greatest team in baseball history.
Yeah.
They're 42-28. The Astros are 41-30.
Game and a half back, man. Game and a half back.
Yeah.
Closing.
It's not bad at all.
Nope.
Tigers are 46-27.
Tigers are out in front of everybody right now. But you want to just be one of the top two, then you don't have to fart around with that wild card round like you did last year. You know?
Where would you most like to see the Yankees inevitably collapse? Regular season, ALCS, or World Series? If you take the Astros out of it.
Oh, I take the
obviously,
Astros. No, regular season. I don't need to see them in the postseason again. Regular season.
That ALCS collapses can be fun.
It
can be fun.
It can be fun,
yeah.
and you know what else you get to see if they make the postseason? You get to see postseason Aaron Judge.
Yes, I'd prefer an ALCS collapse
I like
because they've done it so often. They are the Astros. The Astros winning in the or going to the World Series, or winning, the Yankees are a weird, bizarre version.
That's a good analogy.
With bad performances by Aaron Judge.
Oh, yeah. Set your watch to it, man. You excited about Steven Adams coming back to the Rockets? 3 years?
I am.
3 years, $39 million, baby.
Glue guy.
Yeah.
Classic glue guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Classic.
And much more of a glue guy than when you call Chandler Parsons a glue guy. It was like, well, yeah, I mean, it seems to work better when he's in there. But it's not like everything about Chandler Parsons felt like the selfless, perfect glue guy.
Dude.
Steven Adams feels very much like a glue guy.
I think maybe the most underrated transaction that Rafael Stone has executed as GM of this team. I mean, there's been some big ones, the free agency signings, and obviously Stone's just been hitting bombs in the draft over the last few years because they've got this young core now. But Rafael Stone picking up Steven Adams with a knee injury at the trade deadline 2 seasons ago, looking ahead to him having one more year on his deal and what he ended up meaning to this team, and now bringing – if you had told me when they traded for Steven Adams at the deadline, back when he was damaged goods, that he would be getting a 3-year deal of any sort, and I think this is a good deal for the Rockets, that he'd be getting a 3-year deal of any sort after 2025, I would have said you're crazy. This is just an older guy who they're picking up to be a 20-minute off-the-bench guy. And that's probably – his role will still be an off-the-bench role, I would imagine, with the Rockets. But, man, the splits when he was in there, and particularly when he was in there with Şengün and that lineup with the two bigs that they kind of stumbled upon this year that was so productive. Ocho points out this on the text page. Can I interest you in a stat? Did you know that the team that's had Steven Adams on it has led the NBA in offensive rates, including the Rockets last year? I don't think that's an accident. He is a beast on the glass.
He's like a more just following the rules of society Rodman, you know?
Yeah,
He's,
yeah.
But
It's a
still
monster.
colorful in a lot of ways.
He's tatted up and everything. Yeah. I'm just glad we get the press conferences for another 3 years, too. He gives good press conferences, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Someone says the Astros should have traded Forrest Whitley for Devers. They're mad up in Boston today, man. Like, I just listening on the way in, and the Infinity Sports Radio folks are reading some of the tweets and the texts from people from Boston. They're treating this like the Luka trade, the Devers trade. All right, those are your headlines. Reasons for optimism for the Texans. For all 32 teams, PFF did this. Did they nail the one for the Texans? And for you, for us, what are the biggest reasons for optimism that the Texans will finally break through and get to an AFC title game? We'll do that coming up next.
In the Loop.
What does it mean? From Chubb's perspective, I had options. I want to go to the Texans. From the Texans' perspective,
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast. I forgot. Fairly big headline. Shohei Ohtani's making his first pitching. If I were to actually stay up, because they play the Padres, but the Astros are playing the A's out on the West Coast. All right, now I might have a reason to stay up and actually kind of stay engaged, obviously with the Astros. But that Shohei starting today, that's a big deal, man. $700 million contract. They're expecting an even bigger return than him just being really good at hitting, and so that's, after Tommy John surgery a couple years ago, Shohei coming back tonight is kind of a big deal. So something to keep an eye on. PFF, Seth, had an article, the one reason for optimism for every team ahead of the NFL season. I think the Texans have several, and we'll get to them in a second. Did they nail the one for the Texans? If you had to say the biggest reason for optimism, would you agree with PFF that the biggest reason for optimism for the Houston Texans that they'll do big things this year is their elite pass defense?
Yeah, it's weird that they framed it that way because they do some things really, really well, and yet they also allow a lot of deep passing touchdowns.
Sure
but
do.
Yes, I would agree that the secondary or the combination of the pass rush and their secondary and their ability to take the ball away is yes, very, very, very exciting. They just have to clean up a couple of things that were really youth-based last year with a lot of glitches and mental errors or missed tackles that prevented them from being a really good scoring defense. So, yes, I 100% agree with that.
They added C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They strengthened to strength. They added C.J.
They
Gardner-Johnson.
strengthened to strength. I mean, Jimmy Ward, at this point, I would, if I had to miss some time with the team, if only because the commissioner might put him on the commissioner's exempt list. Whenever there's any kind of domestic violence accusation, they're going to be proactive about it. And, with other things, they kind of let the legal action take its course. They still do that a little bit, but they park you off to the side on the commissioner's exempt list.
Still gets paid, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, because they don't want to punish somebody, it's just an accusation, but they also don't want to be in that position of, oh, yeah, we let this guy who, if he did what he allegedly did, we let him play football while he was doing this. So I think that there's a really good chance that Jimmy Ward misses time. I think there's also a really good chance that he ends up not being on the team next year.
I think so, too. I mean, we're just basing it on the news that we've seen come out about it so far, and we still haven't heard anything from Ward's side yet either, have we? Over the weekend? Yeah.
No, not that I've seen. Yeah, and for people that don't know or didn't, maybe you're on vacation last week, Jimmy Ward was arrested for allegedly slapping and strangling his fiance. They picked him up. He posted bond. He's got to wear an ankle monitor now. But the NFL is always super careful about how they handle these things.
Yep, and they're going to do their own investigation. The NFL will.
Yeah, the NFL handles it, but then the Texans can also handle it whichever way they see fit.
Sure.
If the Texans feel there's validity, I'm guessing that Jimmy Ward will be released.
Yeah, I would think so.
And we probably won't hear a whole lot about it until something actually happens, until there's some kind of movement in terms of just suspension or whatever.
Yeah, but no new news. If you were following that story late last week, nothing new that we've seen over the weekend on the Jimmy Ward front. And we're kind of into a part of the NFL calendar where, there's nobody's meeting with the media or anything like that. There's probably going to be no new quotes about it anytime soon. This is what PFF says about the elite pass defense of the Houston Texans, led by superstar corner Derek Stingley Jr. and the dynamic pass rush duo of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. God, I just love reading those names and having them on the Texans. The Texans' pass defense is one of the best units in the NFL. They also added C.J. Gardner-Johnson in a trade with Philly after he posted a career-best 85.7 PFF coverage grade for the Super Bowl champs last season. This is me, Sean, adding this now. He also had 6 interceptions. He was good in coverage, but it showed up in actual turnovers as well. PFF finishes up by saying opponents are going to have a difficult time succeeding against Houston in obvious passing situations. And I would add further, Seth, particularly at home in NRG Stadium. This is already they play 9 games at NRG Stadium this year. It's tilted to more home games than road games this year. Other than the game against Will Levis, and obviously the Christmas Day game was a disaster on all fronts, every other game, for the most part, quarterbacks had their worst games of the season. The MVP of the league had the worst game of his career against the Texans in Week 5, Josh Allen last year at NRG.
The true MVP of the league did not have the worst game of his year.
Lamar,
at NRG
no, he did not. That should have been a tiebreak.
Yeah, that should have been it, right? Yeah, wait a second. Lamar actually looked like a scary quarterback stadium.
Yeah, man.
On a festive, thank you.
A festive holiday.
Christmas Day.
Yes, yeah. Festive for some, yeah.
I think that's the energy, boy. And we still have yet to land on an actual unanimous nickname for the Texans defense. But the Texans defense at home, House of Payne has obviously been taken long ago.
Yep.
I was never a huge fan of Bulls on Parade.
No, me
I
neither.
didn't like that.
We can retire that. Yeah.
This actual pass rush / secondary combo has the potential to be very much better than that 2011-2012 version of Bulls on Parade.
And that was a really good one. And this does have the potential to be better, no doubt.
The biggest thing about the 2011 was the J.J. Watt and his ability to swat away passes. That was kind of a cool thing to hang your hat on. Was how ridiculously good the Texans were at batting down passes.
Batting them down. If I were looking at reasons for optimism for the Texans, by the way, we'll do Acknowledge Me in about 15 minutes or so. We do it every Monday. We acknowledge big performances from the weekend. Secondary for sure. Will Anderson is kind of baked into the one PFF just did, but Will Anderson going into year 3 is a huge reason for optimism for me. Does Will Anderson jump into that? He's already, to me, Seth, a top 10 defensive end in the NFL. Does he jump into that tier this year where he's in the conversation with guys like T.J. Watt and Nick Bosa, Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, for guys who are just
right. And you know what I've started to feel bad about? I feel bad that Danielle Hunter is just equally or better equal or better to Will Anderson, and yet he does not get nearly as much adulation. And I guess part of it, he's a veteran player, he's on a short-term contract, and yet he's a huge part of exactly why everything runs. But Will Anderson gets a lot more attention. And it's not because Will's not necessarily a self-promoter like other people are, but I think it's just the youth of it all and the upside and the potential. But yes, Danielle Hunter is still getting a little of the same treatment he got in Minnesota, where by and large, people just don't quite talk about him or recognize him as much as
I think it's totally personality based. And to your point, Will doesn't go out of his way to seek the attention. He has a personality. He's a major extrovert, and he's like a bug zapper, man. They draw in all those mosquitoes come into that fluorescent light for a reason. Will Anderson is that fluorescent light.
I think the thing about Will is just how stout he is versus the run too, that's one. In terms of being a complete player and then the potential for what he can become, he's a little bit more of the prototype than Danielle Hunter. And I don't mean that as a slight against Danielle Hunter at all, but for the prototype can rush the passer but can also stuff the run and play physical in that element. Will's just that's what makes him really special compared to a lot of the other guys that are pure pass rushing specialists and just kind of play the run as an afterthought.
Yeah.
Will's always going 1,000 miles an hour.
Is C.J. Stroud reason for optimism, or is it more of a fun curiosity at this point?
I think it's a huge reason for optimism. Yeah. And now it's more long term because they got to do it. You got to do it in doses. I sent you a video that I did on my YouTube channel of Tom Brady.
It was great, by the way. Yeah.
And it's just when you realize how many plates are spinning at any given time.
Dude.
When Tom Brady was operating at the line of scrimmage, it's really, really cool, but it's also something that takes a lot of time and reps and experience to be able to do. And it's not like any quarterback, no matter who he is, can. Tom Brady himself did not jump into being that version of Tom Brady in year 3. It was like year 8 or year 9. CJ does have the benefit of standing on the shoulders of giants and learning from Tom Brady and seeing what he was able to do, because nobody ever did it as well as Tom Brady, diagnosing what the defense was doing and then tweaking your offense to take advantage of it.
The breakdown you did on Brady was excellent. I would tell people to go out of their way to find it on Seth's YouTube page. There were 2 things that jumped out at me about it, is that you spent about 4 or 5 minutes breaking down all these different, the spinning plates that you call them.
Yeah.
And to me, the thing that the thing that jumped out at me is like, this is all happening. Seth is taking 4 or 5 minutes to do an excellent detailed breakdown. This is all happening within 7 seconds at the line of scrimmage. Like, this is all happening in compressed time. And Brady's watching the safety come up. He's watching corners do things. You pointed out that Brady's telling Gronk to do something, so now Gronk's moving in because it looks like a run fit that they need to get into. Like, it was really good stuff. The other thing that jumped out at me was like, you could get it without watching any film in the NFL.
And take the league by storm.
Yeah. I mean, you're pointing out 10 different things going on one play, on like probably a 3rd and 4 in week 8.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, Johnny Manziel thought he could just throw the iPad on the floor and play video games all day.
And it was, I mean, and so much of it's stuff that when the offensive coordinator calls it, you know, okay, you're going to run and you'll have pre-snap motion and everything. With Brady, you know, he's moving guys around just to see how the defensive backs respond, and then he's tweaking the route of the outside receiver, and he's bringing Gronk in to pass protect once he realizes it's a cover 0 blitz, and all of these things that, I mean, it's 5 or 6 different pre-snap actions that all happen within 20 seconds or so. And also, but even though he's doing it in a compressed amount of time, that's time that CJ didn't have last year because they'd come up to the line with 7 seconds left on the play clock.
Yes.
He was trying to get the snap off.
That was the other thing. You pointed that out at one point during the video, the play clock on there. You're like, yeah, he had Brady on that play had a good 20 seconds or so to diagnose what was going on.
26 seconds, I think, from the time that they just got the personnel on the field.
It was a great point by you because I'm thinking like, oh, yeah, that's right. The Texans would routinely break the huddle. I'd be looking at the play clock. I'm like, guys, there's 11 seconds left, and you're all still farting around in the huddle here. Let's go.
Yeah, when in that play that I broke down, when the play clock finally shows up on the screen at 10 seconds, that he was just making his final move to, I think, confirm what he was seeing. And then the play clock.
Well, and the point, you made this point on the air last week, and you made it again in your YouTube video, which is the dudes on the defense, when they're standing there for 20 seconds or so, start to get antsy a little bit.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
Well, and that's another part of it is that's for the defensive lineman, it sucks because you're in your stance and all the lactic acid is building up and everything.
It turns into yoga.
Yeah. It's like you might as well be doing like one of those wall sits.
The down dog.
You're just like, my legs are burning.
Yeah.
But then also, as you have that time and you're moving around, if it is a blitz, there's one of the guys who's blitzing has a tell.
Yeah.
So one of the linebackers or one of the safeties, like Brady has seen how these guys operate when they're actually blitzing and when they're not blitzing. So that helps him diagnose. But all that stuff that you just see on film over and over and over again, it takes time. So I am excited that CJ's going to start on that process. Yep. But there's going to be hiccups along the way. He's way more ready for it than Deshaun Watson was.
No doubt.
Just because CJ was in an offense in college where he did control a lot at the line of scrimmage, where the Clemson offense is pretty simple. So I think that he's got a head start compared to a lot of college quarterbacks, but it's just, Kaylee has got to figure out, okay, what can we and can't we do? Josh McDaniels, when he was in New England, did a really good job with Mac Jones as a rookie.
Yep.
And figuring out, okay, how much can he handle and how much he can't he. And Mac Jones had a great rookie year that year. So I think CJ, I'm optimistic about it. I'm not going to try to think that, like, all of a sudden CJ is going to be like 15th year Tom Brady.
Correct.
On the mental side of it, because it just takes reps.
Yeah, go out of your way to find the video Seth did on that. It's really, really good. It's on Seth's YouTube page. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins is on the Greenlight Podcast. We're going to do Acknowledge Me here in about 5 to 7 minutes. Talked a lot about C.J. as a teammate. Here's Nico Collins saying, man, C.J. really cares about the guys on this team.
C.J. the same guy that y'all see from the outside looking in, from the inside out, man. I just feel like nothing changes about him. He's the same guy every single day, coming in ready to work, composed. He joke around with you, man. He like to have fun. And most of everything, he gonna care about you. No matter what, he got your back. Like you said, it showed. When Tank went down, man, that's like, you know what I'm saying? That one hurt. That one hurt, like, deeply. Everybody felt that, and said, he showed his emotion, but that's why he got us, to lift him up. Like, let's go. We got to keep going, bro. You got a game to finish right now.
I mean, that's the one thing where CJ's got to be the guy saying that.
The roles need to be reversed.
It can't be Joe Mixon telling CJ that. It's got to be CJ telling him that. And that's the one big thing with CJ, I think, where in the first couple of years, there's so much adulation heaped on him, and rightfully so. But then also, I think CJ is the kind of guy that wants to do right by people, but has to understand at some point that you can't be everything at all times to all people.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to compartmentalize some things and learn how to function in that world where you just don't let some things emotionally get to you. You don't let people away from the field. You got to compartmentalize. And yes, it's great that he cares about his teammates, and it's great that he was devastated for Tank Dell. And yet you're the guy that has to be telling everybody else we've got a game to play here.
Yeah.
You need to be a more pleasant version of Nick Saban stepping over the injured player on the practice field. You gotta have a little Saban in you at some point.
Yeah, you got to build some calluses, no doubt. Here's another one from Nico talking about CJ's leadership.
CJ is a great guy, man. That's one guy you want to have as your quarterback, a leader, a guy that's going to be there for you no matter what, have your back, and drop downs for you when you need them the most.
Yeah.
Getting that play for sure.
All right, so there you go. CJ, nothing we didn't know. CJ, good leader. Guys love him.
I think that is the biggest thing, honestly, is that, if people feel like the leader cares about them, it makes the leader that much more effective.
Yep.
Helps if it's super genuine. And I think with CJ, it's obvious that it is super genuine.
Clearly.
Almost to the point where it's almost a weakness at some point. Like, you got to learn how to detach yourself a little bit from how much you care about the guy.
Well, from what you just said, the Tank situation was a little too genuine almost for what the team needed in that moment right there. Okay, I like this one. Chris Long said, what about CJ has these team dinners? How are the team dinners that CJ hosts, Nico Collins?
Well, is it surf and turf? Like, what's going on at his house?
I feel like it was more tacos.
Tacos? Okay. I've heard rumors about these dinners, man.
Special.
Okay.
All right. This is where CJ's got to step it up. I feel like, you know what? Again, though, then maybe that's when he started to realize, all right, listen, yeah, I know I'm making good money and everything, but these catered events really start to add up. We're going to tacos.
Yeah.
Who's catering your event? Tacos. I myself would recommend every now and then, for the guys you really care about, Churrasco's. They'll cater for you.
Yeah, they will. We've seen that before.
That's a paid adadvertisement, everybody. Mm-hmm. I got to have to disclose that I have a deal with Churrasco's.
It is a good recommendation, though. It's not. They're not paying me. I'll tell you, it's a good recommendation. Maybe when CJ gets that new contract next year, start to be a little more surf and turf and a little less tacos.
Finally he'll be out of the poorhouse.
He can finally afford for maybe to come in and have some steaks and have a chef boil some lobsters up for the guys. Yeah.
I like that it's mostly tacos. Makes it more casual. Everybody just feels like they don't have to, be like they're at a white tablecloth dinner or something.
Yeah. You think he just he just puts it out like a taco bar across the counter? Like a big tin vat of the ground beef. You got some chicken. You got all the fixins and stuff like that.
Yeah, fix your own taco.
Yeah, that's how I would do it.
I wonder what it's like being if you're one of these, if he's got a full-time private chef. That's where I feel like, all right, I don't know. Did you hire your buddy to be your full-time chef? Because if he's rolling tacos out every time the guys come over, I feel like that's not what you pay a full-time private chef for.
I was out to breakfast with my son Sammy yesterday, and he was at a party on Saturday with some coworkers. Tacos after everybody was done drinking at the end of the day, and he hit the wrong button, and the DoorDash showed up with 50 tacos from Taco Bell.
Oh, and that was too many?
Well, they all got eaten, but that was not the number he meant to order. Of course, for him, he's a lawyer. Like 50 tacos from Taco Bell is what, like $100 maybe?
Yeah, and it was like, I didn't know how big the gathering was. 50, I thought 50 might be too.
There was 4 people, I think, that wanted tacos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they wound up with 50. Sammy said he ate 8. Of the tacos from those Taco Bell tacos will go down smooth, man.
I thought you were going to say that he screwed up and it was like all the senior partners are there and he ordered nothing but vegan, gluten-free.
Oh, that would be a big mess up. Yeah, that would be a big mess. There were partners there for sure. No, but I think he did good. I think they were very happy with the Taco Bell with 50 tacos. I say all that to say maybe that's what CJ does. Maybe he just goes on DoorDash and orders 500 tacos from Taco Bell. Mm-hmm. Nico Collins, last one from Nico, then we'll get to Acknowledge Me. This is his favorite throw from C.J. Stroud. Is this our favorite throw to Nico from C.J. Stroud?
Oh,
what's the best ball he throws that you're like, man, he just
deep ball,
different. Deep ball
for sure. It's easy. You know, it's a lot of hang time. It's high, but it's soft touch. It's soft. It's just dropping in your hand.
Yeah.
That I feel like any ball he throws, man, it's a soft touch. It's not like a bullet coming. You know, it's not like one of those hard balls that it hurt your hand. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's a little touch to it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like his deep balls.
Two of the most memorable C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins hook balls. Nico just got behind the defense. That touchdown on the first play against the Colts in Week 18 in what was essentially a playoff game. It was a play-in game for the postseason. Very first play of the game, C.J. just drops it in the bucket to Nico for 75 yards. And then, oddly enough, the play that Nico got hurt on last year against the Bills where he pulled his hamstring on a deep ball where he got behind the Bills defense and CJ just dropped it in there and then Nico's gone for 5.5 games.
I think, and he mentioned the touch there and the way that, CJ just kind of places it down where he's got that nice arc to it where it feels like an easy ball to catch. For me, just watching visually, I know that, obviously for many reasons, Nico would prefer the deep ball. Some of these slants and everything over the middle where CJ throws into a really tight, like when he's starting his throwing motion before Nico's even really out of his break or into his break. Like those are the ones that I like the most. They're the most impressive because they're so precise.
Yeah.
And then you get to watch Nico run after the catch.
The best.
But then Nico, in his mind, he's like, and I get hit 3 times too.
Yeah, but
Nico. But then you drag them. Yeah,
yes,
that's cool.
They get hit too. Nico, you're here for our entertainment. Come on, let's go. Run over 3 guys. Let's go. Couple texts, and then we'll get to Acknowledge Me. Text message. I do feel like everything CJ went through this year was good for his development. It battle-tested him in all aspects. As long as he doesn't get his head handed to him again physically like he did last year. I never want to say getting sacked 54 times is a good thing for anybody.
Yeah.
Because on CJ, and I definitely think it took a mental toll midway through the season that you could tell he got jumpy when the Texans really went through that downswing on the offensive line and their ability to protect him. Ultimately he came out the other side okay, but I don't want for him to have to go through something like that ever again.
I remember it's a good bit to get beaten down a little bit and then come back. But if the beatings continue, you never get that opportunity.
Yes, that's a good way to
I remember
put it.
talking to a kid that had transferred to Cornell, but he had started off in one of the service academies, and he was talking about how it was incredible. The most incredible shape he'd ever been in his life was that first year when he had to go through. I don't want to say which service academy it is because I don't want people aligning against me. But as you'd expect, they got to go through basic training and everything, but then also go through training camp and then do all of their drills at 5 a.m. and everything. And he said, I was in the most incredible shape of my life, but I was 20 pounds lighter. And basically, yes, I was in incredible shape, but all it did was allow me to never get tired while I was getting my ass kicked on the football field. I could get my ass kicked all day long, up and down the field.
Yeah.
And, that's what it was like with CJ last year. All right, great. Builds character. That character doesn't help you when you're on IR.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I only need so much character building, okay? All right, let's do it. Let's acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend, big performances in general. We do it every Monday at about this time. It's called Acknowledge Me. I will recite a handful of names after each, like Roman Reigns saying acknowledge me. That's how we do this. So let's go. A lot of Astros to acknowledge. We're going to be doing a Circle of Trust on Thursday this week. So maybe this is a bit of a preview. Who knows? This guy's already in it, though. Hunter Brown.
Acknowledge me!
Leads Major League Baseball in quality starts. Had yet another one, Seth. Set a career high in strikeouts with 12 strikeouts over, I believe, 7 innings, 7+ innings maybe. I think it was 7 innings over the weekend on Saturday. Hunter Brown is in the conversation for best pitcher in baseball right now, and he's certainly among the front runners for the American League Cy Young Award. He is, you can set your watch to him, man. He is outstanding.
He's got tied for second most wins in the league. He's third in Major League Baseball in ERA. He's just been a machine. He's everything you ever could have wanted.
Yep, and when you have an offense that is, has struggled throughout a lot of the season, is not a real juggernaut offensively, this team, and they're missing guys now, Yordan Alvarez and Isaac Paredes. there's very little margin for error for this pitching staff. And so for Hunter Brown to be what he's been has been great.
It's the other thing too. He was up in the top 5 for innings pitched. He's down at like 17th for innings pitched so far, which is good. I like seeing that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. As
much as possible. But when we get so excited to see Brandon Walter, go 6+ innings. Like that's where we are right now. Man, Colton Gordon, if you can go 6 innings, you're going to be my hero. You'll take the circle of trust.
You might.
If you just, damn it, go 6. He won't. But still.
No.
It's so critical right now that guys just eat innings.
Walter's going to be an interesting one on Thursday when we hash this out, too, for the circle of trust. He will get acknowledged, though. Well, Brandon Walter.
Acknowledge me.
Third straight great start. He started 3 games, and he's been outstanding in all 3 of them. He's got a 1.50 ERA on yesterday. He went 6 2/3. Gave up 6 hits, just 1 run, no walks. That's the big thing. He's not hurting himself, and 9 strikeouts. So he got 9 strikeouts over 6 2/3. The only run he gave up was a solo home run, ironically, when Julia Morales was sitting there talking to his old man.
Yeah.
That was the only run he gave up.
I hate those. Man, I love those interviews, but I also hate them because of the potential for just that. Yeah.
It was fascinating to watch because he kept I apologize to Mr. Walter. I forget his first name. But he kept talking and talking and talking while the guy's circling the base. He never even gave Todd Callis a chance to describe the home run or anything like that. And I felt like it was by design. Like, you know what? I'm going to do my son a solid here. I'm just going to filibuster. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, I'm just going to filibuster through this guy rounding the bases.
It never happened.
That's taking care of your son on Father's Day like that. Good job, Mr. Wall.
He was also self-deprecating about his own pitching prowess, too.
That's right. He was a pitcher back in the day.
Well, he talked about the interesting thing he said is that was the first time that he's felt healthy in 5 years.
Yeah.
I think his dad divulged.
Feels good.
So it's been just
it's a remind, man. And you know what? That'll make the Red Sox hurt even. He came from the Red Sox organization. If the Red Sox.
By the way, Walter. That was the first time Walter has felt physically good in 5 years. Not Mr. Walter. I don't know how he feels physically.
Yeah, he's older now. Like he's at the age where you probably feel a little something every day. But Brandon Walter, more importantly, feels good. Cam Smith and Mauricio Dubon.
Acknowledge me.
Good job, Ben. 2 acknowledgments. These were the 2 guys that drove in the game-winning runs in the back-to-back walk-off wins this weekend. For Cam Smith, I couldn't believe this. His first career walk-off. He's probably been the best player on every team he's been on up until the big leagues here. You just would have figured in the hundreds and hundreds and thousands of games that he's played of baseball, he would have walked one off one time.
But you got to remember, you don't play as many games in the lower levels, whereas in Major League Baseball you're 162 times a year.
Yeah,
so it doesn't. I wish I hadn't sat down and thought about it, but now I'm kind of curious because I wonder how either remarkable or unremarkable that is. If you quiz most rookies in Major League Baseball who haven't spent much time in the minors either. So like 22-year-old kids.
That's true.
Like how many walk-offs have you had in your career? It's probably not as many as you would think.
Cam Smith played on good teams. How many close games do you even play in that kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly. Right. He's probably been on some really good baseball teams.
Yeah.
Like Florida State, obviously. The other part about that, I'm going to acknowledge Altuve.
Okay.
Leading up to that.
Acknowledge me.
In swinging at a should have been swung on was just a limpid little tapper, and that might be the fastest Altuve has run in 5 years.
Oh yeah,
because there's no way in hell obviously you're going to swing at some bad pitches, but it's Altuve especially. He reached a full body length to get to that thing. And
it was Correa who fielded it, I think, right?
You better get going. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Correa on the other
and he did.
end.
He was fast as hell down the line on that.
I like Jose Altuve in his advanced age, the selective speedy base running, because he is one of 2 speeds. The one you saw on Sunday to beat out that infield hit, or which I'm fine with. I'm totally. We don't need him pulling any muscles or anything. And then Dubon yesterday, that was great. I must have watched that thing about 8 or 10 times, and I'm like, man, the guy on the Twins, the left fielder, probably should have made the play. He was close to it, but he didn't. And Dubon on Father's Day, and Dubon got a lot of attention this Father's Day because he's talked about how his his newborn kid has changed his life, that kind of thing.
Well, and the one picture they showed on the broadcast, it's the kid looks like he's got Dubon's personality.
He does.
He had the exact smile and everything.
Yeah.
Not even a year old yet.
Yep. All right, so there's all your Astros acknowledgments. Rudy Tomjanovich.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledging Rudy T. Because it was the 30-year anniversary over the weekend of the Rockets sweeping the Orlando Magic in 1995 to win their second consecutive NBA championship back in 1995. On a post-game speech after sweeping Orlando.
No one has ever done what this team's done. Come from the 6th seed, down in series. We won 9 road games, and we had non-believers all along the way. I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
There you go, man. That's how a catchphrase gets made right there. 5 fun facts about the 1995 Rockets NBA championship team, Seth. They were, first of all, they were the 6th seed, as Rocket fans will remember. They're the lowest seed to ever win an NBA championship. And as the 6th seed, it means that you are, in all likelihood, going on the road in every series in that postseason run. They went 9-3 on the road in that postseason run. They won 9 road games. That's a playoff record. The combined net rating of their opponents in that postseason was a positive 6.6 rating, the highest of any 4 opponents a title team has ever faced. All 4 teams had more than 57 wins, or 57 or more wins. The Rockets that year were the only team to ever beat 4 50-plus win teams, let alone 57-plus win teams. They were 5-0 in elimination games. They came back from down 2-1 against Utah in the best. It was best of 5 back then, best of 5 opening round, and then came back from down 3-1 against Phoenix, one of only 13 teams to do that. And Hakeem Olajuwon, the only player to score 30-plus points in every game of a sweep in the finals. Hakeem, maybe the best. That postseason was maybe the best individual performance of any Houston athlete from the time I've moved here in 1994. And what he did to David Robinson in the conference finals, when Robinson was handed the MVP trophy literally in front of Hakeem, he ruined. David Robinson went on to win an NBA title later in his career, but for that series, I think Robinson averaged 17 a game, and Olajuwon was up in the mid-30s. He
had 30-plus points in every game.
He murdered David Robinson in that series. Yeah. It was crazy. So kudos to Rudy T, and acknowledgement to Rudy T.
Is that the most iconic Houston quote? Because Houston, we have a problem is a misquote. It was, okay, Houston, we've had a problem by Jack Swigert.
Text in. Text in 713-573-46.
If I'm making that movie, Sean, if I'm the director of Apollo 13, I'd say, listen, yes, Houston, we have a problem. It's a little bit more succinct, and yet I feel like to honor the astronauts, they should have kept the exact quote in.
Was it Swigert?
Because it is less quotable and usable by other people.
Was it Swigert who said it, or was it Lovell who said it? Because Tom Hanks played Jim Lovell in that. I'm just wondering if that's one of those weird. I'm just wondering.
I think did they take liberties with that?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
It
was Jack Swigert. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they took.
I believe, unless I'm mistaken on that.
Because Kevin Bacon is the one who played. Tom Hanks is the one who says it in the movie.
Yeah.
Bacon played Swigert, so that might be based on a true story. It's not liberties of it. Nick Chubb.
Acknowledge me.
Penned a very thoughtful thank you to the city of Cleveland, Seth. Now, we're your new home, Nick, so you got to feel similarly about the Texans at some point here. But, I get it. He was there for 7 years. I won't read the whole thing. But Nick Chubb says this about Cleveland. This city deserves a winning season every year. It's earned it. Disagree. This city doesn't. That's just my whole definition of deserve. Nobody, you don't deserve it. You earn what you get. Deserve. City doesn't quit. I'm not there, so I'll agree with that one. My people never stop believing. My brothers in that locker room will never stop fighting. Cleveland's time is now, and not because they are owed anything, but because resilience always wins, just like we preached every day in meetings. This isn't goodbye to what we built. It's a thank you for the trust, the passion, the moments that made me feel like I belonged here from day one. Cleveland, you'll always have a piece of my heart until we meet again. And he actually has a brown heart right there at the end of it. So
I think I read an article in The Athletic about just how awesome Nick Chubb was, and it was really cool because the Athletic writer up there he's just about dog tired of covering the Browns, and basically was like, man, he's everything you want in a football player. He's unselfish. He does everything the right way. I'm like, all right, yeah, great.
Now he's gone.
And he pointed out like the kind of ironically perfect moments that show who Nick Chubb was when he could have scored a touchdown against the Texans, but he ended up taking a knee. Did he take a knee or go out of bounds? He went down right.
People said he went out of bounds because I think all they then had to do was take a knee to run the clock out. But he didn't score.
Okay, so he ran out of bounds instead of scoring the touchdown and did the selfless thing.
Yeah.
The right thing to do there just so they could run the clock out. And
not if you had him in fantasy. Boy, he pissed off a lot of fantasy owners that day because that would have been a long touchdown, too. A lot of leagues get bonuses if you score a touchdown, if it's from distance. So I didn't have him, though, so I thought it was a class act. Good job. We're getting.
I thought it was a class act.
Yeah.
Unless I had him in fantasy, in which he's a bum.
That's exactly right. That's how it works. Next year, we're going to kick the son of a bitch in, Bum Phillips, 1979.
Oh, that's a great one. Yeah.
It's a really good one. Someone saying Swaggart reported the problem to Lovell, and then Lovell conveyed it to Mission Control.
Oh, I had the transcript up, and it was, okay, Lovell translated. Okay, yeah, he says, Swaggart said, we've had a problem here.
Yeah.
And then Lovell, garble, Houston, we've had a problem. So they both said it. Okay.
Yeah.
There was a main B bus undervolt. I remember that part correctly.
That was the
I'm not reading that off of Wikipedia.
Hold on, that was the malfunction? Was that?
Well, there was an oxygen tank explosion, I think, and that caused, the old main B bus undervolt issue.
You talk about it all the time. Yeah. No, that's absolutely, yeah. I remember you. You wouldn't shut up about it one time. Yeah.
So they both said it, but neither one of them said, Houston, we have a problem.
Right.
The closest was Lovell saying, Houston, we've had a problem.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, up next, that was Acknowledge Me. We do it every Monday. One of the stranger things I've seen a team do, the Astros have had a few of these. That for an elite team, they've got a few glitches that are funny. We can laugh at them a little bit here. So what I want to do, I want to laugh a little bit about what our elite baseball team did on Friday and have done at times throughout the last few years. We'll do that coming up next.
We talked about this earlier. If you're
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got to give Joe Espada a lot of credit, man. This Astros team is 11 games over 500. If you had said beginning of the year, they'd basically been missing Yordan Alvarez all season long, because even when he was playing the worst baseball of his career offensively. You're doing this without Yordan Alvarez, without peak Yordan at any point during the season. Yordan was playing, so
he was a main B bus undervolt issue. We're trying to send that capsule back to Earth without our main B bus
a problem.
Undervolt.
His name was Yordan. Yeah. So and Yordan's going to be fine. A lot of that may have had to do with him trying to play through whatever the hand injury is. But no Yordan. The starting rotation has been decimated with injuries. Thank God your top two guys are the two healthy ones in this thing. The bullpen's been great. But Joe Espada has had to juggle a lot of things with this. And you lost Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, two of your best players in the offseason. And that he's got them within a game and a half of the 2 seed in the American League and 4.5 games up in the AL West right now. Kudos to Joe Espada right now, man. He is doing a very, very good job.
They're scrapping it together in such a way that it does. If you look at it on paper and you had said at the beginning of the season, hey, this is what it's going to look like on June 15th, and this is their record.
Yeah.
How? Hey, and by the way, this will be this is what their offense looks like. We'll show you the actual stats. We'll just show you a few stats.
Yeah.
These are the stats. You're how many runs have you scored? And these are your starting pitchers.
Yeah.
And these are their ERAs.
Yes.
Because you would have said, okay, Hunter and Framber, that makes sense.
Yep.
Wait a second. Who check
are
Astros
these guys?
Future to be sure
who
these guys are.
Yeah.
Lance is still pitching. Okay. I would have been excited about that. I wouldn't be excited about his ERA, but then if you told me that, the first couple games were kind of the first second game is but I would still say I don't know. Wait, how can they be 1.5 games back from the second seed? This doesn't seem possible.
That might have been one of the things that would have surprised people the most. Is that you're telling me Lance? It's June 15th and Lance has started 7 games already. He's come back and he's healthy and he's given you 6 innings each of the last few times out. That might have been one of the more surprising things.
And if they had said, hey, by the way, yesterday we said we just put Spencer Arrighetti on the 60-day IL.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
What happened? And they would say, no, don't worry, he's already been on it. It doesn't change his comeback date.
Right.
It was just they had to extend it. So I'm like, wait, what do you mean?
Yeah,
what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, he's just now. One of the least surprising things would have been that Forrest Whitley's Astros career would be winding down. That where the 9-year saga has come to an end, and if you missed it, the Astros traded Forrest Whitley on Friday to the Tampa Bay Rays, and I wish him nothing but the best. I really do. I was going back through some of my old pictures and videos, Seth, from our spring training trips the last few years, and I have a video there of a locker room scrum that we did with Forrest Whitley in 2023, I think it was. Mm-hmm. And couldn't have been a cooler guy, couldn't have been a nicer guy, and certainly some bad injury luck, certainly some self-inflicted stuff, 50-game suspension early on in his career.
Came back out of shape in the COVID season.
Very weight fluctuated. That's when the Astros put up a graphic of Forrest Whitley, kind of one of those graphics of a guy just looking at the camera with a badass look on his face, and they said, thanks for everything. You know what everything encompasses with Forrest Whitley. If it's everything, he did get suspended for 50 games.
He's been in the organization for almost a decade, and I think that at that point, a lot of people know him, and it's okay. It seems like a solid thing to do to somebody that's been in your organization for that long. But it does feel like the most casual of, hey, thanks for everything. Okay, thanks for everything.
Well, it sets the bar.
When an employee leaves, that you're just kind of.
That's true.
We're not doing. No, we're not having a party.
No party, no
but
streamers.
Thanks for everything.
Yeah. That's thanks for everything. Yeah, because everything is 10 2/3. Everything at the major league level is 10 2/3 innings of an 8.44 ERA. That's everything. That's all.
You got to be sure to see what kind of a tribute the Red Sox do for Rafael Devers.
Oh yes. If you missed it, Devers got traded last night to the Giants. I got thinking about this, Seth. I'm like, man, the Astros, inarguably, the aggregate of the things they've done over the last 10 years, it's an elite organization. They've won 2 World Series. They've been to 4 of them. They've been competitive for a decade. They keep finding ways to remain competitive. even with losing a lot of high caliber players. But they do weird things, like the Forrest Whitley thing that was weird. For an elite social media organization, that was weird. The This Is Your Life type celebration for Cam Smith when he made the team in the clubhouse this year. It's a little strange. It was
a little odd. I felt weird, like I wasn't supposed to be there watching it.
It looked like several of his teammates felt the same way.
Kind of like, okay, everybody aren't going to make the clubber right here.
There's probably several former first-round picks, and they're like, I was a first-round pick. Nobody ever brought my family in for this.
It just felt weird to me because it just felt like a social media team idea.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would have done that in the age before social media. And then because you're filming it, and it was supposed to look like when a kid gets his scholarship, is awarded a scholarship, and the team goes nuts. But people are used to seeing that. It was already a thing. It was already a thing before social media.
Yeah.
And it was somebody who'd been on the team for a while. As a kid, it was Rudy, who's been on the practice squad, and then all of a sudden the kid gets his chance. And this is different. It was like, okay, he's a highly regarded trade piece.
Yeah.
It was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
And
And let's face it, he could start the season 3 for 50 and go back down to Sugarland, and then what the hell are we doing, So
the walk-off celebration was just way more the kind of juice and emotion that you're hoping to get.
That's appropriate. Yeah, but
that was good. That was, hey, this is one of us.
So the Whitley tweet, a little weird. This Is Your Life celebration with Cam Smith, just a little strange. Jose Altuve is an elite future Hall of Fame baseball player, and yet he does some of the strangest things on the base paths that I've ever seen any baseball player do, let alone a future Hall of Famer. Yet another elite entity with the Astros, where I'm not mad at you, Jose, because I can't get mad at you. It's just very strange that your IQ drops by 60 points once you get to first base. Between first base and home plate, your IQ drops so precipitous.
He
just stopped running.
What would have been a rundown if he had decided to run? I think going back, who was in front of him? Was it Pena was in front of him?
Yeah.
And I think he thought that Perez Chico was going to send Pena. We've all come to know by now that, like, all right, sometimes Perez Chico is not as aggressive his forebears.
Yeah.
But the fact that he just stopped completely was so strange.
Yeah.
Yes. But we've come accustomed to it. That's a strange thing.
Yeah.
It's funny to go back and listen to the opposing broadcasters because a lot of them don't realize that Altuve has such a vast and long history of really bad base running errors that they're always. I'm like, why? Oh, you guys are surprised by this. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it.
Watch the Astros on a night-to-night basis. We can tell. Jim Crane, maybe the best owner in the history of this city, and yet for a period of 3 or 4 months, he thought it would be a good idea to make major decisions for the franchise without a general manager in place. That's the equivalent of Altuve's base running and this Whitley tweet and the celebration.
You know what they
that was just strange. Like you have made hundreds of great decisions, and yet chose to make all these important decisions with no GM.
I think it's a good reminder because as you're presenting, this is the 5 weirdest things done by an otherwise elite Astros entity.
Yeah.
It's that you see this all throughout sports. You always have to remember that there's no such thing as the perfect organization.
Yeah.
And you look at the Patriots for all those years. Yeah. They did. Belichick hired 2 non-offensive coordinators to be co-offensive coordinators in his final year in New England. One of the weirdest things I've ever seen anybody do, other than when Andy Reid in Philadelphia hired an offensive line coach to be his defensive coordinator. Like weird things. Lots of really good organizations still do stupid things.
Yep.
And so it's a good reminder to not be so hard on yourself sometimes. Like when you strive for perfection and fall short, everybody does. Everybody does.
The last one, because I think Todd Callis and Jeff Blum are awesome. I love having them as our home broadcast team. When games are broadcast on other platforms like Roku or Apple, or it's a national game, I get bummed out. I want to get our guys back in there. They're really good. Their weird thing, as we pointed out last week, is just their fixation on catch probability. And it's not that I don't like them bringing up advanced stats. I don't mind the exit velo stuff. I don't mind some of the other things that they bring up. It's informative. It really is. That's a bad stat. That's not. It is inaccurate. It's not a good stat, and I will present to you Jacob Melton's catch along the right field foul line a week ago, having its probability, the catch probability, adjusted overnight from 15%, not to 17% or 20%, but to 45%. If you have a metric that can get adjusted by moving 200%, you know what I mean? Like you went from 15. 30 percentage points higher up to 45. Like, yeah, that's a bad stat. That shouldn't happen.
I'm going to tell you this. The juice isn't because it's a stat that the majority of the time is deflating emotionally.
Yeah.
It's that, okay, when you see a 5-star catch and they call it a 5-star catch, you think, yeah, great, yeah, that looked like a 5-star catch.
Yes.
It doesn't add any emotion to me or make me feel any more excited about it. But then you'll see a great catch, and they'll say, oh, it's actually just a 2-point catch or 2-star catch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you harshing my buzz, bro?
Yeah.
I don't need this stat brought in.
Right.
It's like analyze it. It's like if somebody were to come in and sit in the bedroom in the corner with a ledger as you're having relations with your wife. Like, let me enjoy this for what it is.
Yeah. Stop
a pretty okay affair.
Yeah.
You know?
I enjoyed it. Now you're handing me this report card that's covered in red ink.
Yes.
I had a good time.
In my mind, it was awesome, but it turns out, when you compare me against the rest of Major League Baseball players, sure, I'm not as good at it, okay?
5 otherwise elite Astro entities are just weird things, man, just weird things. All right.
I'm not a fan of, Blum's got his little things. I like him for the most part.
Yeah.
I do not like the Camdy Man can. That one bothers me. Yeah, for Cam Smith, he says the Camdy Man can. I like it's cool. I like the little shtick for everything else, but I don't know. I feel like maybe I've got a repressed memory in there from some Candy Man. I don't know
of the Candy Man offering you some candy back in the day.
It's a stupid song too. It's one of the dumbest songs ever created.
It's Sammy Davis Jr.'s magnum opus, man. That's what he's known for. Is the Candy
I don't like it. I don't like it. I feel like it's beneath him. I don't like it.
Opposite of Sammy Davis Jr. right now by Seth. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 8 o'clock hour. We have an update on the latest with the Texans looking to move their headquarters. Jonathan Alexander has it, and we will have it for you coming up next. But first, let's get you guys sleeping better at night. Thanks to Dr. Ben.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, Jonathan Alexander, who covers the Texans beat for the Chronicle, does a really nice job. He's got an article up that says, just went up this morning, Houston Texans plans for world-class headquarters moving fast and decision on site could be soon. So if we're just reading the headline, then I read that headline and say, all right, well, this is happening. If you're making a decision on where to put something, that means this something is going to exist, and I don't think that's a big surprise. The Texans seem very motivated to move their headquarters and their practice facility somewhere where, it's, could be somewhere out there in the suburbs, might still be near NRG, we'll see, but the opportunity set to not only have the practice facility, but also to have your headquarters somewhere where there's not so much traffic like NRG Stadium, where you got the non-players, like the regular workers coming in to do their jobs, the office staff and sales and accounting and the executives and everything else, and they're dealing with the rodeo, graduations, in-season stuff, So the motivation is there to do that. And then obviously from there, and we'll read what Jonathan says here in a second, but the opportunity to have not only the team headquarters, but also some other revenue generators around it and entertainment
facilities and retail and what have you, like the Star up there in Dallas. I think, they have, and basically what Mike Toman said was, it sounds like from what Mike Toman said, that they put this out there and they've been getting a lot of interest from people that have ideas about what they could do. So, including potential tax breaks from various counties.
I'll have the quote here from Mike Toman, but Jonathan says a decision on where the team could build its new headquarters could come fairly soon as talks with interested parties have sped up in recent weeks. The talks have elevated so quickly and faster than expected that Mike Toman has reorganized some of his staff recently to focus specifically on the project full-time. That's interesting. Here's the quote from Toman to the Chronicle. We've had a number of suitors proactively reach out to us on different options that were really focused on us moving our headquarters and training facility to their respective spaces. They've gotten mature enough that it has become apparent to us that we need to get prepared to take advantage of something this significant. So
I think the interesting thing about this is it doesn't affect the current state of how the fans interact with the team, and that people, by and large, unless they're going to the Texans team store, don't really have a lot of reason to go down to the stadium or the headquarters for anything. Where it might be fun is if you do something like the Star up there, where Dallas and the Cowboys can do things that very few other teams in the NFL could do, but they created a destination almost, and they've got a gym up there, which the players annoyingly, it sounds like the players have to actually share the gym space with customers. I don't want that situation at all. No. I don't want it to be a zoo-like environment, but you can kind of integrate the fan experience into something you'd actually want to go to, various restaurants and what have you. Is there a Biggio style like Andre Johnson Steakhouse on site? That would be cool.
JJ Watt, cool. Whatever the case may be. I do think if they do this, then now you've got a great place to do watch parties for road games and home games, for that matter, for people that can't go to home games. You see all these cities. You see it a lot during the basketball playoffs. People lined up in the streets at some sort of outdoor. You see it in NFL too. Kansas City has some big open outdoor area where all the Chiefs fans that can't go to the game or can't travel to the game, they watch it out there. Houston doesn't really have anything like that on game day. I think an area like this would be great for that. You've got your place to do your draft party every year now as well. Your draft party will be at that entertainment district, I would imagine, every single year. There is a lot. It's not just the conventional business that you can do there with restaurants and bars. It really does open up things that the team can do for fans and connect with the fans on a greater basis.
Now I'm having fantasies, because remember how excited I got when we first found out that Jim Crane was doing into to call the Astropolis.
I do, yeah.
Which is condos and retail and everything right down there. I suggested a retirement home. Can you imagine? It's nothing better in your retirement than having 81 games right out your back door from the retirement home that's up there over the Crawford boxes.
You suggested not just a retirement home in the area of the ballpark, retirement
in the
home
ballpark,
attached to the ballpark.
Yes, yes, like an extension, a vertical extension of the Crawford boxes.
Do a solid for the elders, for the senior citizens in Houston.
Oh, no, don't do them a solid. Charge them an arm and a leg.
Oh,
it's going to, because
that's
it's
true.
You get 81 games a year. You get to sit and watch right out your back porch of your condo.
Maybe we could keep some of these free agents if we attached a retirement home to Dyken Park.
But that kind of now I'm going into my commercial real estate mode. There aren't a lot of hotels real close to the stadium or within walking distance.
Mm-hmm.
There's the one down there on the corner. There's a couple smaller ones right there off of Main Street in Kirby. There's the one down there at the corner of Kirby and 610.
Oh.
But yeah, to have no, of course this is at the headquarters, so it wouldn't be on game day. Never mind, I take that.
No,
back.
But I think the'd build a. I think there'd be a
hotel might be
hotel.
part of it.
Yeah.
Well,
and I think it would be an upscale. I like like the Marriott Marquis kind of thing.
It's really, it's what they've done with a lot of retail in the last couple decades. These city center type things, like Memorial City Center, and where you create this little. In what my mind's eye is, you create this little city, and you have all those things, but you also have the Texans team headquarters there.
I could see where, I depending on where it is, I could see that being something where the opposing team would come in and stay at that hotel if there's a hotel at that area there. Like a lot of times the opposing teams in the NBA come in and stay at Tillman's Hotel over there at the Post Oak. I could totally see that. Jonathan says this in the article, the headquarters, and I think this is an important distinction, because there's probably some people listening that haven't been completely plugged into this story, and it's like, they're already going to be coming to us looking for money for a new stadium in a few years, and now they want us to build this headquarters. No, this would be paid for by the Texans, but as Seth pointed out a few minutes ago, it could include tax breaks and other incentives from whatever county it ends up in. Harris County is trying to keep the Texans headquarters in Harris County. The county has several acres at NRG Park, where the Texans could build a facility and revitalize that area of town. It could complement potential renovations at NRG Stadium, which the county Texans and the rodeo are also currently exploring within their lease negotiations. I do wonder that. I wonder what the appetite is to have this new headquarters facility near the stadium or have it be its own entity and just get away from all the clutter of being near a stadium. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
I don't know.
All of the ingress, egress issues and everything. Like that whole area right there is harder to develop than some vast swath of one of the suburbs.
That's right.
And just like look at Pearland and the way it is now.
Yes.
Versus what it was when I first got to Houston, which was still like, hey, you should go. I see a lot of houses.
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
Yeah.
And now you look at it and like, there's a boatload of stuff to do.
Yeah.
It's just a lot easier to lay everything out from a planning perspective than to try to shoehorn it all into NRG.
Yep. So Jonathan's got that article up. You can go get all the details there on HoustonChronicle.com. Steven Adams is back with the Houston Rockets. 3 years, $39 million, fully guaranteed, no option year. So this is a meat and potatoes, no frills, no smoke and mirrors contract. Steven Adams, an aging player, is going to be back 3 years, $39 million. Now, if you get out of Steven Adams over those 3 years what you got out of him when healthy this past season, this is a really good signing for the team. Here is Rafael Stone. This was actually him sitting down, the GM of the Rockets, sitting down with Vanessa Richardson before this past season. So keep in mind, Steven Adams, they traded for him at the trade deadline back in the 23-24 season, and then he got healthy. The team allowed him to get healthy, phased him back in. I think that probably did not go unnoticed by Steven Adams, as he did get really good treatment by this team as he was coming back from that injury. But this was what Rafael Stone was expecting out of Steven Adams going into this past season.
Bona fide pro, Steven Adams. What do you want to see from Steven, and what do you think he will add next season?
I just want Steven to be Steven, and I think he's going to be Steven. I think he's going to get every rebound, or if he doesn't, he'll just block out the entire team so that somebody can let it bounce on the floor 5 times, and then he'd pick it up. We're looking forward to him. He's already been around the team enough so that his personality is something I'm looking forward to enjoying 24/7. And then his physicality and force on the court is something that is not really replicated in the NBA, and we feel like we're lucky to have him.
Yeah.
The one thing about, I guess, one of his potential weaknesses is still a little bit of a strategic strength in that, he didn't play back-to-back games versus the regular season, but that was also still coming off that injury. And he was playing 20-plus minutes per night when he did, at the end of the season in the playoffs. But that you don't necessarily want to use that double big lineup all that frequently, and it needs to be something it's so effective, but you can only use it so much. So it's not like I need to see them playing that lineup on back-to-back games during the season or anything like that. You can manage his age and his injury history and everything and still get the same thing that you got from him this year.
Yeah, there were vast swaths of the postseason in that series with the Warriors. I think to the surprise of some. I think there were a lot of people that were dubious that double big lineup would work against the Warriors just by virtue of the way the Warriors play, but it worked really well. There were a lot of times in that series, Seth, where the best thing they had going was Şengün and Steven Adams on the floor at the same time. So at least you have that available to you now.
And meanwhile, Kevin Durant, who would be a bit more of a marquee signing, prefers three teams: the Rockets, the Spurs, or the Heat.
Yes.
So it's one of those three teams. Is what Kevin Durant.
Plus a contract, so this would obviously be a trade. And it seems to be, I don't know, just based on the chatter, like there's been more chatter about a Kevin Durant trade in the last 2 days than there's been the last 2 months combined. Like for whatever reason, it picked up steam this weekend. That could be coming from Durant's side because he wants to, let's get going.
Let's get this going, and especially if he does want that contract or a new contract, that's not something the teams can just decide to do all of a sudden. Kelly Iko, I think Kelly Iko, throws a lot of water on people that are trying to report whether the Suns are more desperate than the Rockets or whether they've even talked or what have you. Kelly Iko from The Athletic says they've been in contact for over a year or a year on just some kind of a potential Durant transaction. It's just that the Rockets are not as desperate as the Suns are. It looks like if the Rockets could do it their way, it would be nothing but draft picks. If the Suns could do it their way, we'd love to get some of our picks back, but also give me a couple of those players you got, those young core players.
The Suns want to stay competitive.
Yeah.
They want to trade Kevin Durant, and they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to trade their best player, and I think that's the thing that gets lost in the wash sometimes with emotional fans here that just don't want anything to do with Durant because of the extra that he comes with, or is perceived to come with at least, is that he is still an elite scorer. 25 points a game, 50% shooting, 40 from the field, 40% from three. He exceeded all of those last year, and he's done it the last 3 years, and he's the only player in NBA 3 years in a row. He's the best player in the NBA at shooting off the dribble. He's the best player in the NBA at shooting mid-range jumpers. He's the best player in the NBA at shooting jump shots, period. And these are all stats. It's just pure field goal percentage. This is not subjective and me saying something and throwing it against the wall. Kevin Durant at age 36 is still elite at the exact things that the Rockets need right now. This would not be strengthening a strength. This would be taking your Achilles heel, and for at least the next couple of years, because I do think wherever he goes, he's going to get some sort of extension with this. This is taking what was probably the main reason you got knocked out in 7 games, half-court offense and your inability to knock down shots and the lack of a go-to scorer at the end of close games, or true go-to guy. All due respect to Alperen Şengün and whatnot, like Kevin Durant is one of the greatest go-to guys in the history of the sport. He scratches you right where you itch right now.
It's interesting. The dynamic that intrigues me is that Brian Gregory is the Suns' new GM, and he's an in-house promotion, just like Rafael Stone was, but he's been the GM since early May, I think. So whatever the discussions were beforehand, Brian Gregory was a part of or privy to it, but now he's running the show, and I wonder how much things have kind of shifted since then, and Rafael Stone kind of has to start the gamesmanship all over again on a new clock when you've got a new GM.
It's like
hey, that old deal, that's off the table or whatever.
That's a sales thing. Like when you're working on a deal, like in sales, and you've been working on it for months, and then the guy for another job, and you're like, oh, I had this thing down to the 5-yard line. I gotta reposition and resell this entire thing. You're right.
Yeah.
That is,
and it's not a complete James Jones, the old GM, is still a senior advisor. So, but still, Brian Gregory, new GM, doesn't want to whiff on his first huge transaction.
Yeah.
And there might be a part of it where, it could possibly be that maybe they felt like we were pretty close to something, but now Brian Gregory's like, there's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah. Right.
Now all of a sudden I hate Brian Gregory. I don't know a damn thing about him, other than he's got 2 first names.
But I hate him. Yeah, well, that's enough. All right, 713-572-4610. Speaking of trades, you get traded. You change. Sometimes guys get traded because they're just not vibing with their current team. Can you change? The Rafael Devers trade begs that question, as does a trade that the Texans made this past offseason. We've got the audio that maybe there is no change. We've got that for you coming up next. But first, let's get you guys feeling
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's interesting when you see some of these guys who have had some degree of entitlement. They're really good players in their respective sports, and they get moved to another team. I think you're seeing it with Aaron Rodgers a little bit right now. You know, that last year with the Jets, I'm going to Egypt. I'm not going to mandatory minicamp. You know, Aaron Rodgers is kind of staring his football mortality in the face, and now he's at minicamp. He's a good soldier. He's out there with the other three guys all doing the drills, you know, where they're throwing in sync with each other. He's one of the dudes there. This Rafael Devers trade is really interesting, and we'll get to a Texans angle on this change of personality or lack thereof in just a second. But Seth, I'm looking. This is wild. I'm looking at this video of Rafael Devers. For those who missed it, Rafael Devers traded last night. The Red Sox sweep the Yankees this weekend, and the response to that is to trade their most productive player, guy who's still got 8 years left on his deal, and they ship him off to San Francisco for a package of 4 players that is largely getting treated like some version of the Luka Doncic trade right now. Yeah. Devers is still a really good hitter. He's not a good defensive player, which is why he's a full-time DH. But he's reluctant to move to full-time DH. Then once he's the full-time DH, he's extremely reluctant to go back and actually go play third base again when Bregman gets hurt, or put a first baseman's mitt on and go play first base. I'm looking at a video of Devers, and they beat the Yankees. They go to the airport. They're getting ready to get on the charter flight to Seattle. They play the Mariners this week in Seattle. They pulled him off the plane, put him in a cab, and he goes back to Fenway so he can get out to San Francisco or wherever the Giants are right now and join his new teammates. It's a crazy scene. It's really wild.
I wonder if he was reluctant to leave the plane. I wonder if they were, because he's just reluctant to change anything. And they're coming on and saying, hey, Rafael, we can't tell you much right now, but we need to, you need to get off the plane.
Yep.
No.
No, he's like halfway into his steak dinner, and it's really okay, Rafael. We traded you.
No,
it's just like
you have to come.
Is it? Yeah, I wonder if they had to coax him off the plane.
Yeah, so it's wild, you know. And so
this is man. If Bregman weren't injured and if he were just still playing the way he had started off the season and healthy, this would be potentially just like at a whatever level it's at now times 10, but it still will be. If Bregman comes back and plays as well when he comes back as he had been before, he's got that option to opt out of his contract at the end of the year.
They gave Alex Bregman more leverage with this deal. If indeed the Red Sox want him back, he's definitely play well. He's going to recover from this quad first and foremost.
Yeah.
But then keep playing well. But you're right. If he does those things, and he's proven before he can do those things.
So from a Red Sox fan perspective, you traded for this guy and Alex Bregman, came in, did great, but you gave him a contract where he's got opt-outs every single year.
Yeah.
And then one of the other best players on your team, though, is so disgruntled that he ends up getting traded away, and you lose him. And then if Bregman leaves and they're not going to win a World Series, then you lost 2 players for the price of one, for a 1-year rental or a half-season rental of Alex Bregman.
Yeah, and the bigger picture in Boston from everything I was listening to this morning is that 6 years ago, this team, they looked at the future. They won the World Series in 2018, and the people were looking at the future of this team going, well, the future of this team is Mookie Betts and Xander Bogaerts and Rafael Devers. Chris Sale was on the team at the time too, and he was good. And then now he's good again, but he's not. He's on the Atlanta Braves now. None of those guys are Red Sox anymore. With this trade of Rafael Devers, what was viewed back in 2018 as the future core of this team, or 20 whatever year it was, is gone. And I was at a game there in Fenway, Seth, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago today, I was at a game there. And I came back the next day and told you, I'm like, man, Devers is the only name guy on this team. This is a really boring, nondescript version of the Red Sox if you're somebody that doesn't follow them every day. It'll be interesting to see what happens in San Francisco. Do they get a different version of Rafael Devers? Is this something, him getting shipped off for, is that something that's a wake-up call for him, or does he just go back out there and figure, I got 8 years, $250 million coming to me. I'm going to be just as reluctant to do anything but DH or whatever it is I feel like doing again. It is, from that standpoint, it is a risk for San Francisco. They are investing in a guy who is getting shipped off because it would appear because of behind-the-scenes issues, and he's only 28 right now, but they're on the hook for that whole deal. Like the Red Sox aren't paying a penny on that $250 million. All right, so similarly, guys getting traded, maybe because not the quality of player they are, but because of behind-the-scenes stuff. I think we all feel like that is maybe partially the case with Laremy Tunsil, right? I mean, it's hard to argue that he's not a good player. He's an elite pass protector. Now the run game may be something else, and maybe the Commanders get a different version of Laremy Tunsil. But as of right now, it's funny, when everybody in Washington was, doing the river dance after the trading for Laremy Tunsil, and we've actually got audio here of our sister station, 106.7 up there. Lionel Willingham is their midday host. I went on his show, and he's going to play the audio. I went on his show the day after the Tunsil trade, and poured a little bit of cold water on their celebration to say, "Hey, good player, but you may not be getting a guy who's completely just oozes football." Laremy Tunsil skipped OTAs. He does that every year, and a mandatory minicamp. He is practicing very little. Laremy Tunsil experience. They're on Tunsil time up there, man, up in Washington. And Lionel Willingham was having none of this on. I think this was Thursday. It was late last week. He went on a rant and he played my audio of me. There's a bit of a long cut here, but it's worth listening to. This is what they're learning about Laremy Tunsil up in Washington right now.
You think I would have brought this up today on air if Laremy Tunsil didn't make this cute ass edit? You think I would have been talking about this? Probably not.
Pause. Apparently, Lionel Willingham has been going off on Tunsil on a fairly regular basis about this.
Yeah.
And Tunsil did a social media post.
Did some kind of
directed
video?
at him. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Did a video that actually played spliced cuts of Lionel Willingham talking about Tunsil. Here we go.
You think I would have brought this up today on air if Laremy Tunsil didn't make this cute ass edit? You think I would have been talking about this? Probably not. Actually, I would have, because I wanted to tell everybody. How do you? I just don't get how you don't show up to I don't get how you don't show up to voluntary work, and then when the mandatory work comes around, you do nothing. That's all. I'm awaiting word to see whether it's an injury. We'll see in camp whether or not he's a full participant. But here it is. This is Sean Pendergast from 610 The Fan in Houston talking about Laremy Tunsil right after he was traded from the Houston Texans.
I think where I'll try to inject some perspective and sanity into this, because you guys, you didn't follow Laremy on a snap-by-snap basis, or you weren't at practices and weren't at training camp with Laremy the last couple of years, so that's why I'm here. He is not a guy who loves physicality. As good as he is at protecting the passer, he's been a mediocre to abysmal run blocker, and by and large, he doesn't seem all that interested in improving at any of those things. He really loves to put side-eye emojis when other tackles get paid. That's a big hobby of his. That he retweets. He retweets Schefter tweets of, say, Penei Sewell getting a big money. He loves to point that out. Laremy is a paycheck player. He's a really good player, and he's a good dude. He's well-liked by his teammates. But he was a guy that in the Texans' offensive line room was for some reason viewed as a leader, and I think the view of upper management, coaching, personnel, front office, is that he was dragging down that room. And I can tell you that's the feeling among Texan fans, is that he was dragging down that room because the guy's just not, he's not what DeMeco Ryans is looking for in players. DeMeco Ryan, I mean, you guys remember him as a player. That dude was a pipe-swinging MFer, man. Like, that's who he's got on defense. Now it's time to build the offensive line that way. So that's the Houston perspective. That's why 88% of the people who voted in my Twitter poll, approval poll of the trade, guys, 88% of Texan fans approved of the trade yesterday.
That's nuts! That's nuts! This is a guy who's been, PFF's had him graded as a top 3 tackle over the past 5 seasons, yet Texans fans were eager for him to get out of the door. For Sean Pendergast, look him up. Super respected radio host, has been doing this for a long time. For that to be his analysis of Laremy Tunsil to voluntary OTAs, and then he doesn't participate in mandatory minicamp, how perception is 99% reality. Mm-hmm. Point blank. Perception is 99% reality.
Told you. Pendergast, told you. All right?
Pendergast from 610 The Fan.
610 The Fan in Houston.
Highly respected for his work at 610 The Fan. Yes.
It's all they talk about. Yeah.
The replies to, I saw the Twitter post where he put that interview up there.
Yeah.
Most Commanders fans not on board with his take there.
Oh, really? They're still
a lot of you idiot. How do you have a job? Houston radio host thinks it was a good trade for Houston. Yeah, big surprise there. Houston fans are idiots. Various things like that. Okay. So Willingham is just fighting the fight on his own in a lot of ways, I think, and I can see it from that side too. Where it's a veteran player and it's minicamp, it's OTAs. You're not going to freak out about it. He was at mandatory minicamp.
He
just wasn't participating all that much.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to watch. He did make, even as he's tearing Laramie Tunsil down, he did the same mistake that a lot of the Laramie Tunsil apologists do, is like, no, he was top 3 graded in pass protection. As an overall player, he was not, because his run blocking is middling and because they knock him for the penalties, of which he has many. He's one of the best in the league at committing pre-snap penalties.
The best.
Yes. He excels in that regard.
He's elite. Yeah.
So it's, I can but I totally get the whole sour grapes dynamic. The biggest thing is you can't bring in Tunsil expecting him to be the guy that's going to set the tone for how to be a pro, or set the tone for, this is the way you get to where I'm at. He's the classic do as I say, don't do as I do type of player, or just like, hey, we want you to be real hard workers, but Laramie's in a different category. Don't worry about him.
If he's the exact same player in Washington that he was here, again, a really good player. I will, I'm not here to say the guy was a bad football player. Overall, a good football player, maybe a little overpaid, but overall a good football player. If he's the exact same player, Seth, what do you think the breaking point will be for these Commander fans that you're citing that still seem to be on Laramie's side? Yeah. What do you think, or will there be a breaking point?
It's not. I mean, the context matters, and I think if the offense performs as well as they did last year, except they're also able to give more time to Jaden Daniels, then I don't think it's kind of what we've done with Tunsil at various times. When the offense was going well, you're kind of like, well, hey, you know what? Sure, Tunsil, I wish he would do a few things better, but, man, everything's going well. But when everything falls apart, that's when it really irks you. And then the false starts in the first half of last season was where a lot of people just got emotionally divorced
the Minnesota game
from
alone.
Laramie. Because people, and the simplistic analysis of people who wanted to act like a false start is no big deal, they ignore the effect that the trickle-down effect it has on the rest of the offensive line.
Yep.
Because for Laramie Tunsil, there's not really a big difference between 3rd and 6 and 3rd and 11 for Laramie Tunsil, because if any protection, he can just be a pure pass protector. But meanwhile, the 3 interior offensive linemen who are struggling mightily now go from 3rd and 6 to 3rd and 11, where it's that much harder and you got to protect that much longer. But it doesn't affect Tunsil's PFF grade at all, and his pass protection. It's A-okay for him. But meanwhile, you got poor Kenyon Green like a revolving door in there.
Yep. I never thought of that. What a delicate genius that he's setting. The false start set up an actual better passing down and distance situation, just to kick back and
because PFF was the pure pass rush grade. That's when it's definitely going to be a pass, and the defensive end is doing nothing. He's not worried about the run at all. So then he can then he's in his element.
Yeah, man.
He's got his environment just perfect.
All right, how does this team, not the Texans, butcher a Father's Day message so bad? If you could pick one team that would butcher a message on Father's Day, it would probably be this team. We will have that for you. Happy Father's Day, by the way, belated to everybody. All the dads out there. We'll do that next. But first, maybe one thing,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I think it's fairly normal for teams in professional sports or companies or whatever to go on social media and post a Happy Father's Day tweet to all the dads out there, the dads in the organization, all the fans who are dads, things like that. That feels pretty normal. Feels pretty hard to screw up, Just simple Happy Father's Day, come up with some sort of zippy graphic with your team logo on it, and move on with your day. And yet the Tennessee Titans, who would mess up a soup and sandwich right now, it would seem, they couldn't get that right yesterday. And I double and triple checked to make sure that people were actually writing articles about this before you get sentelled, before it was somebody who made a fake post. This appears to be a real thing that the Titans posted and deleted. They posted a picture of a lawnmower mowing a lot like that. You got the row of grass there after the lawnmower, and it says Happy Father's Day with a Titans logo.
It looks like it's mowing a football field.
Mowing a football field, right.
Yeah.
And it says Happy Father's Day with a Titans logo right beneath it. But the caption says, to all Titans moms and fatherly figures, with a blue heart after it. All the Titans moms and fatherly figures.
So on Father's Day, you got to be sure you include the moms in there and then all the fatherly figures.
And then not call the fathers, but they are fatherly figures out there.
So a lot of different reasons people got upset about this. You might think like, oh, whatever you jump to mind. There's a whole host of various things. Yeah. There's people that are mad about the inclusivity of it. There's people that are mad about the potential stereotype side of it. There's a lot. It's just the simplest. The main takeaway needs to be that the Titans organization could not do the simplest of all things, which was just say, Happy Father's Day. They had to say, it's the easiest thing in the world to do, except you have the added dynamic in Tennessee of like, okay, what do we call a father who's also an uncle because of intermarriage, or a father who's also a nephew, or whatever it might be?
Should have known this was coming.
There's you've got to be sensitive to all of the inbreeding that goes on in Tennessee. Let's remember, they had a state politician on the stump arguing that they should not have first cousin marriage be illegal in Tennessee because it's NBD.
Yeah.
Yes, that this is a hot button topic in Tennessee.
Happy Father's Day to all the funkles out there, right?
Yes.
All the dunkles, the dad uncles out there. Yeah. So these were what some of the people were saying about this tweet. Again, the caption reads, Happy Titans moms and fatherly figures.
Mm-hmm.
People were saying, I guess the social media intern forgot that there's this thing called Mother's Day that exists. Next, another person writes, I'm sorry, is it Mother's Day? Another one sniped, Happy Father's Day, moms.
Happy Fatherly Figure Day.
Now, is the stereotype that you're referring to the whole lawnmower dynamic that a dad is out?
No, it would be the father, like the presence of a father in the life.
Oh, yeah, that there's some single parent players. Yeah. Okay, because there were people that were upset about the lawnmower being a stereotypical father thing. Like, oh, well, wait till they put a laundry basket up there for Mother's Day and see how that goes.
Yeah, all right. That goes on the verge of taking a little too far.
That's a reach.
Wait a second. I'm not going to get upset about the lawnmower.
Yes.
I'm not going to get upset about anything. I'm going to celebrate the stupidity of the Titans who can't do the simplest of things right.
I wonder if they just mistyped, because I will say this. If they said Happy Father's Day to all the Titans' dads and fatherly figures,
that makes sense.
That makes sense, because I do think there are single moms that I know. My ex-wife is one of them. My ex-wife did a lot of the heavy lifting because I was here in Houston while she was up in Chicago with my kids. On Father's Day, I'll acknowledge that with her. You know what I mean? And that's so, because you have a lot of people that have figures in their lives that aren't necessarily their dad, but they function as
the fatherly figures.
They serve some fatherly functions.
All dads and father. Now it's not a keystroke error. I'm trying like hell on my phone right now on X to get a mom. And I'm not. It's not.
yeah, and that's why I don't think, because they didn't repost it. All you do is delete it and then put dads instead of moms and fire the tweet back up again. That would have made sense. Happy Father's Day to all the Titans' dads and fatherly figures. Makes perfect sense. What the hell are the moms doing in there? And there's no acknowledgement of dads, just fatherly figures. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm offended as a dad. Huh. So there you go. Titans messed that up.
I think it's more of an inbreeding thing.
Do you?
I think it's. I mean, you got to remember too, the person who's actually typing that likely the product of inbreeding
That's
as well.
true. Probably.
So the fact that he could even open the app, that's a victory unto itself.
Probably has a Funkel and a Mant, Maunt. Yep. The other thing that was funny.
The nice thing though is about you get sometimes you get. Like some summers I have to go to like 3 or 4 different family reunions.
Yeah.
And it's about in Tennessee it's the exact opposite. Everything can be consolidated into the point where there's basically only 3 families
really
in the
nice.
state of Tennessee. They're all descended from the same group of cousins.
And they hold their family reunions at Nissan Stadium. You need a nice big venue for it.
They go have it in a holler somewhere. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this. The Bengals, this has nothing to do with Father's Day. I just found it funny. As long as we're talking about ratchet, janky-ass franchises that can't get out of their own way, this is just sort of funny. Apparently, and I double-checked this is real, on the wall of the Bengals weight room, it says, a Bengal is fat. P-A, physical, hungry, accountable teammate who will give their all to get the job done.
This pops in 1992,
man.
Oh,
you kidding me?
They're like, oh, no, hey, you're fat. Yeah. What do you mean? No, fat.
Right.
All right. I'm physical, hungry, accountable, and a teammate.
Hey, let me tell you, Joe Burrow, you know who loved that wall? Jeff Blake. He thought it was awesome back in 1995. Carl
Bengal's
Pickens.
Fat.
Yeah.
That's where it's at.
It is. It's kind of a dad joke thing. I mean, it is sort of a Father's Day. PHAT. Physical, hungry,
hungry, accountable, and teammate. It doesn't say what type of a teammate. Just a teammate. Which, Mike, that's probably the easiest bar to pass there.
Okay.
Whether you can be physical, hungry, accountable, or a teammate. Like, well, yeah, I'm under contract. I am a teammate.
I am a teammate.
So there we go.
Yay me.
Yeah.
What do you like better, fat, PHAT, or DTS, dependable, tough, and smart, or STD?
Sorry, I thought you were talking about like the text version of dependable. Well, no, it was smart, tough, dependable is what started out, and then I pointed out that stands for STD.
Yeah.
And the Texans listened and they changed it.
Flipped it around.
To tough, smart, tough, dependable, and smart.
Whatever.
TDS.
Yeah.
The Swarm is honestly one of my favorite acronyms because even though it's not a very good acronym by the letter of the law because you leave out a letter, it should be SWIRM because W is work ethic, but it's actually a word. The acronym is a word, an existing word that kind of embodies everything you're talking about in SWARM.
Yeah.
So that's why SWARM is so effective.
It's applicable.
I saw, Sean, I felt, talking about feeling like a dad, I saw somebody on X this week, and it was a younger man say, what the hell is this swarm everybody keeps talking about? What the hell is this? That's not a Houston thing. And somebody said, no, it's totally a Houston thing.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you talking about? I lived here my whole life. It's not a Houston thing. And I was like, let me watch this. Make me feel like I got something on the younger generation.
Yeah.
The guy claimed to be a Texans fan but didn't know what swarm was.
Really? Okay. It is. I don't think I'm being hyperbolic here. It is impossible to be a Texans fan and not, at the very least, have heard of the SWARM acronym, if not been beaten over the head with the SWARM acronym.
You can be a Texans fan, but if you're not listening to sports, like either content or streaming, or if you're not reading, then you might not know about it because you might see it and it just doesn't register.
Maybe,
you don't realize
but they incorporate it. They incorporate it in everything. It's on merch. Their little bring the hands into the middle of the huddle and on three. It's always Texans swarm.
It's a noun now too. It's like you are swarm. He is swarm.
Yeah.
I am swarm.
Yeah. You're walking.
So it feels like you've been ignoring a whole lot of grammatically incorrect things if you don't know what swarm is around.
I agree. A lot of hell no to Kevin Durant on the text page right now. I'm sorry if I look distracted. Hell no to Durant. I don't watch now. But But
really? Okay, now wait a second, though. Let's be realistic about this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the guy that says I don't watch now and I say I won't watch then, okay, obviously that's not.
Probably other things going on.
You're not the core group they're trying to appeal to.
Yeah.
Let's remember how we felt about Dwight Howard. And then Dwight Howard gets here, and you're like, you know what? I've been too hard on Dwight Howard all these years. I think, you know what? Let bygones be bygones. He's a swell fella.
Yeah.
Like Durant, it would be a lot easier. However hard it might have been to kind of sort of side hug Dwight Howard, I'll give a full hug to Kevin Durant about like 135-point game into it.
Right.
That's I'll be like, I've been his backer all along. Never wavered in my support for bringing Kevin Durant in.
Knows what he's good at. He's not all of a sudden asked to be fed the ball in the low post to back a guy down 10 times a game. Like
let's be sure we waste 7 possessions in the first quarter of a playoff game
Dwight
so Dwight Howard can try to make it. And it's not even to keep Dwight Howard happy. It's so Dwight could try to prove to Charles and Shaq that he was a real man.
Yeah.
You know? That was they were so deep in his head.
Nico Collins was on the Greenlight podcast with Chris Long, talked about Nick Caley. What does he like most about Nick Caley? The challenges of being Nico Collins and having been on this team now for 5 years. He cites one of the biggest challenges that I think is really underrated. We'll get to that coming up next as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Beck's Prime.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Nico Collins was on Chris Long's podcast, and really good conversation. I would say go out of your way to find it. We've played some of it today. We're going to sprinkle some of this in right now. Nico Collins is playing for his, boy, if I'm doing the math here, this has to be, well, he mentions the number. We'll get to that in a second. This is a lot of offensive coordinators he's had. Let's first hear from Nico Collins before we get into that on Nick Caley, his newest OC, and what he likes most about Nick Caley.
The way he just called plays, man, the way he just get creative, putting guys in situations to be explosive, to make plays. He puts you in the right position to go out and just have fun. He's not going to go out there and do something that is not you. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can go out there and put you in a great position, man. But his enthusiasm, his personality, man, I feel like it's unmatched, man. It's lit. He's up there giving that install. He's juice. He's jumping around, sweating. He's pumped, man. He's a great guy for sure. I'm glad he's here calling plays, man. He understands everything. You come back, what you got. He'll do what you need to do. He'll do whatever it takes, man. That's one guy that just want to win.
Like that he's up there sweating. He's up there jumping around and he's sweating while he's presenting to the team.
Like Ray Lewis at his Hall of Fame induction.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Just feeling it.
Yeah.
I think the energy is 100% different. And I try not to read too much into what a guy's personality is. Obviously, there are some great coordinators who, stereotypical librarian. And then there's other offensive coordinators who are just all fire and brimstone and everything else. Mm-hmm. It is a stark difference between the two. And I think where it relays perhaps into what the Texans need on offense is that you've got a guy that can infuse some energy into it, and that very much understands. At least it appears that he really understands the interpersonal side of it, and just like understanding how each guy ticks, and how to form those relationships, those working relationships, on how to get the most out of each guy. I think Bobby was a guy that was much more of he just always felt like a whiteboard type of guy to me. He was really good at scheming and really good at knowing things, but as far as like the actual coaching and communicating, there may have been a gap there.
Well, and it felt too with Bobby like, okay, this is the way we do things. And this is the way we do things regardless of what our personnel is. Maybe I'm being a little overstating it, but compared to Caley, who part of his credo is we're going to see what we've got, and then we're going to take these guys and do whatever it is they do best. I think that's what Nico was saying right there, is he takes us, what we do best, and puts us in position to go out there and make plays.
And the Dameon Pierce situation was probably the best example of, man, they spent the first 5-6 games of 2023 treating Dameon Pierce like he was going to be the bell cow. And I understand with a new scheme, sticking it out and seeing if it clicks for somebody, especially when you're running Gary type system. There's a lot of reps that you got to put into it before it starts to look right. But I prefer a coach that would maybe realize, okay, this isn't the best fit for what Dameon wants to do or can do and what his skill set is, so we're not going to try to force a square peg into a round hole.
Yep.
And everything that Caley has talked about, it's just talk at this point. We don't know. He hasn't done it yet. But, he'll tell you, I don't know exactly how the offense is going to look because we need to mold the offense around the skill set of our players, and they're still in that process of trying to figure out what guys are best suited to do.
So training camp will get here soon enough, and I think Nick Caley will be one of the primary figures that we're going to be watching out there. I think that's safe to say, right? I mean, he's one of the, we played a cut from, I forget who it was last week, saying that Nick Caley may be one of the most important people in the NFL in 2025, based purely on what he means potentially to C.J. Stroud. So the things that we've been hearing about Nick Caley, like there's three things, the three main things, and feel free to add to it. Huge energy, right? Big energy guy. Big fundamentals guy. Big guy like coaching, getting his hands in the clay. And then I think the last thing is what we just got done talking about, which is he's going to be a guy who looks at who his personnel is and then molds the offense as opposed to, here's my offense. All right, guys, you better come in here and fit in this thing,
Yeah.
So those will be the things we're watching with Nick Caley. Here's Nico Collins' That's where you feel a little sorry for Nico Collins in this cut right here. The challenges with new terminology, which Nico has had to do almost every year.
Man, it's terrible. Cause not gonna lie, I think I had maybe 3-4 different offensive coordinators, 3 different offensive coordinators since I've been here, and every offense is different terms, and it's one of those, man. You just gotta forget the old terms. Once you program it, and it's like, oh, it's a new language, So you gotta forget the old language to pick up on a new one. And sometimes the new one doesn't mean the same thing as the old one, So I feel like, man, it's really just come down to preparation, studying, after you leave the building, just putting your eyes on the playbook, scheming through it, do the little things you need to. So when that time comes on the field, you're ready, But yeah, it's hard, it's hard, man. It's just like going to the next grade, it's just one of those, man. Just learning the whole new offense, new scheme, minding back to the minor details, so back to the little things, breaking the huddle, formations, so.
Tim Kelly, Pep Hamilton, Bobby Slowick, and now Nick Caley.
And it is, a lot of times you are running the same things. It's the same plays. NFL offenses don't actually do that many things that are all that different. They just have their own tweaks on it. But the terminology is one that, Nico said it's like going to the next grade. It's really like repeating the same grade, but this time in Spanish. And you've got to relearn all this stuff that's been grooved into your brain, because you want to get it grooved in to where you don't have to think about it, and that a play call is a play call, and that this means that. So, but all of a sudden it feels when you're out. You say, now when we say left, we don't mean left, we mean right. So in your brain, go ahead and just go out in a high pressure situation. When somebody says left, go right. It takes a while to kind of rewire all that and make it automatic. That's why the reps in the offseason do matter. That's why all the extra playbook work and everything when you have a new. But the other good thing, though, is if you have been with a lot of different offensive coordinators, you get good at the skill of learning new offenses.
Yeah.
And you get that pliability of being able to okay, I've gone through this before. It's just we used to call it this in the old system, and now we call it this, and I've done this 3 times before in my life, so it shouldn't be as big a challenge each new time you do it.
Nico and Titus. Well, I guess Nico, Titus, and Brevin Jordan are the 3, and Davis Mills. So we got a handful of guys on the team who have been in all of the offenses that since Bill O'Brien left. Since Nick Caserio got here. It would be the 3 guys still left over from the 2021 draft and Titus Howard. That's it. All right, I want to skip down to Nico talking about the defense, because this one got a lot of run. He likes talking about this Texans defense. And he talked about the kill zone the other day, the OKZ, the kill zone. Here's Nico Collins on this defense's kill zone. Take a listen.
They're coming. They got something called the kill zone.
I believe it.
Don't get caught in the kill zone. That's all I got to say.
Where is that, just so we know, so I can stay out of it?
I think it's anything that's linebacker depth in front.
Yep.
It's a kill zone.
There's a defense there. Yeah. So.
All right, so.
It's, and I think, honestly, a lot of it, when Nick Caserio first brought that up, the first time, it might have been the first time you and I ever interviewed Nick Caserio, he had mentioned how D'Amico has a kill zone, and I got so excited. And then we haven't heard a lot of guys actually reference it. And I can understand when you're one of the most penalized defenses in the league with the most fines delivered and what have you, and various suspensions through the years, then maybe you want to shy away from saying it's a kill zone publicly. I say no. Embrace it. Talk about it publicly.
Yeah.
In my mind, when I hear the kill zone, and I think that, Nico is saying it's the area in front of the linebackers, I think the soft spots in zone coverage, really. Because think about the shifting in perspective. It's just a mental reframing. When you say a soft spot in the defense, that sounds kind of passive.
Mm-hmm.
No, a kill zone in the military is when you you have a spot where the enemy's almost invited in there, and you've got all these direct lines of fire aimed at them, and then you kill the vermin scum.
Yeah.
Which is what, say if you're playing cover 4, soft spots in the flats, you come up, they're going to get some receptions there. Make them pay for it.
Yep.
And get your incompletions by hitting them as they're catching the ball, or if it is a reception, be sure they really, really fear it.
Yeah.
Like fear making a catch in the kill zone. And I think the Texans have done a great job of that. I went back to find an example. It took me all of one quarter into the Colts game of week 1 because it was who was the receiver? It was Pittman, I think. Pittman sat down between where a defensive back and Azeez Elshire would have been. And Kamari Lassiter comes up, and because it's Anthony Richardson throwing the ball, it's really high.
Yeah,
and Kamari Lassiter had just a nice shot right on Pittman's ribs and broke it up.
Oh, yeah.
So kill zone.
Kill zone, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Easy reception? No. Kill zone. Soft spot? No. Kill zone.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson might actually kill somebody in the kill zone this year.
Yes. Oh, he's a boy. The first time he hears kill zone, his eyes are gonna go all bug-eyed and crazy. Yeah.
Here's Nico Collins on what makes Derek Stingley so good.
What makes Stingley as great as he's become?
Patient, man. Patient. Doesn't panic. Play the ball well. Great ball skills. I feel like that's what Sting is, man. That's one guy. Like if you win early, it's okay, but he doesn't panic because he got the make-up speed, he got the ball talent to go and just make the play. And I feel like just going against a guy like that every single day, and you got no choice but to get better. This guy, he got patience, he got ball skills, so you got to go meet the ball when the ball's in the air. So, he gonna run the route for you. He gonna go get it. So I feel like, man, that's one guy you want to go against every day. One guy you want to compete with. Win a rep, lose all the reps, but you getting better. And I feel like he gets you better. Him and Kamara, man, they both sides. Both guys the same, man. They both, after we done with a rep, good job, boom, we go to the side, talk about it. What you did different with you, hands, releases. I feel like that's just having that type of conversation with both of them. There's no better feeling, man, because I feel like that's the only way we can get better.
Nick talked about that with us last week. Just how this particular Texans team, how much the offense and defense work with each other collaboratively to get better, right?
Yeah,
That's
which
what
is
Nico's
really
talking
cool to
about.
see. Yeah, that's the whole, the doing a little bit extra and just actually really trying to learn and understand the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
With Stingley, and Stingley's the guy that when it's 99 degrees out at training camp, he's out there for a half hour after practice every day working with a different receiver and picking their brains and helping them out and giving them tips. But when Nico said run the route for the guy, or run the route for the receiver, I thought of the Tyreek Hill interception. Yeah. The interception when Tyreek Hill was targeted down in the red zone, because Stingley had gotten beat on a short route earlier in that same series, and in that situation he didn't have any safety help over the top. It was down in the red zone, and Tyreek Hill could have easily hit him with a double move, but Stingley could tell by just the kind of hitch in in the way he runs his route that he felt good about it, and he ended up undercutting it and running Tyreek Hill's route for him. And Tua, God bless him, threw his very catchable ball right to Derek Stingley.
Beautifully catchable.
I kept thinking of Mike McDaniel when he first took the job, talking about how catchable a ball Tua throws. Yeah. And I was thinking about that in that game. He does throw a catchable ball.
Really catchable for both teams. Yeah.
Both those Stingley's interceptions in that game were almost he could catch him with his
right in the basket, man. Yeah. Chris Long asked a Sports Talk Radio question to Nico Collins as well. I like this. Do you agree with him, Seth, here? Who is the most underrated Texans defender? Here's Nico's answer.
I feel like Caleb.
Yeah?
I feel like Caleb. Safety.
What makes him go?
Man, he's sideline to sideline.
Yeah.
Lengthy. You feel like he over his head, dude coming out there and do his wingspan is crazy.
Is Kalen Bullock the most underrated Texans defender on this team?
I think Chris Long said that he thought Danico Autry was the most underrated. I don't think Kalen Bullock can be underrated right now because he still has some improving to do.
Yeah.
He's the most promising by far, probably the most improved last year. Danico Autry just didn't play enough for me to just call him the most underrated player. Who else would be the candidates for most underrated?
I have a couple in mind. I think Derek Barnett is underrated.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Especially for the big plays he made last year.
2 touchdowns
on fumble recoveries.
Yeah. And he's been good since he got here. They picked him up on the waiver wire in 2023, and he's been good. And he settled into that sweet spot where I think he likes playing here. I think he likes playing on this defense. But he doesn't sign these contracts that are crippling you. But he is when he gets on the field, he's very productive, Derek Barnett. I think that's a good one.
Kalen Bullock is probably like the dark horse, underrated in that he's the guy nobody's talking about outside of Houston, and yet I mean, we've seen that just with a little bit of refinement and some work on the jugs machine, that he could end up being a huge turnover guy. Also want to give Nico credit for being a brother in arms with me, and I think saying Caleb instead of Kalen.
I think he said Caleb also. Yeah.
Yes, it's a challenge that I've faced for over a year now.
Yeah.
That Nico himself is still working on. Yes.
Man, he realizes he's in a room right now with a Jalen and a Jaden. Nico is. It ain't gonna get any easier when it comes to names.
I've been really good. Well, the Jalens are easier than I feared at first because there's 3 Jalens that are new.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not like it's a spelling issue more so than anything else.
Yeah, that's true.
And then the Jaden is enough different that I haven't made a single. Because I haven't had to spell them out. I haven't screwed up any of the Jalens, but that makes it easier in a lot of ways.
No doubt. All right, Astros. Let's circle back to the Stros. Where they are now compared to where they were a year ago. You've got to put some respect on Joe Espada's name. We'll take you through some of the numbers coming up next.
Oh, boy, Caleb, Kalen, these are
by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. The Astros sweep the Twins over the weekend. They are now 11 games over 500. They're 41-30. They're a game and a half back of the Yankees for second place in the American League. They are, I believe, 4 games back of the Tigers for first place in the American League. They're 4.5 games ahead of the Seattle Mariners, although they go on the road to do this. They're playing the A's and the Angels for the next 7 days. The A's are the worst team in the American League West. The Angels have been, I guess, a bit of a surprise. They've been hovering around 500. I don't think anybody expected them to be a playoff team or anything like that, but you can't discount them in the race for the playoffs right now. They're sort of hanging around, and Mike Trout's managed to stay relatively healthy. But compared to a year ago, Seth, I'll credit Will Kunkel with this. Will just posted on Twitter a year ago, June 16th, 2024, the Astros, 33-39, and they were 9 games back of the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
33-39. So they were almost halfway through the season, and they were 9 games back of the Seattle Mariners, and they ended up winning the division, down the stretch. Boy, they are in a much better position now. They're 41-30. They're 4.5 games up in the division. I don't feel like any of the teams that are chasing them are kind of a sleeping giant or anything like that, like the Astros were a year ago. And yet I feel like if you take the totality of the offseason and combine it with everything that's happened in the regular season, I feel like Joe Espada has been dealt a much more, maybe not much more, but a more difficult hand this season with no Tucker and no Bregman, and with all the guys that have gone on to the IL and a couple of them pitchers who you're not getting back. They ain't walking through that door.
They're doing it, in a way that you never would have predicted. It's just rely on their studs to go deep into games, at least, on the pitching staff, and they only have 2 of them. And the without scoring, I think this morning they're 18th or 19th in runs scored.
Yeah.
Like, you're just doing it with a hodgepodge of different pitchers that you've either never heard of before or minimally heard of, or you didn't expect to see them yet. Lance McCullers is one of your healthy pitchers, which you just couldn't predict that at the beginning of the season. We didn't know exactly what was going to happen. And I think last week as the Astros were still, winning games. Now they've won, is it 18 of their last 24?
I'm not sure.
It is.
Yeah.
It still feels precarious, and yet the injury luck, I don't want to even say this out loud. The injury luck couldn't get any worse than it already is. And there is like a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of, all right, Arrighetti coming back. Give me one of Luis Garcia or Christian Javier, perhaps. That still seems like a pipe dream, but that's out there somewhere in the future. And I mean, if one of these young pitchers that's in the 6-man rotation, and it looks like Brandon Walter is probably the guy that is going to emerge, at least as of right now. If one of those guys can do something, then they can be better, and you can feel better about them despite having won all these games recently.
I'll tell you, the biggest music to my ears from the weekend, and you cited this before when we brought it up, was Brandon Walter did an interview with Julia Morales during the broadcast, and his dad saying that this is the first time he has felt physically well. I'm paraphrasing, but physically well from head to toe. Like, nothing hurts on him right now. He missed an entire year of baseball in 2024, and he was dealing with all sorts of issues when he was in the Red Sox organization. He was once thought to be a pretty hotshot prospect for the Red Sox, and now he feels good, and it shows in his pitching,
They've won 16 of their last 22.
Yeah, I was looking. They're 10-3 in June so far. So the month of June, they're 10-3.
So they're figuring out a way to get it done. Is it sustainable? I'd be hard pressed to say no at this point, because they shouldn't have been able to do what they already did with the offense being as limpid as it's been. For me, I tend to be optimistic in thinking that you're going to get Yordan Alvarez back at some point when hand is, I don't know, whatever percent
Seth,
healed.
over the weekend, it was reported that he's at 80% now.
80%.
80%.
So the organization that couldn't tell you whether it was 0% or 100% broken is now telling you that it's gone from 60% healed to 70% healed to 80% healed.
Yeah.
So good. I trust that. Margin of error, 100%. Yes.
Yes.
Hey, it's 80% healed, and then I expect a report 3 days from now. No, turns out it was never broken at all.
No,
Yeah.
either that or he's getting his hand amputated. Like one of the two. Like it's at one end of the spectrum or the other.
So you're going to get Jordan back.
Yeah, you're going to get him.
Lance McCullers, despite that last hiccup, has been like steadier than I would have hoped or allowed myself to hope. You're going to get Spencer Arrighetti back at some point. Paredes, it looks like it was genuinely just a minor hamstring tweak, just because Espada said that he was available to come in off the bench. I don't think he would have said that if that wasn't, like the genuine case. So I just, at some point, how far can you go if the offense never gets more than tepid or mediocre? That's my big question.
Yeah. I think I was thinking about that yesterday. Like, this is who the Tigers are, and we know the Yankees. They're a threat. If Judge somehow has a postseason that at least is 75% of what he is in the regular season, it's going to be really hard to win a 7-game series against either of those teams with the offense the way it is right now. You almost have to be perfect pitching if this is who you are offensively. It works against teams like the Twins at home. It'll probably work fine against the A's in this minor league ballpark that they're playing in the next 4 days. A 7-game series against a good team, you need more offense. You have to have more offense.
It's really hard if you get the best version of Spencer Arrighetti and the best version of either Luis Garcia or Christian Javier. It's really hard to still win in a 7-game series when you can't score runs.
Yeah, because not everybody's going to be their best version of themselves over the course of a 7-game series. We've seen that. I mean, hell, Frommer might be their best pitch game log in the postseason. He for his career, he's schizophrenic. He's had postseasons where you look at him and go, oh my God, give this guy a 10-year contract right now. And he's had others where you go, man, does this guy even deserve to be in the rotation? He's all over the place.
I'm just enjoying, for the moment, and trying not to think too much about the playoffs, I'm just enjoying the Astros steadily reeling in the Yankees. And the Yankees, because everybody was so certain that, this is an unbeatable team, as they tend to do in the first half of the season. God bless Yankees fans, because they have everything a good NFL defensive back needs, which is short memory.
Yeah.
And they're all out there operating like bad NFL cornerbacks.
Diva tendencies and a short memory. The Yankees, the Yankees are an elite cornerback, not named Derek Stingley Jr. Stingley doesn't have some of those qualities. Please tell me that Seth was knocking on wood when he just said that the injury situation couldn't get any worse. I think Seth's dramatic pause.
I actually literally said I had to knock on wood.
You literally paused and kind of gathered yourself before you said that.
And I knocked on wood. My desk is wood.
Yep.
Not that I believe in the superstition, but as an acknowledgement to other people. The other people do worry about that.
Better safe
I don't
than
mention
sorry.
no hitters.
Yeah.
I just don't. I think it's a stupid superstition, but I don't mention it because I respect your superstitions.
You do? You don't?
Yeah, you got a witch you want to dunk? I'll do it. I'll go along. Whatever. Yeah. I just want people to like me.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Starting to feel like with Jordan on the team yet. LFG, that's from Irwin. I don't know. The pitching is the best the pitching has been in my mind over the course of the beginning of a season, and this is the worst the offense has been over this long of a run they played 71 games. We're going to be at the halfway point middle of next week, and this is just it's not a good offensive baseball team right now. Jordan's going to be coming back. They're going to get Isaac Paredes back. I said last week this is a disaster with Isaac Paredes, and they won all 3 games. But in 2 of the games, they were abysmal offensively. They needed some real resourcefulness to win those 2 walk-off games.
Yeah, no, and it's like they have all the pluck and everything else that you want.
Yeah.
That's great. That's undeniable. They're
swarmy, Seth. They're a swarmy baseball team.
And when the bullpen is as good as it is, then yeah, you can see you just need some pluck in the 9th or 10th inning, and that can win the game for you. I guess that's the part that I'm sleeping on is that when you're talking about, okay, how do you win series against good teams, your bullpen really is the one that has to be as immaculate as they've been.
Yeah.
Right now, I gave them too much credit. Right now, they are 20th in runs in MLB.
Yeah, bottom third.
Give me all the advanced stats you want. Like, at various times this season, people have said, they've come on triumphantly on social media and said, thought the Astros offense was struggling. Look at their OPS in the month of May. I mean, they're 20th in the league in runs.
Yeah.
Give me cross the plate. Damn it.
Yeah, no, they have to string a lot of hits together to score runs. It's especially with Paredes and Yordan Alvarez both out. Those are the 2 guys you have on the team that at least in Yordan's case over the course of his career and in Paredes' case the course of this season have proven that with a swing of a bat, those guys can get you 3 runs. You know, you don't have a lot of that in the lineup right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on, see what's happening on their show today. The Rockets are down to the final 3 of preferential places for Kevin Durant. They made the list. Do they want to seal the deal? Does a signing the Rockets made over the weekend, do we connect any tea leaves with any of this? We'll do that in the final segment coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, if you
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We went into the weekend with 3 different watches going on. We had Hammy Watch with Isaac Paredes. Looks like that's trending in the right direction. We had Jimmy Watch with Jimmy Ward. We've got no new news on the Jimmy Ward front. And then we had Slim Reaper Watch, Slimmy Watch, KD. And the KD trade noise seems to be picking up. And the Rockets reportedly are one of 3 teams that Kevin Durant preferred to, if indeed he gets traded from the Suns. The Rockets, the Spurs, and the Miami Heat are those 3 teams. Now, the Rockets did make a signing over the weekend. They're bringing back Steven Adams. 3 years, $39 million. Former teammate of Kevin Durant's in Oklahoma City. In fact, this bit of audio, a bit of video, we'll have the audio here, resurfaced over the weekend. This was Kevin Durant during his famous MVP acceptance speech back in 2014. He spent a good 45 seconds talking about how much he loves the big Kiwi, Steven Adams.
Big Kiwi. Man, I didn't know who you were when you first got here, but you made me realize with the screens you set in practice, to elbow me when I come down the lane, you let your presence be known, man. And you're just such a fun, spirited person, and never change who you are, man, because you mean a lot to me. You inspire me too. You've been through so much at a young age, and I relate to that. And I know your story. I don't really talk about it a lot, but I know. And keep being who you are, man, because you're a hell of a person. Thank you.
You know the irony of that, and there's people connecting like, oh, the Rockets re-signed Steven Adams. Boy, that would sure be a reason why Kevin Durant would want to come to Houston. I think there's a lot of reasons. That could be one of them for sure. The ironic thing about that cut there, Seth, is Kevin Durant. This is back in 2014. Now, keep in mind, Kevin Durant back in 2014, I think, was a mother, like just around the league. Like, I don't think there was a lot of Kevin Durant hate going on back in 2014 when he won the MVP, still with the team that drafted him in OKC, hadn't left to go to goal. He was 2 years removed. You know, he was 2 years away from still like ganging up at Golden State with people. And when Kevin Durant says, don't ever change, Big Kiwi, don't ever change, keep staying who you are, I'm listening to that, I'm going, maybe you should be listening to your own advice. I think there's a lot of people that felt like Kevin Durant has changed through the years. He's gotten a little more, like, you know, a little more bitter or cynical at social media, things like that. He's become less likable. I think that's why we get the text that we do. He does a lot of things that maybe like polarize people at some point. I think the whole with Kevin Durant, I wonder how much of it is shaped just specifically by social media, where some of it is it's nobody likes the idea of an athlete who's always wrapped up in social media battles or whatever. I think that Durant might genuinely do it in kind of I've been one that always said, like, man, you just gotta let this go. Like, you're never gonna win this war. I think he's a guy that kind of sometimes when he's just bored, just likes messing around on social media and getting in arguments with people or shutting people down or whatever. But it ends up being a lot of moments where you look at like, oh, well, Kevin Durant's being petty or bitter or whatever. But it's not necessarily echoed by the experience of people that he's played with. And the big notable one that people think of is first is like, oh, he got into it with Draymond Green. Okay. Yeah. What would so are we taking Draymond's side in this thing?
Yeah. Draymond almost murdered a teammate with a vision. I am wide open to it. I think it does immediately give you a shot in the arm offensively. And the other concern people would bring up is, okay, man, it didn't seem like he integrated into that Warriors offense all that well at the beginning. And that's where a lot of the struggles are, like even Warriors fans were kind of frustrated that this doesn't look like our Warriors offense. I'm sorry if we cannot disrupt the delicate ecosystem of this high-powered Rockets offense.
Yep.
I didn't realize that everything was just humming along at 1,000 miles per hour and you can't change anything. I feel like sometimes it's simple enough that it's you put in a really good offensive player and a lot of your spacing issues and everything else are all of a sudden remedied without having to do a whole lot.
It's interesting. Here's Ime.
By the way, since he had referenced Steven Adams at a younger age and what he went through, his dad died when he was 13, and he went through a period where he was in gangs and had all kinds of juvenile delinquency type issues. But he also was one of 18 siblings.
Wow.
So you could totally see his dad died, and he kind of lost his compass and was lost in a sea of siblings at some point.
18 siblings, and the father passes away?
Yeah.
Holy crap! Wow. So here's Ime Udoka. If you're wondering, okay, who in the building is standing on the table for Kevin Durant? Who wants Kevin Durant? Who is maybe a little more cautious about trading for Kevin Durant? Ime Udoka has experience with me. And Ime Udoka, this is a press conference he did at some point during the season, and he talked about watching Kevin Durant, getting the opportunity to watch Kevin Durant work.
His day-to-day approach is unlike anybody I've really been around the scene, and I think young guys seeing that with USA, and then the day-to-day with Brooklyn, obviously, as well. He goes about his business the same regardless. He's a dude that, with all the accolades he has, still has a chip and is grumpy as hell every other day, and so, but he holds himself to a high standard, and so nothing will change as far as that his approach until it's done. And, I've been around him quite a bit, played against him, coached against him quite a bit as well, so you know that about him.
Yeah, so the sound was a little muffled just because it was.
No, that was Jalen Green. I'm pretty sure that was. That's what it sounded like.
Oh yeah, talking. Oh yeah. And then he was talking about Jalen Green. I'm like, boy,
no. It sounded like Jalen Green.
Yeah,
talking.
like mumbling. But the gist of it was, goes about his business like nobody I've ever seen. I think the big thing was I like that he said he's still grumpy. He's still angry and still has a chip on his shoulder.
Only every other day.
Yeah,
He's grumpy every other day.
Yep. So I think it's safe to say, Ime is a guy who's very open to bringing Kevin Durant in. That's been a lot of the smoke coming out of the building over there. It might be if there's lines being drawn, it might be that Ime really wants Kevin Durant, and that maybe Rafael Stone, who has been the only person that's really spoken publicly since the end of the season about not even about Durant directly, but bringing in a superstar player. Rafael Stone, he said it. He said bet on continuity. Seems way more to the side of let's keep this crew together and see what we can do another year here.
The only part about that makes me a little uncomfortable is I'd like to know who in the building was open to bringing James Harden back into the fold.
Yeah.
And because that was that would be another one where, instantly it would improve your offense and everything. But that was way more of a bad fit. More of a bad fit in terms of the way that this team plays basketball and the kind of culture that Ime Udoka has built. And the reports were that Ime Udoka was possibly given the stiff arm on that.
Yep.
So I think it's notable if Ime Udoka gave the stiff arm on James Harden, it's interesting to me that he would invite Kevin Durant in or he'd be excited about Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
If you need a testimony about what the guy is actually like in the building or how he operates, if Udoka gives him the stamp of approval, then that's good enough for me. I trust in Udoka right now.
Yeah, well, look what he was talking about in that cut we just played. He's talking about Kevin Durant's work ethic. The words work ethic and James Harden don't often collide in the same sentence. I don't think he's viewed as...
Harden works at what he wants. Harden works really hard. It's just that working at what he wants to work at,
Yeah, maybe with the fashion in which he works. But there have been times where he's just...
there's working hard in the offseason, and then there's actually putting out on the court.
Yeah.
And there's a difference there, and give me the guy that actually puts out all the time on both ends of the floor on the court.
Yep. So we'll see what happens. If he doesn't... If Kevin Durant doesn't come to the Rockets altogether,
theoretically,
it'd be kind of fun though. Like the Spurs, that would make those Spurs games a little more, give them a little more juice.
I'm not going to shy away from it, but I'm not going to invite it. I ain't scared, but I also I'm not going to invite the Barbarians into the Village without. Yeah.
I don't know, man. If Seth I know would invite the Barbarians in and rip his shirt off and just get ready to rumble, you're like, well, I don't know. I guess the game's going to be more fun. You sound a little scared. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. It seems like a pretty bad. Hey, would you like a team to play? The division doesn't matter as much in the NBA.
No. You're right. It would make an already stacked West a little more stuff. I guess. I mean, he's already in the West, and he's on a team.
Yeah.
With
the division just doesn't matter. The difference between number of division games in the NBA compared to baseball and football is it's just different.
Yeah. So we'll see, man. We'll maybe something pops here over these next few days with Kevin Durant.
I think the biggest thing is it seems like, and Kelly Eco, I think, is probably the guy I trust the most on all of this, because you got various people on the outside saying, no, the Suns haven't even talked to the Rockets, and then you've got other people saying, like, oh, the Rockets are desperate for the Kelly Eco in his latest article in The Athletic basically said, look, they've been in contact on and off for over a year on this. It's not like the topic hasn't been broached, and it's probably just the classic. And then the Suns have a new GM. He's an in-house promotion, but he got promoted in May. So the conversations are both sides trying not to look like they're too desperate. Rockets are as desperate as the Suns to do something about this, and now it's just a little bit of a waiting game. I think the Suns would love to get a couple of young core players out of the Rockets.
Yes.
The Rockets are saying, no way in hell, when we have all these draft picks, are we giving you a couple of our young core players? But it very likely could be a bunch of picks and Jalen Green and then some other guys on the periphery.
Gun to your head. Do you think Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket next season?
Gun to my head?
Gun to your head. I got a gun.
I don't know
why
this took such a drastic turn all of a sudden. Gun to my head.
Gun to your head, yeah.
My whole family's going to die if I don't get this right. Because where will they be without me?
Yeah.
Because I didn't type. That will has not been updated. I think yes.
You think yes?
Rocker.
Yeah. See, I
gun
think
to
no.
my head.
I think gun to my head. I say no.
One of us in the next month is going to die.
One of us is dead, and thus our families are screwed. Yeah.
What happened? I thought y'all were doing so well.
Yeah, one of us is dead now, though. I mean, it's.
Sean put a gun to my head and said, do you think Durant's going to be on the Rockets next year or not? And I said yes. He said no.
He said yes.
That's no way to treat your friend,
He said yes, and then Seth karate chopped my hand, grabbed the gun, and pointed it at my head. And said, now what do you say?
Yeah, call the ambulance, but not for me.
No, yeah.
We're playing Russian roulette with a revolver that's got 5 bullets loaded, and only one of us has a chance to get,
That's it. And I could have said yes, and Seth and I could have driven off the cliff like Thelma and Louise, but be Payne and somebody or somebody in Pendergast, one or the other. How you guys doing?
I like that your name goes second no matter what.
It flows a little better. Yeah. You get that multi-syllabic name. It does better on the back end.
Huh, okay.
Yeah.
I never considered that.
I think it flows a little bit better.
Plus, I would threaten to quit if my name wasn't first.
Diva.
Yeah.
John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here. They are in the loop. Did you have a good Father's Day, John?
Oh, terrific Father's Day.
Yeah. I know it's a good Father's Day when you come in bringing in food.
Yeah, man.
We love that.
Have some more.
Anytime I see you near a grill, I'm like, oh, we're going to get some of that waffle runoff. Yes.
Some of the runoff.
Yeah, some of the runoff.
Yeah.
John brought in food, for those wondering. Ribs
I actually
and brisket.
bought extra for you guys.
You're the best.
Yeah.
That's
awesome. Like, you know what? I'm cooking anyway.
Yeah. Did you win your bets? US Open?
$2,200 was that
cleaned
close.
up, huh?
Was that close?
Oh.
Victor Hovland.
Although to be fair, if you are not inclined to want to have pity on John in this moment, the bet is still active. Like it's still
active.
Live.
What I did when we were in New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, you told me this. Yeah, but tell the audience.
I made a bet Victor Hovland to win any major. Any major.
So close.
So you're just waiting for the Open Championship now.
And now we got the Open Championship on the way. That's but he was that close. He was within one shot with like 5-6 holes to go.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Oh.
Close only counts in hand grenades, buddy.
But you know what? I was actually kind of pulling for JJ.
Oh, JJ Spawn. Yeah.
Who needs $2,200?
Yeah, he probably needs the money from winning the U.S. Open more, I would say. Sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, by the way. So what's the question of the day?
Has to do with JJ.
Okay.
We were all at the house and watching it, obviously, as we're eating barbecue and such, and everybody was cheering for JJ because of JJ Watt and because my grandson's name is JJ.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
cool.
it was like, let's go JJ. So it got me thinking about names and how you associate good and bad with names.
Oh,
so,
JJ's a good one, yeah.
JJ, like, are there names that tell you all you need to know about that person or, or names that trigger you?
You know what name triggers me? It's a very odd one, but it triggers me. The name Grayson.
Is it because of Grayson Allen?
No, maybe a little bit subconsciously. It just feels like every Grayson out there is like some overprivileged rich kid that's
Chad,
very annoying.
that's mine. Mine is Chad.
Chad is in that same neighborhood a little bit.
If I meet a guy named Chad, I kind of know about him.
Yeah.
My nephew Grayson, his mom currently works 2 jobs. So there you go, Sean.
Okay.
There you go.
Take that.
Yeah. Is one of the jobs a hedge fund manager?
No. She's a teacher,
Yeah.
and she works at my. She's a waitress as well.
See, this is exactly what I knew would happen. When you guys told me what the question of the day was, I'm like, we have listeners named Grayson.
That's fine.
Who named their kids Grayson.
That's fine.
That's good, though.
They'll take it.
It doesn't mean the name. It triggers me a little
Becky.
bit.
Not a big fan of Becky's.
Becky, huh?
Yeah.
Really?
Becky's can get out of here.
Sorry, I just thought about Plies, and for those who know, no.
Chad and Becky.
Becky.
There's any couple out there? Yeah, not really.
Noah, there's something about Noah. I just never, because then you hear Noah and you think like, okay, some gray-bearded, long-haired guy in a boat, right? So there's always a little bit of a disconnect whenever I meet a Noah, and he looks nothing like how I envision Noah from the Bible.
They're all 13 years old. I'm pretty sure all Noahs at this point are 13.
It's a fine enough name. It's just kind of a disconnect.
I'm with you, Seth. I think there's an 85 to 90% chance that if you name your kid Noah, he's going to be homeschooled.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Okay. John Analytics right there. What the hell is that?
No kidding. John, you're taking no prisoners.
Well, it is.
Today.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's a good chance if you name him Noah that it's also maybe tied to a little bit of a literal translation of the Old Testament and everything. So there might be more of a I don't want to say a fundamentalist vibe to it, but yeah.
It's an interesting topic.
I do love what's happening right now, and I think this might be a foretelling of what will happen at 10:40, which is just people combating our thoughts on various names. Like, I coached a good child named Grayson.
Yeah.
Definitely. It says this texter says definitely poor.
You got to see the kid's shoes on this kid.
I'm admittedly applying my own experience with that name. And maybe, yes, Reggie, great point. Perhaps Grayson Allen subconsciously factors.
Anybody who's out here like kicking and tripping and then crying like they're the victim of this is going to ruin their name for everyone.
I'm going to send Sean 3 videos of my nephew, the child he was insulting.
I feel terrible.
We need to tell everybody, don't take it personal.
Right.
No, don't. Lean in harder.
Exactly.
I got so excited when you said Grayson.
Shut you down.
Can I throw out one more before you go? Because I think that you guys would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Jalen. There's too many of them.
There's too many of them. Yeah, I don't mind.
What's your middle name?
Ooh,
I'm
good.
calling you that.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, if it's a Jalen?
I'm done with it.
That's what we need. Okay, we got to find. Have you looked up the middle names of all the Jalens that are on the Texans?
I'm about to now. That is my project here in this next couple of minutes.
Yeah. And the key thing is, at training camp, you guys are going to get the players coming off the field for the interviews. The key here is that you have to call them by their middle name. If it's a Jalen that you get. You get Jalen Petrie, Jalen Smith, or Jalen Knoll, any of them. Don't even explain why. So we're here.
Bobby.
Right. Exactly. All right. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you and apologies to your nephew Grayson.
Antibodies to you and apologies to all Noahs everywhere. I understand that you're not 5,000 years old. All
right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. They are in the house, and they start now.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. John Lopez, I'm Reggie Atatula. That's Figgy Fig right there. And you, text line 713-572-4610, and on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer Law Firm live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the Twitch chat and 610 Houston and on YouTube Sports Radio 610. I got it caught in the loop right there for a second. I apologize. But how was your Father's Day weekend, ladies and gentlemen?
Hey, we got 2 18-wheelers to honk their horns.
Oh, I was about to say, I thought the sentence was going to stop after 18-wheelers. I was like, what business are you getting into?
My oldest granddaughter comes over and she goes, watch semis, see semis. So I take her down to the to the highway, and she gets on my shoulders, and she does the little arm thing. We got 2 of them to honk.
So you're able to walk to the highway from where you live?
Yeah.
That's right. You live at the end of that cul-de-sac, near the cul-de-sac there.
Where exactly is that? Can you give me an address?
So it's no, I know where John. I've been to John's house a few times.
She loves making the semis honk their horn.
Do you do it in a way that doesn't endanger the other drivers out there?
Oh, yeah.
Because that can startle people sometimes.
Oh, yeah. We're off on the side. You know where I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yep.
And they come by, and so that was a good day.
I've talked about this with you before, but I just love the idea of the really low stakes or low entry level activities that keep the kids busy and keep the kids happy.
She wants to go run. She goes, "Go run? Let's go." She'll just start running. Should we go outside? She just starts.
I was like, running anywhere?
Running, just running.
Okay. Very good. You gotta love a low.
We ain't gonna get along.
Like, it's not like iPad. It's like
right now I can keep up with her.
Truck, train.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, let's go.
She gonna get her CDLs.
Yeah, exactly. Something like, look, a little bit.
Had barbecue, had some baked beans, homemade. Man, that's good, and all kinds of good stuff. So yeah, good Father's Day. Lost $2,200, or potentially could have won $2,200, but that's all right. JJ won.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that was good. We'll talk more about that as we go. Fantastic Father's Day weekend for the Houston Astros. Sweep of the Minnesota Twins. We'll talk about that a little bit more. I do want to ask you something though, because I just thought about this. I am not a father, not nearly as far as I know. Right.
Yeah.
However,
again, you just called yourself a deadbeat dad.
I didn't say that. That is your interpretation of it.
He just doesn't know.
I understand that there are things that one doesn't know at any given point. No, but I think the thing that I wanted to bring up is I have had multiple people this weekend wish me a happy Father's Day, and I didn't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
As
that's
a
a good. Like sometimes like people you casually know, they say Happy Father's Day, and I go, you too?
Yeah, it's like
you too?
What is the retort? Like, is that just a thank you? I mean, for you, that's just a thank you, I imagine.
No,
right?
Sometimes I want to say, yeah, Happy Father's Day to you too, and I'm like, you too? I'm not sure,
but I don't know what to do in that moment. So 713-572-4610. If you figured out the skeleton key of an answer to Happy Father's Day when you are not indeed a father.
Hey, real quick, last thing before I let you guys do your show.
Anytime.
First, Seth sent me a video of his nephew Grayson, who's a cute little kid asking for popsicles in this video. Now I feel like a jerk. That's number one. Number two, Amy just texted me. She's listening right now. She's a teacher. She's an elementary school teacher. I give you a list of names that we cringe at as teachers.
Ooh, bingo!
So I'll have her text that to me and I'll relay it to you.
Have her, text it to me too. Yeah. I guarantee you,
text it to Lopez.
She's not a big fan of Chads and Noahs. I guarantee you.
Probably not. I'm sure there's several others. Yeah. If I know Amy, there's several others.
How does she feel about Luciano's? Because that is the name of Mauricio Dubon's son, who apparently Dubon did it for.
What a name!
Luciano's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I immediately go to crime boss Lucky Luciano.
Either that or
that's what I want to.
Yeah, he's either going to be an umpire or a crime boss.
Or a rapper who names themselves after a crime boss.
Yeah.
Shout out to Lucky Luciano.
Yeah.
But a fantastic weekend. A couple of clutch instances over the weekend, both by the real Cam Smith and Mauricio Dubon. And ultimately, like, there's a lot of different ways we can go with this. A lot of people that you give a level of credit to. We could talk about all those. I think for me, 30,000-foot view, how do the Astros keep doing this?
Yes.
Is really, like, who do we give the credit for this continuing to happen? And what is this? 11 games over 500, a good 4.5 game lead in the AL West, a few games out from being I think 1 game out from being the second best record in the AL, a few games, 4 or 5 games out from being
third best record in the American League and within shouting distance of number 1.
What is happening here? This is a team that has not been prolific offensively.
Yeah.
You got. I mean, do we want to start putting up the MASH unit that has been? You had Cooper Hummel in the outfield this weekend. You had Luis Guillorme. Dude, how do they keep doing? Like, no Alex Bregman, no Carlos Correa, no George Springer, no problem.
Yeah.
The Astros are here again. How the hell do they keep doing this?
Let me tell you my theory on this, because I heard 2 quotes yesterday, that pretty much illustrate the whole thing. Mauricio Dubon, right?
Oh, he added the sauce on it.
Hero of the day yesterday. He said, quote, "We know how to win. That's it." Mauricio Dubon was not here for the big run.
That's
I
right.
mean, no, just very the tail end of it. But he wasn't here. He's not one of the staple guys. And Josh Hader, who came along, last year, wasn't really here for the meat of the 2 World Series runs. Wasn't here. He said, quote, "The history of the Astros, dudes just do it." Reggie, that's culture, man. That's culture that everything that the Texans like to talk about, everything that the Texans are building, hopefully, the Astros have. Those are 2 guys that weren't here, but they have. It just seeps through the walls of the clubhouse. The culture of winning. And by the way, Josh Hader, dude himself. He's a dude himself. No doubt about it.
Yeah, are we going to put together the dude ranking? Because the Astros are starting to look up with. But even with that, right? Like, I mean, you talk about the idea of culture, and I hear you, and I agree. However, there's not as much connective tissue as one would think, right? Like
it seeps through the walls, man.
But that's that is a level of mysticism that does not compute in my brain,
but
right?
Culture is real.
No, and I'm just like Joe Espada is not the manager that you've had through all of this, because maybe you say, all right, it's the guy up top. The front office, the organization, Dana Brown was not the man that was the steward of any of this, and he has continued, right? I guess you could talk about Lance McCullers being some level of connective tissue. He just got back. Yeah. Like, he went out for a carton of smokes and came back a little while ago. Sorry, that was a little bit of a dad reference, which wasn't fair to him. He didn't want to get injured. You get what I mean, though, right? Like, I guess Frommer's been here for a little bit, but not. I mean, Hunter Brown just popped up. Like, obviously Walter, Gusto, Gordon, all them cats. Like, you can't really point to them. Jeremy Pena, right, is a guy who he was around during 22, but I mean, I don't know that you were like, hey, he is the reason why this operates the way that it is, right? What is the connective tissue that you actually point? Even Jordan was not around for all of this. And so the idea that this has continued to go on, and Jordan's been injured and not been, a large part of what you're doing, it boggles the mind for me that they are still in this place where, I mean, I think, again, 11 games over 500, and the last time that they were that, at least that far above 500 was 3 seasons ago.
Yeah.
And they're back here, and I don't know that I see the connective tissue, and it's not like I could put it on any individual player like, well, Jeremy Pena is doing the things that we, anecdotally threw on Alex Bregman, or it's not the AJ Hinch effect necessarily, because again, like, it just boggles the mind that they're here again, and I think that I just wanted to use that as an opportunity to jump off and give credit to the likes of all of these people coming together and still managing to have that general feeling. And honestly, I guess ultimately, because it's not like this is a small payroll, but you can look at a lot of the payroll that is not actually playing, and the fact that they're doing this again with Cooper Hummel on the field, with Colton Gordon on the field, with even as we give Cam Smith some credit, a guy who is playing for the first time in these spaces. I mentioned Guillorme. Like, it's amazing that they're doing it.
Yeah, look, you mentioned that culture is not like a mysticism, and I understand that, and I get it. But culture also is something that is sort of handed down. How many times you hear in any sport, baseball, football, basketball, whatever, soccer, anything, like the veterans we're seeing it right now with Trent Brown. They're talking about Trent Brown taking some of these guys under their wing, showing them how to do it. Keep in mind, all these guys that were not here for the runs, they weren't here with the big league club. A lot of these guys went through spring training. They saw how these guys operated, whether you want to go back as far as George Springer. Some of these guys, maybe had some crossover there. I'm not going to go through everybody's bio, but you get the point. It's like handed down from one player to the next. And I think that's where culture becomes a little more substantive, because they have seen how the Astros do it, how they prepare, their approach, the clutch gene, if you want to go there. Go back, someone like Jeremy Pena. He was here in 22 on an amazing run. How did he get there? How did he have that confidence? He got it from some other people before him. So I think there is a little bit of connective tissue, as you like to say, that's not necessarily on the big league club.
Right, and I think that's a very fair point to mention how the way through the organization. And then I guess the big joker of this all is how much of this is just Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
Because again, when we start to talk about connective tissue, there's a lot of points that you can kind of you can easily track back the termination point. Altuve is somebody who is attracted through all of this, and we talk about him being obviously one of, if not the greatest Astros in the history of the organization. Obviously, he is a very vital portion of what you have done and what you're continuing to do as a team. But, like, I don't know how much we have looked at him as, like, ultimate leader guy that sets the tone for all this. Have at least I, because I don't want to speak for everyone, underestimated how much Jose Altuve means to all of
I think we all have, because he's never been, until this year, this is the most out there and upfront and vocal, really, I think we've seen ever from Jose Altuve. Talking more, accessible more. Not that he was like, don't talk to me, like he was belligerent or anything. He just, one of those guys that went about his business. We're seeing it more now. But behind the scenes, yeah, you have to give Altuve the vast majority of credit in the clubhouse. And as much as we can question here and there a couple things that Jim Creighton has done, Jim Creighton has done what needs to be done on this. And then there's also what another name that we really haven't mentioned very much yet that deserves just a world of credit, Joe Espada.
Yeah.
It's been handed down how they operate at the manager's position to Joe Espada. He's been around a long time. He's seen it. And by the way, the job that he's doing has just been vastly underrated. The moves they're making are just consistent.
The amount of injuries that they've undertaken, the ways in which he's had to move things around, the ways in which he's, trusted people that I don't know that at times we would have, and ultimately found the level of results. Yeah, man, you got to give him a lot of credit for, especially seeing as this is a fan base that at times will jump at his neck when the littlest things goes wrong. There's been a lot of big things going wrong that they've managed to work around. Like, do you have someone in your family that is just really good at, what do they call it? What's the good way of calling it? What, jerry rigging things around the house, right? Like, just, oh man, that one's a paper clip. That one's some duct tape.
Even that started out as an insult.
I know, but that one's the better of the two, right? I think we all know what the other one is.
I almost said the other one.
Yeah. Can't put that one on the air. But he's done a lot of that here, and I guess in some ways you also have
MacGyvering.
There we. I like what you're doing there, right? MacGyvering this thing together.
Okay.
Because in this, I think also you have to put in tandem with just the organization as a whole. I think Dana Brown, obviously, but the ways in which, and maybe you just have to give the guys themselves credit, the ways in which these guys who have had to come up from the minors have delivered is super. We've talked about this, man. Your rotation, I think your starting pitching is top 10 in ERA. Your bullpen is top 5 in ERA.
Yeah.
And then just as a whole, your pitching is top 5 in ERA. They have been the backbone of this, and they've continued to do this. And that has been with a number of guys that either, were somewhat underestimated coming into the season, or got anticipated having to be a part of this because you were hoping that you had reinforcements coming from your starting pitching that have not been there, or you've lost some with the starting pitching. And they've stood up. They've all stood on their heads, to use a hockey metaphor, and delivered in a way that, I definitely didn't expect, and they do need a lot of credit for, because that's been the way that you've won games.
Yeah, and I think the biggest credit, the biggest indicator of its culture, it's handing down the system, the way they do things. It's the job that Joe Espada has done. I think the biggest indicator, they talked about it this morning on Payne and Pendergast. They're still 20th in run scoring. 20th. They're in the bottom of run scoring, and yet they're winning. And yet they're 3. That tells you about the when and the how they get it done,
Yeah, and so a lot of credit due to a lot of different places. Some other people have been weighing in on where they view and where they place in level of credit. They said Jim Creighton studied Jeff Luno's method of building an organization and has replicated it beyond his departure, how much do you agree with that? Because, one of the big blips, or a number of the big blips that you talk about in this organizational time period was when Jim Creighton was kind of operating with a level of autonomy that he did not have, or not necessarily did not have, but he gave more to his general managers, whether it was on either side of that time period. That's where you get the Abreu contract. That's where you get some of the things that, maybe we don't necessarily love in the organization. So how much do you agree with the idea of Jim Creighton at the top kind of setting the standard?
A little bit in terms of studying Jeff Luhnow. I think Jim Creighton studies everything and has a lot of advisors. We've talked about it. And Creighton does a lot himself. He's a baseball guy. He played college baseball. He knows back.
College pitcher, right?
I believe so. I wouldn't say he learned from Luhnow. I think he absorbs all kinds of information, and he's his own guy.
There's that. And I do appreciate somebody saying that Jeff Luhnow's, sorry, not Jeff Luhnow, is Jim Creighton's actual loafers, because they love his loafers, which, I feel like you probably can't afford those loafers. Or maybe you could. I don't know.
I don't know.
But, yeah, man, a lot of credit due there. And I'm very intrigued to see how they continue to try and do this, because this is Call of Duty Zombies. This is whatever game you play that continues to raise the stakes as it goes, because the injuries have only ramped up. Right now we're talking about Isaac Paredes with the hamstring thing, soft tissue when you get to that space, but they're not putting him on IL. However, those are the types of things that take a number of weeks to get back from, and we're just kind of watching the injuries mount, and the returns are not necessarily coming back in that same way. So you're having to do this with more of those guys that you hadn't anticipated. It'll be interesting to see if that culture that is apparently very, very strong, how strong it is, because it seems like you're getting a stress test as the marathon of the season continues. But it continues into a 3-game set that starts tonight at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento. We get the A's, baby.
I'm about to say, who?
Yeah.
Well, the Athletics.
He's got that one even.
The Athletics is who we get, so it'll be fun to see what the Astros are able to do and if they could continue to expand their lead in the AL West.
By the way, their name on the little score ticker thing always throws me off now.
Just seeing ATH?
Yeah, I'm like, who the hell is that?
Yeah, but shout out to the Astros, and it's on Colors Night.
It sure is.
You love to see it.
Sure
all right,
is.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk more about the Astros as we go on the program on this Monday. But coming up next, let's talk about Nico Collins. He joined Chris Long on the Greenlight podcast, and there was a lot of interesting things in it. However, let's focus on Nico himself. He talked about kind of the ways in which he views his game. But what is it going to take for him to become the number 1 wide receiver in the league? Let's talk about it next.
In the Loop.
What does it mean? From Chubb's perspective,
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Monday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk about Nico Collins, number one wide receiver in your heart, number one wide receiver for the Texans, and hopefully at some point, number one wide receiver in the league. What would it take to get there? Let's talk about it here in a minute. I started off the show obviously wishing everybody, hope everybody had a good Father's Day yesterday. And I did talk about a little dilemma that I had because multiple people.
Happy Father's Day, man.
Yeah.
Thanks in advance, I guess, is that's the best answer on the YouTube page.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't love it, but it's better than just like going through
the
the
whole awkward.
Yeah.
Awkward. Well, actually,
I was like,
I kind of went through that yesterday too.
Oh, you had one of those?
Yes. This was worse. I was gonna save it for a confession, but I went through that at church.
Oh,
because
wow.
they celebrate Father's Day at church.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but at church you just gotta let everybody.
That's what I'm saying. Like I was walking in, Happy Father's Day, man. I said, thank you, man. Appreciate it, big dog. You too, man. And then they gave me a little packet and everything. I'm just rolling with it. It's too much to be sitting there and like, actually, I'm not a father, and I don't have
awkward too much.
Yes, I was just like, appreciate it, big dog.
And it's not even worth it at church because then they just gonna pray for you. Like, no, we praying for when you become a father, my brother. I was like,
And then my mother hit me up yesterday. This time next year,
God.
you're going to have a kid.
Don't do that to me.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, no, I'm not.
Yeah. You already got your dog?
And she said, it's part of God's plan.
There you go.
I'm like, well, you ain't God.
Yeah, you might have. Did you conspire with God? What happened here? All right, let's talk about Nico Collins. He was on the Greenlight podcast with Chris Long. It was very good listen, about a half hour. If you got it, I would encourage you to run it. But we'll give you some of it. And this, I want to start here with actually, this is cut, and of course, as soon as I get to it, I have the wrong one here. Cut 13 here. This is Nico Collins talking about who are the wide receivers that he modeled his game after, especially because he's a bigger wide receiver, and some of his vets they were on this team at the time. You look for people, even though they're giving you game, you look for people that fit the style of play. Who are those kind of big body type receivers that you styled your game after?
When I started playing football, I kind of outlined my game after Mike Evans, Larry Fitzgerald, Julio Jones, just those bigger body receivers. Just watching how they move at the line of scrimmage. Seeing how they create separation during the route. So those guys I've always been studying. Like now I'm Mike Evans. That's my idol, man. I've been watching Mike Evans since Texas A&M. When him and Johnny Manziel was just killing Bama, everybody, he's running post routes, man. It's unstoppable, man. And just now, just watching Mike Evans, man, he's an underdog. You know what I'm saying? Dog too. He had 1K every single year. He's been in the league. That's hard, So I feel like that's one guy that's always been consistent. I feel like as a receiver, you want to get that 1K.
He has a lot in common with Mike Evans, in my view, and not just on the field.
All right, give it to me, A&M man.
But no, also Mike Evans is so underappreciated. Everybody's like, he's great, but they don't put him up there, with
no all pros though.
Hell out of here.
Hey, that's facts, man. We always talk about facts and stats.
But that might be part of what I'm saying. Like just Mr. Consistency, 1,000 yards every year, as you just heard him say. Clearly, just one of the best in there. But when you start thinking, okay, best receiver in the game, you say, oh, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. What about Mike Evans? What about Nico?
Ain't got no all pros, man.
So
not the Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
No, that is fair, and I think it's interesting also because I feel like the guys that are a little bit smaller, a little bit more shifty, get a little bit more love, and we see this in all sorts of sports, right? If you have more kind of the physical giftings, we kind of grade you on a little bit of a curve. But Nico Collins feels like he does all of the things that you could possibly ask for. But you kind of threw this out as a question. I want to dig into this. Who do you envision the opportunity or the instance where Nico Collins could be regarded as the best wide receiver in the league?
I think there is a path, and obviously a lot of it is tied in with the team's success. You make a deep run, and Nico Collins is going to be out there in front of everybody that much more, making plays, presumably, being one of the go-to guys. So, foremost, not that the team hadn't been successful, but you know what I'm talking about. Big run, championship game, Super Bowl, that type stuff. That is going to vault him into that hemisphere. But the other thing, he has very little control over. What's Nick Caley? All the things we talk about. What's Nick Caley offense going to look like? Is Jaden Higgins going to be the complement? Is Christian Kirk going to be the right kind of complementary receiver to give him the opportunity? The offensive line, is C.J. Stroud going to be able to have that time to get the ball to him the way he does? The run game, the tight ends, all of it is going to help, is going to affect, whether Nico Collins has that kind of year, especially the other wide receivers to me. If they can hold their own and draw some attention, then all of a sudden he becomes that big, that much bigger a weapon.
Yeah, but one thing I would ask is, does it maybe, and maybe this is counterintuitive, is it possible that with how many weapons you have, and really, especially as we kind of anticipated going into last season, but with all the guys, even going into this year, the idea, obviously getting Christian Kirk his touches, getting the young cats when you talk about Higgins and maybe even Noel in special circumstances, opportunities, and now you're adding in not just Joe Mixon, but the hope and the possibility that Nick Chubb can be a level of productive and possibly even just being a more running team than you had been in the past. Like, does all of that lead to a situation where maybe Nico Collins isn't given as much love because it's just so much to go around with all of the guys in the offense, and it's more a well-rounded offense as opposed to what is more obvious in, hey, this guy right here is putting up incredible numbers, even though he often is putting up incredible numbers.
Well, I think it's going to affect it, but not necessarily that much. He's always going to be, until we see otherwise, the number one wide receiver. The number one wide receiver always gets the lion's share. And just the last 2 years alone, he's gone over 1,000 yards. He's gone 80 catches and 68 catches. He's gotten his big touches. So I think a lot of times the complementary receivers, help the number one guy. They help the number one guy get those big plays. Yeah.
All right, so this was Nico Collins again on the Greenlight Pod talking about making the jump in performance around year 2-3.
I feel like, man, my first 2 years was like not being healthy, not staying on the field.
Yeah.
So it's a long season. It's different from college. You got the extra season, you feel like, 17 games in college, you're used to 12, 15 if you make it that far, So for me, it was more just body fatigue. Muscle growing hamstrings can sustain, 17 games, practices, everything. So I feel like for me, man, it was always those first 2 years was, groins, hamstrings, the soft tissue injuries, things that can really be preventable, just based off your routine, based off what you're putting inside your body, and just how you take care of your body. So I feel like for me, my first 2 years, man, was a year to learn, take, advice from Brandon Cooks, Chris Conley, Dola, guys that have been around the league for a minute, that's been successful with their bodies, just seeing what they're doing after practice, how they're taking care of their bodies and getting ready to prep for the game. And I feel like those my first 2 years, that's what I done. I took notes. And leading to my third year, man, I feel like in that off season, I took a huge jump. I was like, I'm worried about my body, my legs, hammies. I want to be able to be on the field with my teammates. I want to be able to be out there, the entire time, and work on my craft at the same time. So I feel like, man, after that, the second year, going to my third, man, I hopped in, Pilates, yoga, trying to do little things, man. Really, my core, and I've really been sticking to Pilates and yoga the entire time. So I feel like that's one thing that worked out for me now, and continue to do it.
Yeah, and his last 2 years, you could easily argue, especially per game, because he only played 12 games last year, still had over 1,000 yards. You can easily argue per game he's in that stratosphere, and all this stuff is obviously paying off. And in 2023, C.J. Stroud had an enormous year. They were able to use different wide receivers, and he still got it. I think he's on track to be that, but it also depends on how far this team goes.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about last year, and the likes of Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. Funny enough, Puka Nacua third in yards per game amongst wide receivers. But those guys are the guys you're talking about as his competition for the best dudes in the league. Those guys are damn near 90 to 100 yards per game, but they're also getting, another a target or two more than Nico Collins. So I think that, again, is he going to be able to be funneled in the ball a little bit more in that way to get that? And I don't know if that's as productive as you want it to be, funneling him the ball as much because you want it to be as spread out because you have the talent around him. I did find it interesting, though, that he was talking about the jump for him was like doing the things to keep yourself healthy. Not just being healthy, not as like a factor of a level of fortune, but as a factor of like putting in. Because I mean, maybe it's just so fresh on the mind with Nick Caserio talking about it late last week on Thursday with Payne and Pendergast. The idea of with Christian Harris, like I don't think he was specifically or I don't know if he was specifically speaking to Christian Harris. But, sometimes with injuries, it's, guys doing the work. Like, I find that interesting that those two sentiments came so close together and how much that is. Like, is it possible that it really is just Nico finding a way to be healthy is the difference between being top 5 and maybe being contender for the best one?
Again, the last 2 years will tell you that the answer to that is yes. I never really subscribe to, well, there's only one ball. Yeah, the other guys are going to get theirs, but if you're the number one receiver,
so you see multiple balls on the field.
No,
do we need to go to the optical? Go to optometrist?
By the way, John, there is one ball. No, not that so much literally as he's still going to have even more opportunities, more opportunities for drives, more opportunities for longer drives, more opportunities when the other guys start getting attention. It's going to be there for him.
Yeah, I think that is the interesting thing. Is, keeping the ball and not turning the ball over, not having as many 3 and outs, not having as many situations where you're behind the sticks. That'll probably go a long way and giving Nico more opportunities to hopefully be the type of wide receiver where he gets even more love, even more respect that it feels like he is due. There was a lot of more interesting things when it came to Nico Collins. That I think we'll dig into. And Fernando, you're right. Like a complete season and a playoff run with the high-profile opportunities would be a big thing. Only 4 of those games this year of like primetime games for you this year. But doing it also in a playoff setting where people can get where everybody's watching, right? Those island games, which the playoffs end up being as well, will help in a great way. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Like I said, we'll return to more of what Nico was talking about. C.J. Stroud, this defense he got in depth with Chris Long, and we'll circle back to that. But right now, let's go, coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. Inspired by J.J. Spawn, and if you said who, don't worry about it. Winning
J.J.
the U.S. Open. Are there names that tell you anything, all that you need to know about a person, or names that trigger you? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about this. We were talking about
Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop. Let's get to the question of the day today. Are there names that tell you everything that you need to know about a person? Or are there names specifically that trigger you? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Obviously, also, there's the YouTube page and the Twitch available to you. But this is inspired by J.J. Spawn, who I have to give an apology to personally, because I don't know if you remember Lopez.
You were giving him a hard time.
I was like, I don't think he's going to win this, though. So, like, who else is going to come through?
Yeah. Don't get used to J.J. Spawn at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's not going to stay. And apparently he said, oh, word?
Yeah.
I got something for you. Because he did indeed win this tournament. The only one under par, in fact. Because
one under par.
Yes. Just barely. One under par, because that is what this particular course does to the golfers, which you said you enjoyed quite a bit.
I do.
Did you enjoy watching this?
I did. It was so, I mean, even you know, like some of the greatest golfers that Scheffler missed a 2-foot putt. You know,
and that's
Rory threw his club after hitting one out of the rough.
He sure did. And I'm glad you mentioned Scheffler missing a 2-foot putt, because that made this particular moment so much better. Like, this is 18. The final putt of 72, or final hole rather of 72, when it comes to this tournament. And here is what it sounds like when J.J. Spawn tries to knock down a 64-foot putt. You just mentioned 2-foot putt miss. This is a 64-foot putt.
Want to cozy it up. Don't need to make it. 2 putts.
Mash Hato. Yeah. 1 putt. 1 putt rather than 2.
Oh, man.
64 feet, salts it away.
Yeah.
Wins the tournament with a little bit of space. And how was it at the Lopez household?
I'm telling you, man, we had the family over for Father's Day. We're watching the Astros, then we're watching this, which the rain delay helped our viewing habit, by the way.
Beautiful idea by Fox to go, hey, rain delay?
Yeah.
How would you like to watch Tiger in 2008?
Tiger.
Yeah, that'll keep you here, right? But yes, it will.
So my grandson, my only grandson, is named JJ. And so everybody's like, JJ's gonna win, JJ. And then of course JJ Watt, you know, he's a big popular. Yeah, you know that guy. You know, certain names just sort of make you feel a certain way. JJ's on the good spot. On the good side. Reggie's a good name. I mean, I was a big fan.
Thanks,
man. In terms of how it makes me feel. You know, I was a huge fan of Reggie Jackson as a kid. You know, there's a lot, you know, obviously Reggie White, you know, like growing up and all that stuff. So Reggie has a good connotation, a good vibe for me. Not so much others. Not so much. And I can't really necessarily put my finger on it. So you tell us, 713-572-4610, names that all you need to know about these people, you can tell by the name. Obviously, the one that everybody is out there, and I think there's some truth to this, is Karen. You know, Karen, you feel a certain way about Karen.
I do feel bad, though, because, like, actual women named Karen, by and large, are fine.
Yeah, the ones I knew growing up, they were always nice. It wasn't like the definition of a Karen now.
See, I had a couple of bad vibes around Karens growing up. Even before this whole, obviously, before this whole Karen thing popped up, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get it. Not a big fan of Chads.
Is there a reason why? Because this is the thing. It can't just be, I don't like the sound of your name.
Well, if your name is Chad, I'm not talking about you and your listeners. But everybody, all the other Chads. Chad, I know he's probably some frat boy, you know, with his collar popped and all this other stuff. Becky tends to rub me the wrong way.
Did you also go to Plies like I did? Figgy?
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly where I went, which I'm not going to say anything further about that because I use my Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate myself.
Yeah. However, I was thinking about Becky with the good hair.
That's also, okay. And that would be, I guess, somewhat of a negative
connotation.
Beyonce.
Yeah. You know what's funny for me? I don't know if that they're individual names necessarily, and they probably are if I actually think about it. But I started thinking about kind of the types of names that tell me everything I need to know. Like the person who has a last name as a first name, like the two last names. It's like it sounded like an SEC quarterback. You know what I mean? Like those ones.
Hunter Brown.
That one, Hunter still strikes me, though, as first
Brown
name.
is more of a last name to me.
But Hunter can be a last name,
Hunter
too.
can
be a last name.
But it feels more like a first name. I'm talking about, like, Rutherford, Jameson or something. And like, hey, dog.
Here's the other thing. Certain names, I can tell you, this is just the one you just mentioned.
That's right.
I can tell you he's probably going to be like, I would say, he's going to work in some sort of hotel or something.
What does that mean?
He's going to be in services. Like, Rutherford, can you get the car?
Oh,
he's going to be a butler. Rutherford's going to be a butler.
How many people, like, what does the butler profession look like nowadays?
You got Rutherford.
How many butlers are there actually?
You got
out
Rutherford,
here?
you got Jeeves. You got all. If your name is Jeeves or Rutherford, you're going to be a butler. The other one that rubs me, all I need to know about you, and this is me, pile on if you want, and if I'm not talking specifically about you, I'm talking about all the other Noahs. If you name your kid Noah, there's an 80 to 90% chance that kid's going to be homeschooled.
I don't like what you're doing.
I don't know about that one.
I feel like what he's doing here has like a tie to religiosity in a way that I don't want to be associated with. Personally, I appreciate T-Mill letting us texting in on this and saying Hurricane Karen is destined to be a problem of storm this year. Because Karen is on the name list this year, which why would you
devastating.
Do that? Yeah. Why I understand, I guess, the utility of naming hurricanes to some degree, but like, does it not feel weird to like imbue this hurricane with the level of character? Because as we know, names do kind of have a certain level of character.
One more, and I'm interested in you and Figgy. If you change the pronunciation of your name, again, all I need to know about you. Like the one that comes to mind is an Elizabeth who pronounces her name Lizbeth.
I mean,
that's all I need to know about you.
What, that they like Spanish?
No,
like,
that you are cocky,
wow,
arrogant. Your name is Elizabeth, and you're pronouncing it. Oh, it's Lizbeth. Get the hell out of here.
That's crazy. Someone said the name Butch rubs me the wrong way. Sounds like a bully. It does.
It do.
It does sound like a bully name. All right. So one of the things that I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that I have that for you. I don't think I have like the different name pronunciation that makes me feel. I'm trying to think. There might be one that makes me feel that way, but Lizbeth feels more like a cultural thing as opposed, because I immediately just go to, okay, like your family called you something. Maybe it's the one that I think Sean Pendergast is also a big proponent of, or feels this way as well. When you are an adult with a kid's nickname still,
yes,
hello Dabo. Yeah, I guess Bubba is an interesting one because that feels very much like
Skeeter.
Yeah, well, are there actually Skeeters out here?
I know a Skeeter. I like him. But yes.
At a big age?
Oh, yeah. He's
interesting.
older than me.
Okay. Yeah, but Bubba's popular in Louisiana. I'm like, that's a little bit more cultural, like depending on where you're at, where people carry that. But like, if you buddy or bud, at this point, I got questions as to how you're living your life personally. Not that I necessarily am going to judge. I have questions.
The one name I always felt like was a red flag, just growing up and the women I dated, Tasha.
Oh yeah, Tasha does.
Yeah, if your name is Tasha, you are to me, in my personal opinion, you are a red flag. And I have a sister named Tasha.
Yeah,
and she's a firecracker.
Firecracker.
Hey, I never met a Tasha that was just calm and sweet and didn't cause any issues.
Sometimes it's almost self-fulfilling. Like your name, you start becoming like,
sure,
I'm a Tasha. All right.
Yeah, I actually met a Tasha, I want to say a couple weeks ago. I was working an event, and she said her name was Tasha. I'm like,
staying away from you.
All right.
Is there anything like in the sports realm where like you hear a name and you're like, okay, I know exactly what you are? Because again, like I said, like the double surname gets me to. Oh, you probably play quarterback at Ole Miss. You know what I mean? Like that's immediately where my brain goes. Is there any one of those for you in like the sports realm
that are like,
yeah, man, name, nickname, or whatever that tells me what I need to know about you as a player?
Andre.
Just any, like, if
Andre's a good sports name, man.
Is there a bad Andre out there?
There is
like,
not a bad Andre.
Worst Andre I'm thinking about is Andre Miller, and even Andre Miller was a steady vet.
I was thinking the first person I think his name is Andre Robertson.
Roberson? Oh yeah, he ain't had a.
Nah, he was awful, man.
Most Andre.
He was a great defender, though.
That's what everybody say when somebody's trash, man.
No, but he actually was. But you're
He's
right.
a great defensive player.
No, you're right. I do love that because you know who? And this is going to be real dicey because I know he's out in these streets or what have you. Iman Shumpert, I feel like got a little bit of that because I remember when he was with the Knicks, and it was like, man, just a great defensive player. You're like, he's not that good defensively. We just don't have anything else nice to say about you. So this is the one we could.
I always think of that when I think of Ira Newble. Like that brother could play a lick on the defensive specialist.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
And we can hide you over here by saying you're good at defense.
713 said Shannons are firecrackers too.
It go either way too,
Shannons,
man.
yeah.
That
It
is
could be
true.
a girl or a guy.
Yeah. Both instances. First name Jordan. Does that go into positive or negative space for you?
That's interesting. Jordan, I don't have a good feel on Jordan. Now Tiger. If your name's Tiger, I think a lot of people put a good connotation on that.
Yeah,
it does feel like
if you have one of those like real robust nicknames, it's either it's boom or bust. Like I don't think there's real average.
Yeah.
Like, hey man, your name's Kool-Aid, you better hoop. Kool-Aid McKinstry, you better play some good cornerback, brother.
What's a good sports name where you like, man, that's a baller right there.
Yes.
I feel like, and maybe this is insensitive, but once we get to Muslim names. I'm like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Abdul Carter?
Here we
all
go.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Musa Muhammad.
Yeah, man. There's a level of conviction in that household and that upbringing that tells me that you can play. I don't know what you play, but I feel like you can play.
936 said Jeffrey with the Geoff.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I feel like that's a rib.
Jeffrey with a GEO. Oh man, I don't need even to meet you. I don't need.
Tank is a good name for a football player. Sure does feel like it, doesn't it? Yeah, man. Because again, we not letting you call yourself Tank if you're bad. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna fly. Anyways, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where there's a speed out here. Are we going to get the NFL track matchup that we've been waiting for? Let's talk about that and more next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now.
by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent
ILT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about names in various different ways in honor of J.J. Spawn winning the U.S. Open. Somebody else said, name Lenny, male or female. Nut jobs, they say, from the 832. From 281, not a big fan of Gene, however you spell it. Although, always thought Juice was a good sports nickname, regardless of, which fair. If you get Juice, it's a good nickname. However, we were talking about a lot of nicknames in there, and somebody was like, how y'all going to talk about nicknames when you got your producer Figgy Fig right there with all love?
Well, it's unique. It's a good nickname.
I will say this, too. I did not make that nickname up. I didn't come up with that.
Who did, by the way? I've never
I believe that was...
So Fred Davis came up with Figgy Fig. Mm-hmm. He was calling me Figgy Fig.
Based on what?
Figueroa?
Yeah, okay. So my rap name was Jose Figueroa.
Okay.
And so this was in Cleveland before I moved down here. I was a rapper, and people started calling me Fig for short, which I was fine with.
Yeah.
But then these two guys started calling me Figgy, man, because that sounded too close to Fergie.
Oh.
And I was thinking about Fergie because, when you say Fergie, you think about Fergie.
Yeah.
And Figgy was too close. Mm-hmm. And then they knew I didn't like it. So what happens?
Of course.
Everybody started calling you that where you can't get rid of it. So I had to roll with it.
And then it just evolves. But that did remind me of the person that I do have a level of trigger, the person who tries to create their own nickname.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, that one I will not abide by without all these other
things. Like I never, every nickname I had, I never created. The only one I did try to come up with, it stuck a little bit, but Jose Figueroa, I kind of came up with.
That was your stage name.
Yeah, and I kind of got that from an old drug dealer.
Okay.
Those are the best ones, it seems.
Yeah, it was around that time, man. Yeah. People was calling themselves Frank Lucas and Bumpy Johnson and all that stuff. Lucky Luciano. It was so many different names I tried to fit in. Remember, I went with Machine Gun Kelly.
Machine Gun Kelly for a while.
Yeah, that
then he stole
obviously.
Your nickname?
Yeah, he stole it. Yep.
He did. No, he did.
Did I tell you that story?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so I had the name Machine Gun Kelly first. And I put my whole MySpace bio as, a Machine Gun Kelly and all that stuff. And then on MySpace, I ran into a white guy with the same name as me, which was Machine Gun Kelly.
So and he went out?
And he was from Cleveland. I'm like, man, this dude stole my name.
Bar for bar.
Yeah, so I ended up changing it because I'm like, the real Machine Gun Kelly was white.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so you know what? It'd be kind of silly for me to walk around like that.
Yeah.
Speaking of infringing on other people's territory, Tyreek Hill, look, he has always been the speedster of speedsters in the NFL. Hell, that's why they call him the cheetah, right? And he demonstrated that over the weekend on Friday when he was at a track meet in California and he won the 100-meter dash 10.15. 10.15 is what Tyreek Hill put up. Tyreek Hill is 31 gosh darn years old.
10.1.
10.15.
That's like, I'm not, that's world class.
Literally.
So you think he could get that dude to run for his money? The guy that been trying to set up this
Noah Lyles?
Yeah.
I still think the answer is no.
No.
Yeah.
But hell, like just to give you a level of reference, DK Metcalf, a speedster in his own right? He ran 100 in 2021. Clearly much younger than a 31-year-old Tyreek Hill. 10.37.
Yeah.
Is what he put.
Yeah.
Up.
10.37 will win state or thereabouts in high school.
I don't know nowadays. These high schoolers are something else.
I said, or thereabouts, and certainly can get you a college scholarship. It is not world class. 10.1 is world class. Those 0.2 of a second, that's a long distance. That's a lot of ground.
Yeah, but speaking of Noah's, right, and you mentioned like Noah Lyles, I think that this might start us up towards that place because Noah Lyles seems like a dude who's just wilding for respect in every different circumstance. You saw where he was asking, like, why do basketball players get signature shoes but track guys don't? And I was like, I could walk you through that one, dog. I really could. But 9-9, that's right, Fernando. So, like, we're still talking different lanes. However, Tyreek Hill, after the race, held up a sign saying, quote, Noah could never. So he's baiting the dude. He's trying to bait the dude in this space. Like, I feel like we're going to find a way to get this to happen at some point.
Not only could Noah, he has on multiple occasions. He could never? Yeah, he does that in workouts. He runs 10-1s in workouts.
Yeah, but I think that this is where it's still, I mean, we've had this conversation up and down. I think that I would love to see what like a 60 looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 60 is the right distance.
That feels like it's right in that space where, Noah's notoriously a bit of a slow starter. Mm-hmm. So maybe he doesn't get to his high-end speed as much and really use that. Because, I mean, look, he has better high-end speed. But it gets a little intriguing in that middle space. So maybe that particular stunt by one Tyreek Hill gets us closer to it.
We'll probably see it.
I really do hope we do. Because, I mean, I always enjoy the spectacle of, like, that's the purest form of competition.
Yeah.
Is just foot race.
Yeah.
Right? Me and you out front, running to the light pole.
Yeah.
Who's faster?
Right.
Purest form. And so I kind of want to see that from these guys. All right, as we continue around the NFL, Travis Hunter put up, I mean, he's just been really intriguing, and I know that that's probably, of the guys outside of the Texans in the AFC South, that's number one and number two on guys that I'm most interested in seeing.
Probably, yeah.
Is that same?
Not even probably, for sure.
All right, so, odds have been set for this, and when it comes to both offensive and defense rookie of the year, has third best odds for it. On offense, can you guess the players with better odds for rookie of the year offense?
Genty.
Correct.
And Ward.
In that order.
Yeah.
Genty plus 250, Cam Ward plus 320. Defensively, and of course, I lose it as soon as I view it. Who are the two ahead of him? Can you? This one will be a little bit tough.
Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter is easy. That is the one up top. I'm interested if you'll get the second one.
I won't get the second one.
Jalen Walker, the linebacker.
Okay.
Plus 700.
Okay, and then Travis Hunter.
Yeah, and Travis Hunter is tied with Mykel Williams, the defensive end that got drafted to San Francisco at a plus 1,000. But how possible do you think it is that he actually wins either of these? And I think the real fun thing is, what is the likelihood he actually gets to a place? Because, I mean, if he wins both of these, we're talking about a phenomenal season from him.
Yeah.
And one that is notable for the Texans, obviously, because you have to see him twice.
Yeah, I think it's very probable I shouldn't say very, but it's probable he'll win one of them. My question is, I can't decide which one.
That's it. That's a good question. That's where I wanted to go.
He's going to win one of them. I just can't tell you which one.
So you feel confident he wins one of them?
Well, I feel the probability is there.
Okay.
Yeah, that he could win because he's that good. I mean, he's that good.
It's interesting because I feel like the defensive side is the part where I'm more skeptical of him, even though that's probably the side that he's a better NFL player, especially technique-wise, right?
Yeah.
I think the size is just such a tough thing for him, and I think that's where he's going to get, well, maybe, I don't know if that gets where he gets a majority of stuff, but he's also going to have to face off against some really tough, wide receivers in this league. And that's before I even go, we can go line for line on their schedule and actually mock up who the wide receivers and who the guys are that'll be challenging him. But you got to imagine, even if a team looks up at the Jaguars and goes, we think that he's really good, because of the amount of burn that he gets, he's got to be a guy that you go, we're not throwing at him, right?
Yeah.
And you might actually target him just on the idea of, let's see how his legs are holding up.
But see, here's the other thing. I think his rookie of the year case on either side of the ball, or maybe both sides of the ball, is going to be somewhat given extra credit because he's playing the other side of the ball. Like if he's good at DB and good at wide receiver, he's going to be considered great in one or the other, wherever he plays better. Because people are like, that dude plays both sides of the ball and he has 800 yards receiving.
So kind of a Ohtani type thing.
Yeah, he's going to get extra credit, so to speak.
Maybe so, maybe so. And it's probably fair to assume that's the case. I'm very intrigued to see like where he gets here. But third best odds on both sides. I imagine if you parlay those together, you get a little bit interesting look. It'd be tough. It'd be tough for that to happen. And what kind of season would it have to be? I mean, first and foremost, he would have to not get healthy. Or sorry, not get hurt rather. Yeah. Which that also already feels like a tough circumstance, asking him to do all that. But then to play at that level will be an interesting one as a dude who still lacks a certain level of polish against, and that works in college, especially Big 12 level. I don't know how well that works in the NFL when dudes on the other side already have tricks of the trade over you, and you're trying to now do that with just kind of pure raw athleticism.
The one thing that I think he's got going for him on the offensive side, whether it's polish or not, is his ability to catch the ball in traffic.
Oh, dude, his radius is great.
Like it's unbelievable. Some of the I can't remember the game, but a couple of games they were on national TV. There was one where he was just catching the ball where there was no way he should have. And so whether he's polished or not, that's not going anywhere. He's still going to be able to have the ball skills.
Yeah, so that'll be something to watch this season as well. Real quick, before we go, a Cincinnati Bengals update as they continue in their space where they're trying to figure out what their defensive line looks like because both the veteran defensive lineman and the rookie defensive lineman are in very funny spaces. So the positive here, it seems like the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson are finding a level of, conversation.
They're talking again.
They are talking in a positive way because it seemed like they had both walked away from the table. It seems like there's a positive term there. They're having some conversations. They resumed talks yesterday, according to Jeremy Fowler. It just feels like this is going to be one of those things where the Bengals have to acquiesce and get him to his number.
It does, and I also feel that when they do that, they're going to have to do this same based on what Stewart has said and some of the interviews and such, that it's almost like a technical thing that is that is holding it up.
If
they sign Hendrickson, they're going to have to do this.
Maybe. Yeah. It feels like the Bengals are trying to do a thing where they put in a clause within the contract that allows them to kind of get away from guaranteed years within the contract. And it's one of those things where I don't blame Shamar Stewart, and this is almost like a PA level thing, where it's like you don't want to be the first one to allow these level of, I'll call them shenanigans, into the hands of NFL owners, especially when you're talking about a first-round pick. It's interesting, though, because, that is a dude where you start talking about, like, hey, there's still a level of prove it necessary for him. However, that's something you should consider before you drafted him in the first round, as opposed to making this a secondary concern that you're trying to put on the contractual negotiations. I feel like the Bengals are very much in the wrong here on the Shamar Stewart.
They absolutely are in the wrong in my view as well.
But the thing about it is because they're fighting so hard on this particular clause, maybe they just felt like they were going to bully Shamar Stewart into submission, and probably that's where I imagine that might have been the most logical thing because ultimately both sides are losing out here. Shamar Stewart as a rookie really should be benefiting from all of these camps and mini camp type things because it's going to be super necessary for you to jump in and understand what's happening. The rookie year is already, like jumping to the NFL is already a big enough learning curve that it's not going to be helped if you don't have nearly as much of the smoothing that happens with learning what the system is and getting a better understanding and grasp of what maybe you talk about, rush end being a little bit easier because you can maybe simplify this down to see ball, get ball. But still, the league is so damn complicated, both on offense and defense at this point. The less time that you have to prepare for your very first time seeing this, the more it's going to feel like you were dropped on a NASCAR track.
But at the same time, the argument against what the Bengals are trying to do is literally the entire NFL is leaning more toward those types of guarantees, and they're saying no. So it's another horrible look for the Bengals.
And what's funny is, it would be one thing if it was like, all right, second round pick, because that's one of the things we're talking about. Jaden Higgins obviously becomes the first one to get that fully guaranteed. This is kind of what it's been for the first round since when they changed it after the Sam Bradford ruined it for everybody. It was like, all right, we got to cut this out. We can't keep doing this. But like they made sure that these things were guaranteed for the first round, and now they're trying to fight this in a way that does not make sense. So the Bengals, in a way, having a good and bad still time of trying to negotiate with their defensive ends. Neither of them done quite yet there. But there you go, around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it was a weekend of NBA activity. And I'm not talking NBA finals. There was a lot of activity, including your Rockets. Let's talk about the signing and the information on a potential acquisition that came up next.
Our guy Clint. officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, so this is probably not the way to do radio. However, a question of the day was about, names and the ones that trigger you and the ones that tell you all you need to know about something. Mm-hmm. Shout out to T. Mill in constant correspondence with the program saying that Chipper Jones, ain't no Chipper around there. He said that. He called that man Larry. Larry Jones.
And show.
Yeah.
Self-proclaimed show.
Ron, the show.
Although I'll give him a little grace here because I think that's more like a stage name, like yours, Figgy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nevertheless, he gave it to himself.
That's funny.
He gave it to himself.
All right. Let's get into this because the NBA was active this weekend. A lot of movings and shakings, including with the Rockets. And I think I'll start with the one that actually is proven to be important. That's a Steven Adams returns. Like he signed a 3-year act and to remain with the Rockets. And I know that probably sounds like, okay, fine. That's what you're supposed to do. I was not sold on the idea that this would get done for the Rockets.
Yeah.
And I was very impressed that this actually got done because he was super important to you, but also because there's a number of teams who need centers right now. Lakers are one of them that I think of off top of my head. I imagine that the Suns, Phoenix Suns, are one of those teams, interestingly enough, that needs a center to try and help balance what they're doing. And there's a few others that you could probably think of. And I thought, man, you get to free agency, and I think these teams are going to be really excited to look at a guy like Steven Adams, who made it on the other side of a pretty rough injury and was still productive offensively, defensively. And go, hey, that's a guy that we could fit in. And then obviously just a great dude, great person. Seems like this is probably a big win because not only did you re-sign him, you didn't re-sign him on an exorbitant deal. $13 million a year is pretty good for what Steven Adams is as a player. But you also get to keep that dude in your culture. And I imagine this is a big win for your culture and what Ime Udoka and what this organization feels like for a guy like Steven Adams.
Yeah, I had several thoughts on this that just sort of raced through my mind when I saw it. The first thought was, cool. I love that guy.
Is there anybody that doesn't love that guy?
I just love that guy.
Like as a dude.
Yeah, just as a player, as a dude, as a presence. His name came up over the weekend just talking, talking sports with somebody, and they were saying, he just looks so strong. I said, he is.
And you know what the thing that looks the strongest from my perspective? The screens that he looks like he set screens that hurt.
Yeah. He does.
I feel like I could run into a wall and it would feel better than running into a Steven Adams screen.
Yes, I think I agree. But then another couple of thoughts that I want to bounce off of you guys. The first one is, kind of a wow. It's amazing that 3.6 points a game will get you $39 million.
But that's the thing is he's not getting paid off of points per game.
Exactly.
He's getting paid off of rebounding.
But, you look at numbers and you're like, that dude's averaging 3.6 a game. $39 million. It shows you everything else that he does.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think those things matter. And it's, again, a point in that not everybody's judged off of the same metrics and the same scales. And, he's incredibly valuable to what you do. What this also does is it continues to keep you in a place where you have that connective tissue to what you did last year and some of the things that were really successful. One of the things that helped you go on the run that you did was discovering defensively the double big lineup. That remains.
And offensively.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That remains in tow for you as you continue into the season.
And that leads to the third thought that I had. This is maybe not a direct, but it's certainly an indicator. Forget Giannis.
You think that this takes Giannis entirely?
Forget Giannis.
Although Giannis, it feels like he's not on the table because after
I think forget him.
After those early kind of reports that Giannis would be maybe interested and open into the idea of thinking about it, it's all gone in the opposite direction where all the reporting recently has been the Milwaukee Bucks have no interest in trading him until Giannis says that he wants to be near that point, and he doesn't seem like the dude who really wants to be that guy who says it out loud. And so it's starting to look like if Giannis was to move, maybe that's like a trade deadline thing where they give it a shot and see how it's going. And maybe, and again, this still doesn't fit Giannis's MO, because he'll let it be known that he wants the team to be better, but he does not seem like the guy that wants to be the face of I asked out.
Yeah.
Almost like Dame Lillard, who is now his teammate, right? In Portland for so long, never wanted to be the run from the grind guy. Feels like I don't want to be run from the grind guy, which can operate to your detriment to some degree, but that's neither here nor there. Ultimately, is he going to move? And it feels like I'm with you. It would be an absolute no this offseason, and maybe like a possible at the trade deadline.
Yeah, no, I that's what it told me, and almost by extension, it leads to the other part of this conversation. I think it shifts the focus to Kevin Durant.
Yeah, Kevin Durant was absolutely a focus this weekend as we got more reporting on him. Some of that reporting being that his preferences are as follows. The 2 Texas teams, and the San Antonio Spurs and the Rockets, and then also the Miami Heat. Those are the places where he would be willing to sign an extension, because then remember, he's an expiring contract. He's heading into the final year of this deal at that $54 million number, and he'd be eligible for an extension that I think is like 2 years, 110, 115 in that range, which is a lot of money. So I think those are the things that the teams that are looking to acquire him would have to consider. Like, are you trading whatever you trade for an expiring contract, or are you trading that knowing that, hey, we're going to get him in, we're going to extend him probably another $50, $60 million for the next few years to him as well? How do you feel about that at this moment?
Look, I think the entire league, Eastern Conference as well, based on the other big trade that occurred over the weekend, I think the entire league realizes we can win this thing. Like Oklahoma City, yes, young, great future. They're going to be around for a while. But really, outside of the Thunder, like, it's a wide open opportunity to win a championship. Like, not just get there, but to win in the Eastern Conference as well. And so I think I'm good with it, and I think that the Rockets are realizing, Rockets, Spurs, and Heat, but Rockets are realizing, if we get this, we can win this. We can win it. It's not just like, they were number 2 in the conference as it is, and you get Durant. I think this is a good year to be Kevin Durant. It's a good year to be Kevin Durant. Not that there was a bad one ever in the last few years.
Yeah, so it feels like the Spurs have kind of, the reporting is kind of nebulous on what they're doing. But Michael Scotto, Hoops Hype, is kind of laying something out earlier today, talking about the idea that Ime Udoka's fondness for Durant is profound, but the question is, where does Rafael Stone fall on this? Which I think is an interesting section to talk about. But he talks about how a potential trade with the Suns for Durant, Houston could include Jalen, and we know that his money would matter a good amount. But that the Suns have already looked at the idea of, if they were to do a trade, where they would find to send Jalen Green.
Yeah,
being really closely considered by the Suns. Now, they would want Amen. That's not a go. They would want Alperin. That's not a go. And that feels like that was just never going to happen. But I think between Jabari Smith Jr. and Tari Eason, that's the interesting portion of this, that one of those guys would likely be necessary. And I think it'd be necessary even just to make the money work, one of those guys. If you had to part with one of those guys, which one do you feel like you'd be willing to? Which one do you feel like you'd not be willing to, between Jabari and Tari?
Well, I would be more willing to part with Tari, I believe, but I feel like,
really,
yeah, I think Jabari can. I think Jabari can fit really well with what they're trying to do here. But at the same time, don't you think that Jabari is probably valued a little higher?
I could see that.
I think so.
I could definitely see that, because the shooting is there as well. I think the versatility of his help defense, I'm really intrigued by that. And the ways in which he's gotten on the perimeter and defended pretty well. Now, I indelibly still have the image of him on the perimeter against the Warriors having a little bit of trouble, but that was a very particular matchup issue that I think was there rather than an inability by him. I really love the versatility that he has, and it feels like last year you started seeing a level of jump up in his game, that it feels like there's more opportunity to expand on and examine. The question I do have, though, is,
how about you, though?
If you are bringing in Kevin Durant, does that not feel like the place where there's possibly
a double up?
Yeah, where he might be losing some ground because of that particular profile of a long, tall guy who might be playing a little bit more of the full these bigs intel. Like, would he lose a little bit of opportunity here because of that? Is a question I
actually don't think so. Hell, Durant can play wherever you want him to play. I mean, he can be a 2. He can be, any number of things. So, I mean, you can go real big. You can go real big on some of these in some of these matchups, particular matchups in particular. But no, I think it may be a little bit, but not as much as you might think. The old double up. I really don't think so.
I think that I would probably go Tari as well because it feels like he is. I mean, there is a level of, I guess, him and Amin are similar, and Amin is obviously a much greater prospect in that space. But I don't know that I love giving up either of those, but you kind of would have to in one of those spaces. Somebody said trading Jalen to the Suns and then they getting him back would be hilarious. I don't think that's how that. I don't think that's how that would work by any means. But yeah, that's what's seemingly happening with Kevin Durant, where a lot of people, at least that would be more informed or in this space, are starting to lean towards the idea that Kevin Durant is a rocket. And I'm super intrigued by that because one of the big things that he would seem to provide is an opportunity to know where you go in big-time moments with trying to get a singular bucket.
And that's the reason you're bringing him in. That's the reason and how this all started. The Rockets are in a place where they say, we can win this. What do we need? Oh, that's what we need right there.
All right, from the 832, don't y'all think Durant is too expensive? Everything we have to give up, and he's older. What if he gets hurt? I mean, the risk of injury is there. The thing that gives me a level of solace is the last couple of seasons, he played respectably. And if you are anywhere around that NBA threshold of 65 games for awards, I feel comfortable that you've had a level of impact. And then on top of it, if you're there and then available for the playoffs is the ultimate, as the additional caveat. Thing. And I think that those things are there. Like you can, your defensive identity, I think you can still maintain. I think that you'll be able to have, hopefully you'll still be working towards a better offense with more shooting, with Reed Shepherd more involved. And then obviously Fred's still kind of running your show to where you have whatever offense that you had prior, which, I mean, even if though it wasn't a lot, but then you can kind of do the thing that the Golden State Warriors did in, what was that, 17, where they were like, hey, this is our normal offense. And then sometimes we just go, hey, Kevin, you want to do your offensive thing? And I'm okay if it's just
that's what they need.
If it's just the idea of, hey, we add on this side offense of sometimes we just go isolation and he goes and does things, because that's better than sometimes Jalen Green just goes isolation and does things. And I think that gets you a lot closer to where you're trying to go than where you have been. So yeah, that's kind of what's happening out there when it comes to the updates. But Alperen Sengun has his running mate and Steven Adams, the Twin Towers. That'll continue for another year, actually for another 3. Did you feel at all that was too long? Because I know somebody on the text line was expressing the idea of that.
You know what? That didn't even occur to me.
In addition to the idea of maybe like Fred, right? If he's not come back on that 45, if they opt out and they sign him to what I think has been speculated by Bobby Marks as a 3 for $90, like something where it's like 30 years but a longer deal. I think that's the cost of doing business.
That
you push
really
that money.
Occurred to me in hindsight, but the way they use him and the way he plays, I think that's about right. 3 years. Is that too long for you?
I mean, it wouldn't be optimal, but I think you do that understanding that, hey, man, you have to take your lump somewhere. Like
price of doing business.
You give up a little bit, and you hope that you figure out what the numbers look like on the back end. You get the benefit of the good time on the front end, and you make your negotiations on the back end. Also, it's worth noting 3 years is an interesting time period, because what that does is that falls off right about the time when an Amen Thompson extension kicks in, and that's when max money is coming in, because that's going to be a max, dude. It feels like that's where you're headed. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get into what's popping here on a Monday, including the Big Eater is back, and then also bigger walk-off on the weekend. We'll talk about all that next.
In the loop.
What does it
% off.
To see a copy of our station contest rules, go to sportsradio610.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' on a Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It feels like we should start with the easy one. Huge sweep.
Yeah,
Astros get a sweep of the Minnesota Twins, finishing out their homestand, a quick little homestand, 6 games, 5 wins in those 6 games, including, actually, you can just go back to the way that the Astros are kicking it right now. 16 wins in the last 22 games?
That is amazing. Truly amazing from when you consider what has gone on, injury-wise, if nothing else.
No Jordan.
No Jordan. Yeah. They lose Isaac Paredes in the course of that. They lose Zach DeZenzo in the course of that. Who else did they lose in the course of that? I feel like they lost somebody else. But
before that, Eric Getty, but still not having him.
You got some pitchers we probably never really heard of until now.
Yeah. That's the thing.
And speaking of, Brandon Walter, one of those who had a fantastic outing yesterday, only giving up a single solo blast in his, 6 innings of work, and he did not get the decision, but ultimately he kept them in that. And then you had one of the people who had a fantastic day, Mauricio Dubon, having a nice walk-off moment a day after Cam Smith had his first ever walk-off victory.
The real Cam Smith.
The real. That's right. My bad. I forgot his accolade. The real.
He actually did.
He didn't make the cut. Oh, man.
Who was shocked? So
salute the camera.
All right. So this is also What's Poppin'. I'll give you a quick other What's Poppin' here. Cameron Smith, the Australian golfer, missed the cut at the U.S. Open Friday. 8 over. Although, to be fair to him, that was the cut line. 8 over.
8 over was not a slouch round if you look at the entirety.
I mean, if you ain't make the cut, that's a slouch round. I do not care.
I don't know.
I don't care. I don't care.
I don't know, man.
Did he play 4 rounds?
4 over got you in the top 10.
Did he play 4 rounds?
No, he didn't.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He ain't got no walk off hit either.
He was not there at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Cam Smith was with a nice dribbler right through eye single that wins the game on a Saturday. And then you get Mauricio Dubon with a big swing to ultimately get a victory. What was the bigger walk-off moment for you? Was it Cam Smith getting his first one, or was it Mauricio Dubon doing it on his very first Father's Day, doing it for Luciano?
The Cam Smith one gained, because you mentioned it was kind of a dribbler drawn in the center of the infield and all that. So just good contact was going to bring in the run. But what kind of changes the dynamic a little bit, it was his first one ever. So you felt good about that. All that said, I'm still going to say Dubon. Given what it did for the series, wrapping it up, sweeping. Twins team, man.
I mean, how good can it possibly be? They got swept.
Yeah, they're pretty dang good. Aren't they in second place in their division? I think.
Sounds like not first to me.
That's right.
Sounds like not first to me. I mean, I don't understand that. Over here, we lead in our division.
We're talking about first place here.
I mean, it's first place by a little bit of a gap, too.
If you lead first, you're what?
Top 2, not 2.
Yeah, that's right. 4.5 game lead on the Mariners, mind you. And the run differential starting to look kind of nice, plus 39 for the Astros as well. And like I mentioned, 5-game win streak before they head out on the road. And I guess taking this to the larger context of what the AL looks like, they're third best record in the AL with that 11 games over 500 record of 41 and 30. Like this is just a very, very fun place that the Astros are existing in, mind you, and of course I do want to point to this. This time, or through by June 15th, which was yesterday, right? 41 and 30 obviously is where the Astros are this year. Last year they were 32 and 39.
Yeah.
And 3 years ago in 2022, anything happened that year? 3 years ago they were 39 and 24 at this juncture.
Yeah.
Where they were obviously 15 games over 500 at that point. But they're doing this with all of the injuries, with 3/5 of what their starting rotation was for the start of the season is on the IL. Then you have a number of their big hitters, guys that you came into the season thinking that they were going to be the big swingers. They are either on the IL or not going right now and all that. And they are still finding ways to get victory with timely hitting and fantastic pitching.
It's truly amazing, and you have to. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You have to just give credit to the Astros and how they are and how they continue to do this. And let me ask you this, Figgy. Are they the boogeyman again? Yet?
I think so. I just think the name on the front of the jersey, man, I think it scares everybody, especially when they start winning. Like I said, this is
a run like this?
This is, to me, this is kind of like you thought they was dead earlier this season. You see him on the ground, you look out the window like, yes, he's dead. And you go back and look out the window again, and they gone.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, he wasn't dead.
Can I quote Kobe Bryant here? I think they're a different animal, but the same beast.
Yeah,
if that makes sense, right?
Yeah,
like they went from being Freddie to Jason or what have you, right? Like they just, or actually, maybe it goes the other way. Maybe they went from Jason to being Freddie, right? Like from straight out like gore and to maybe just a little bit more of a psychological horror or menace, because this is a different type of doing it. Like they're not just going to bomb the mess out of you, even though like pitching has always been a mixture and a staple of a good Astros team as we've seen over the last decade or so. This is a team that, hey, man, we're going to keep it close. We're going to have timely hitting. We're going to get on the base paths, but we are also going to pitch the living you-know-what out of the baseball and make it really tough for you. And we're going to get ourselves into instances where we win by a couple of runs or we win in walk-off fashion, but we're going to get those victories.
And yesterday was the perfect example. They're down 1-0 and fast. They were really moving it right along. And you go to the ninth inning, and they're not even getting really good contact on the ball. But you go to the ninth inning, you're like, I think they got a chance. And sure enough, scratch out the 1 run, win it in 10. It's truly amazing. And you mentioned it earlier. They're within shot of the best team in baseball. They're in third place right now in the American League and within earshot.
Yeah, for sure. And only a game and a half back of the Yankees, as the 713 mentioned. Aaron Judge damn near hitting 400. All that just to stave off the Astros, huh, dog? All right,
that's what it takes.
That's what it takes.
Yeah.
It's a walking mash unit, just walking you down consistently. It really is. If they really are a horror villain, like they're the horror villain that's limping, walking at normal pace while you're running, and somehow you're not gaining any ground.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's just like Michael Myers walking behind you. You think you gone? He's still right there, man, just walking at regular speed.
Yeah.
All right. So what does this particular 3-game set? Because obviously they're back on the road this time in Sacramento versus the Athletics at Sutter Health Park. And the reason why I mentioned the name of the park in particular is AAA ballpark. But we've seen it play really, really weird. Like balls fly out of the park there. I think it literally is the second best park factor when it comes to like obviously what it does.
Park factor.
Yeah, man. Just to give you an idea of some parks play a little bit more pitcher, some parks play a little more hitter, and park factor is the actual statistic that they've used to kind of try and compute that. It's second only to Coors Field.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, who does that benefit more? The Astros offense, which meant to the Astros pitching?
I think Astros offense, simply because of the way that, first of all, the way they've been pitching, and I know ball flying out will make it harder, but bullpen and closer, being able to close out a close game and maybe win. I mean, Hader's stacking up wins, much less closes. Saves. There it is.
Yeah. That's the one. All right, some other things that are popping. Alex Bregman got somebody fired.
Yeah.
I mean, not directly, but roundabout. Like, Alex Bregman signing with the Red Sox was the chain reaction that had the Boston Red Sox doing that thing that they do, where they go, hey, here's this young, really, really good, talented player. Let's send him somewhere else.
Yeah.
Rafael Devers sent to the San Francisco Giants for a number of players that came back, including Kyle Hamilton, who they sent down?
Or
is it Kyle Hendricks, rather?
Yeah.
That they sent down to AAA as soon as they acquired him. He was about to start for the Giants.
Yeah.
They had to scratch him before Sunday night baseball, and then he is traded, and he is immediately set to AAA.
Sucks. That really sucks.
Man.
That really sucks. There's no scenario in which you can say this was a good trade for this year for the Red Sox. None.
No.
None.
Now, Rafael Devers had gotten over the last couple of weeks. The bat had looked a little dicey, but if you're not familiar with the circumstance, Alex Bregman signs pretty late into the offseason. He's a third baseman, clearly. Rafael Devers was previously playing third base, and they're like, hey, dog, you're now a DH. And he didn't want to do that. He eventually, begrudgingly, takes that space. And, I mean, since then, there's been a number of things that has indicated that maybe they were not. Actually, can you give me this audio, though? Because I think that this is really funny. Maybe you could have been persuaded that things were getting a little bit better. This was 2 hours before the trade deadline. Rafael Devers talking to the media through an interpreter. Oh, did we not get this audio? My bad. He seemed to be believing that he was asked. I'll summarize the audio. He was asked, does it feel like you guys are starting to hit your stride, starting to play the baseball that you want to play? And he was like, yeah, basically, right? Basically, yeah. We feel like we're getting to that space. 2 hours later, you are San Francisco Giant. So, yeah, man.
He's going to crush it in San Francisco, too. Have you
I
seen
think so.
some of the metrics?
I actually haven't.
Yeah, like where his balls this year. Now I'm channeling Reggie again.
Is he going to put them all in McCovey Cove? Is that what's about to happen?
Baby. It was like at least, I think it was like 5 more.
Home runs
would have been there.
If he had been in that ballpark as opposed to. Wow. Okay. So, yeah, that'll be interesting. But, yeah, this is a clear step back. Obviously, they have some younger guys. And I think that the Red Sox, and this is something I wanted to get to. Thank you for bringing me back here. Like, the Red Sox are one of those teams that you had previously looked at as, I mean, they were 6.5 back of the Yankees in the AL East. But, I mean, you look at the wild card race, and they're half game back.
They're right there. Yeah, they're right there.
And this, as you mentioned, like, this can't help them in that regard. Maybe as they get close to the trade deadline, they actually make some moves. But that's a big-time player that is not 30 yet that they sent away because of, I don't know,
I think he's
politics.
27 or 28.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because of politics, like, this just can't be the way that you operate your organization.
No, I'm not just furious with this.
Because, again, this is another time. The Mookie Betts is somewhat similar. And yes, that was a contractual situation. But, hell, ain't no salary cap.
How does Bregman feel?
I don't. That's a good question. I actually don't know. And, of course, I made that man's name wrong multiple times. Kyle Harrison is the man. Goodness gracious. But, yeah, man, like, I don't know. How do you think Alex Bregman feels? Because I don't think that he wanted to cause no trouble.
Right. And he's but on the other hand, he's not that he wasn't going to be, but he's safely away from the drama of, third base and DH and all that. But the team's not as good.
That's also true. Yeah, I mean,
fans are pissed.
And fans are pissed.
He wanted to go there for his money, which I think he did get to some degree, but he also wanted to win. And I think that Red Sox team is in a weird place where it'll be interesting to watch them over the next week or two to see what the team plays like. Because, again, the next month is going to lead us right up into the trade deadline. And what happens at the trade deadline?
Trade for Bregman.
Hell, he might be a free agent. Where does
Bregman play on this roster? Because it ain't third base.
Yeah, no.
You're not unseating Isaac Paredes.
Go right into the same situation.
Yep, it'd be red.
No. He comes back
the
in
Boston
Isak.
Astros.
They're like, hey, Isaac, you got a DH, dog.
Isaac, you're DH now, buddy.
Then send them to the Giants.
Oh, my goodness. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And I'll just throw this in on the back end. Apparently, Joey Chestnut is back. So, looking forward to the 4th of July in a few weeks. You will, assuming that you enjoy watching people eat things really fast, see Joey Chestnut in the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest. Excited? Yes?
Yeah.
Biggie can't wait.
Yeah.
All right.
Legend.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back to more from Nico Collins, who was talking last week on the Green Light podcast. And he had some interesting things to say about the defense and more particularly the quarterback of the team, C.J. Stroud. Let's get into it next.
What should Texans fans expect to see from the new-look offense?
Expect, a lot of points, a lot of fun plays like we've always done, and it's not always going to be perfect. So let's get that out of our mind. But the goal is to be great.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. J.J. Spawn made the rest of us dads look bad yesterday. After spending Saturday night taking care of his sick daughter, came out on Father's Day and won the U.S. Open at Oakmont. If you want backstory, Spawn delivers in a big way. Said he was worried he'd be out of the sport as recently as last year. I hope everyone out there had a great Father's Day. Just know it wasn't nearly as good as J.J. Spawn's. I'm Andrew Perloff.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you. Which could be, when you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. 346-371-3330.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Wait, something feels different at Sterling McCall Chevrolet.
Yeah, there's a new energy, fresh faces, and a stronger commitment to putting you first.
That's right. At Sterling McCall Chevrolet, we're entering a fresh chapter of customer service excellence. Experience the difference today with refreshed inventory, reimagined customer service, and renewed dedication to finding your perfect Chevrolet.
They even streamlined the paperwork process.
Visit us today at Sterling McCall Chevrolet. Same trusted location, fresh new approach.
Hey, June is Men's Health Awareness Month, and you got to get to the Men's Tea Clinic. I'm Sean Pendergast, and I've been going to the Men's Tea Clinic for 5.5 years now, and it's one of the best things that I've done for myself. Don't just think about going. Don't just talk about it. Put it into action here in the month of June in Men's Health Awareness Month, and go to the Men's Tea Clinic to get your customized approach to getting your quality of life back. For me, it's testosterone replacement therapy. It may be something else for you. You got to go find out. 5 locations around town. It's mensteaclinic.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's, and a promotion, kid, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You can actually do
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a Monday. Hope your Monday is going pretty well. Hope your Father's Day went well, including the 832 who said that the Dubon walk-off was great. Great walk-off. They said they went crazy. St. Arnold's was serving beers in the Father's Day souvenir cups as well.
All right.
Father's Day at the ballpark's got to be real fun.
Yeah. My middle son took his daughter. How old is she now? 9, 8 months, something like that, daughter? How about that?
I thought when you I heard 9, 8, and I was like, 9 or 8?
No,
yeah,
months,
that's a good
months,
9 or 8 months. I don't know if I feel that one quite as much. That one don't, like, it's good for pops. It just also feels like a lot. 7 months?
7 months.
You
took a 7. Yeah, but it's for him. It's Father's Day.
Okay.
Exactly.
7-year-old of the first Astros game. And you get a walk-off.
Walk-off.
Yeah.
Buy a new one in that same space.
Yeah.
Get to share that moment forever.
I feel like the NBA kind of missed the mark by not having a game on yesterday on Father's Day.
They got a game tonight. Hey, man,
They should have had one on Father's Day, though, man.
Yeah.
They could have.
It's not a bad call.
They wanted to leave room for fathers to spend time together so that they can ignore their children again on Monday night. You know, you
Plus,
feel the vibe. You understand what's happening.
The
now?
U.S. Open's going to be tough to compete with.
All right.
No, I'm serious. You think I'm kidding?
U.S. Golf on a Sunday really does feel like a big Father's Day activity.
It's tradition with U.S. Open, Sunday, Father's Day.
Right. It feels like the perfect activity. Pops can lay on the couch.
I feel like
fall asleep a couple of times.
I feel like the finals on a Father's Day was not like a by law tradition, but it seemed like it was always on. It always fall on the Father's Day.
No, it would compete, but then you're splitting. You're kind of splitting it there. Yeah.
Okay.
So you said Adam Silver was scared.
He's running from the smoke.
Yeah.
That's wild, man. Couldn't be me.
Like, let's put it on a Monday where nothing else is playing.
Exactly.
Gold Cup wasn't scared. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Nico Collins, we played a little bit of audio earlier in the program, but a really fun sit down with Chris Long on his podcast, Greenlight. And I really enjoyed. It felt like Nico is one of those guys that, I don't know. We don't hear a ton from him, but he's also not a dude who feels like he's scared of opportunities to talk. And it feels like when he does, it's well considered. And so, with that being the case, I'm interested in his perspective on a lot of things. And let's start here with 14 here, because they started asking. I guess, Chris, I think he's entering a year where there's going to be a lot of eyes on him, both locally, obviously, if for no other reason than how that shoulder look. No, but like from a national perspective, the narrative of sophomore slump Stroud started getting out there, and people are going to start looking at what does he do in the way of a rebound. And so there's going to be a lot of eyes on him. But first and foremost, he was asked, Nico, was about C.J. Stroud and his leadership qualities.
CJ is a great guy. Man, that's one guy you want to have as your quarterback, a leader, a guy that's going to be there for you no matter what, have your back, and drop downs for you when you need them the most. Yeah. Getting that play for sure.
So that's something that has been completely never questioned.
No.
Never, ever. I go back to high school, for goodness sakes. His leadership. I do think it's a different kind of leader because of by default at the position. And I think he's one of the guys, and he can relate. He's kind of chameleon-like. I think he can talk to anybody from any background, and that's a very rare quality that is clearly a leadership quality. If you can talk to, the old heads and the young guys and relate, that's a very unique characteristic, and it's a great one for a quarterback to have. But remember last week I brought up, who's the swarm guy? Who's that leader that can be that guy on offense.
What does swarm mean again, Lopez?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember.
I knew I'd get him. I was like, let's see if we can catch him. Figgy, you got. Oh no, go ahead, give him a shot. What's the first letter at least mean?
Sports.
Yep.
With.
Yep. You're doing a great job.
Real mentality.
Very good. Excellent.
That's it, right? Sports with a real mentality?
I think that is a 1 for 5 is what we're looking at there. Special work ethic and a relentless mentality.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
That's not fast, though.
It's not fast. No, but I mean, yeah, man. You're talking about a swarm mentality, and CJ is it for you?
No, I'm saying CJ is more of a different type of leader.
Yeah,
he's a different type of leader than that.
No, it's funny because quarterback is this like middle management position where you have that level of responsibility. He takes that greatly. This was actually, and this was Nico Collins talking about CJ Stroud and how he clearly cares. And I thought this was interesting. Like that was something that Chris Long said that he could see from the outside looking in is how much that man cared.
CJ the same guy that y'all see from the outside looking in, from the inside out, man. I just feel like nothing changes about him. He's the same guy every single day. Coming in ready to work, composed. He joke around with you, man. He like to have fun, and most of the time he gonna care about you. No matter what, he got your back. Like you said, it showed. When Tank went down, man, that's like, you know what I'm saying, that one hurt. That one hurt like deeply. Everybody felt that. He showed his emotion, but that's why he got us. To lift him up. Like, let's go. We got to keep going, bro. You got to finish. You got a game to finish right now.
See, that's the interesting one to me.
I was like, did you take any issue with that? Because I can, from our perspective, just here, I can hear.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be crying.
No.
On the football field.
No, to me that was the best of all that, and it was a great podcast and good stuff from Nico. But to me, that was the most enlightening one. From the outside looking in, we were getting those texts and calls, all of them. Like, was it Wood that came in at one time just really ripping on him? I don't want my quarterback crying on the field.
That's right.
Yeah, he called in 5 months after the fact and brought it up.
And from the outside looking in, to be honest, that's an understandable sentiment. Like, I don't want my guy acting like that. I mean, there's another play to play. There's another game to finish and all that. I get it. But from the inside looking out, you just heard Nico. Like, that meant something, like how much he cared.
It did mean something. I think that the maybe the step where we start getting close to the line where I start feeling like I'm actually a little problematic in the way that I'm operating here is, you probably shouldn't, and maybe this is unfair, but you probably shouldn't need everybody else to be like, hey, okay, now time to turn the page. Like, typically, in a more stereotypical vision of what a quarterback leadership looks like, that's the guy that's like, all right, guys, let's go. Right, here we go on to the next one.
Should be.
But I don't think I'm ever going to be mad at an empathetic player in that space, especially because dude's going to go the extra mile for him, like you would imagine. And that's something that I hope translates in a lot of different ways, including like the offensive line, where I do wonder what the dynamic was there. Because at times that was one of those things that people questioned was like, are these guys fighting for him? Like, are guys, when people are hitting your quarterback, are they going and fighting the other team because that's my quarterback and I care deeply for him and he cares deeply for me? And I do the entirety of that system, right, with Bobby Slowick and kind of his almost like, iron fist in the way that he held the offense. Like, was that, I don't know, maybe I used the word apathy or what have you.
Yeah.
Was that there? But how much of that is counterbalanced, especially in a circumstance where you have an offense ran by Nick Caley, and those guys are also looking at how much C.J. Stroud, cares for the rest of the
No, I think that's fair. Like, to be clear, I'm not saying that they're the people who are like, I don't want my quarterback crying on the field. You got a game to finish. I'm not saying they're altogether wrong, and you kind of are in that same vein. You got to be able to turn the page. What I am saying is maybe it affected them in the short term because you get your cues from the quarterback, and if he's there real emotional, maybe it affects you in a weird way, and you're not as frothing at the mouth or whatever to get going again. But big picture stuff inside that locker room, I think it mattered a lot to him.
And I do wonder though if that did serve as an experience where C.J. Stroud takes them from that, where it's like, all right, I might need to be a little bit. Jaded isn't the right word, but I think like a little bit more stoned to the idea of like, hey man, I need to be able to lock in whenever, even in a moment of incredible emotion, as clearly was the case there during the Tank Dell injury. All right, some other things that Nico Collins got into. Would you rather talk about Nick Caley, or would you rather talk about what C.J. Stroud, what type of ball that he throws that Nico likes?
Nick Caley all day.
All right, so this was Nico Collins, because I imagine I could feel it in the way that he answered it, or asked it rather. Chris Long, again, of the Green Light Podcast, former NFL players, and he was basically asking, almost it felt like in a way that we would be like, hey man, what's this Nick Caley guy looking like? What's this offense looking like? This was Nico's answer.
The way he just called plays, man, the way he just get creative, putting guys in situations to be explosive, to make plays. He puts you in the right position to go out and just have fun. You know, he not gonna go out there and do something that is not you. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can go out there and put you in a great position, man. But his enthusiasm, his personality, man, I feel like it's unmatched, man. It's lit. You know, he's up there giving that install. He's juice. You know, he's jumping around, sweating. You know, he's pumped, man. He's a great guy for sure. I'm glad he's here calling the plays, man. You know, he understands everything. You come back, what you got. You know, he'll do what you need to do. You know, he'll do whatever it takes, man. That's one guy that just want to win.
I want to dig into that part of it, but the other part is, you know, all these comments we're hearing about how things are now. I keep going back to how bad they must have been.
Correct.
You know,
that's right.
How bad they must have been under Slow. It lets you be who you are, put you in position to excel, and it's just, and maybe it's unfair on my part, but I go going back to, wow, we had a hunch that Slow, you know, was his way or the highway. We didn't know it was that bad.
I mean, when you got two things side by side, it's only human to be like what's different between these things. And every first opportunity, everybody gets like, damn, have you seen how much energy this cat has? Like that.
And I'm setting the energy aside. To me, the energy doesn't even really matter that much. It does to them, but it doesn't. I'm talking about the things that he's talking about and how he's doing the offense.
True. And one of them that was mentioned. This is coordinator number 4 in the 5th year of Nico Collins's NFL journey. So I mean, he has a level of it, really gone through some mini camps and how do you get to that space? How do you see it?
I think you get there because he's seen the offense, whether it's on a notebook pad or whatever you want to call it, or on the field, or small doses, or in sort of away from the facility type situations with C.J. Stroud. I think he's looking at the offense saying, "Whoa, okay, this is." Put it this way: that didn't sound like a guy that was worried about being able to get his touches.
No,
not at all.
No, he sounded very confident. Yeah. The position to excel very much felt like, oh, okay, so I can already see the difference in what we were doing early in the ways that, oh, okay, this gets me more open, or this gives me more opportunity to do what. No one felt the thing that really, and I don't want to say red flag, but it made my ears perk up was he's willing to do whatever it takes, and I was like, have we? That's typically something that you're like, hey man, we've been through something tough, and I've seen that metal tested, and I'm like, I don't know that we've seen that metal tested, but I'm interested as to what happened behind the scenes that got them to the place where like, oh yeah, no, this Nick Caley thing, this dude is for real, or maybe it's just like some dudes make you feel it, right?
Yeah, I think it's part of it.
If you allow me to use a music analogy here, like I think that's the difference between the Isley Brothers and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Like Earth, Wind, and Fire, so very good at like the technical, the musicianship, and all this. The Isley Brothers, you play it and you just feel it. And I feel like maybe that's the distinction here, where you get Nick Caley in, and yes, I mean the X's and O's, I hope, are in a really good place, and I would imagine they are from the various things we talked about. Yeah. It seems like he just makes those dudes feel it, like the confidence. Makes them feel the knowledge and the idea that no, you're safe in my hands. I am doing the right thing for you, because that is all of that exuded from a guy who has not had but maybe a few months working with this cat.
It goes back to something that I say often that I think is very real in sports and life in general. You know sincerity when you see it. If people can act sincere and talk sincere, but it's just not there, I think they feel it from Nick Caley.
Yeah. So I found that to be really intriguing in that space. But yeah, man, just some really, really fun kind of conversations that Nico Collins had with the Greenlight podcast, talking about this Texas team as we continue to move towards training camp. Like, I'm super excited to actually get a chance, extended period of training camp, and get an opportunity to get a feel for what they're feeling and see some of those things that they're seeing when it comes to putting guys in opportunities to succeed, seeing the level of confidence that those guys exude on the field, because that's really what matters. Like, can you take whoever is orchestrating these things and turn it into production? Because that's what the Texans need. That's what we're all here for, is the production on the field that hopefully lifts some Lombardi Trophy at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's typically the time when we do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do those next.
Payne and Pendergast. 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loops, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I think I'm at the point in my relationship where I either don't care or my wife could be poisoning me.
Uh-oh.
You earned it. I'm on her side. So the moon water ain't saving you?
No, the moon water felt good. Did y'all feel good through the weekend with the moon water?
No.
All right, so
I don't know what other answer you anticipated. I felt right about the same.
So I'm at the point now where whether it's moon water, like I said last week, I just work here, man. I just work here. She started to give me some supplements several years ago, and I'll take, I do the bone broth, which is really good. That's good in the morning. It's good for your collagen and your joints and all that. That one,
all right, but does it taste good?
It's like soup. It's bone broth. Just put some salt and pepper in there.
Good soup. I feel like you can't just say it's like soup as if there's not different levels of soup.
I will fight for bone broth.
Okay.
I think most people, especially get into your 40s and beyond, you need to start taking it because the collagen, you just feel your joints and stuff feel a little better. But that's not what I'm talking about here. She starts giving me supplements over the last couple of years. And about, I'd say a month ago, I'm sitting there, we're watching a game, watching TV, whatever. She goes, take this. And it's a pill. And I just took the pill.
She could have roofied you.
No questions, no nothing. So
you could have gotten high.
How that life insurance looking?
That's what I'm wondering now. Because in a break, I was telling Reggie, I'm taking this. I don't know what she's giving me.
So if you run out, go to the bathroom, we know what to do.
So I texted her.
Just one day you don't wake up because it's been a slow poison trail.
I texted her in the last break. Literally, I've been taking it for 2 months. What is that pill you give me at night? Apparently, it's magnesium.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So magnesium, I guess it's good for you. I don't know.
What is it supposed to do for you? Have you even found that out?
May combat depression. I'm not depressed. May support healthy blood sugar levels. Okay.
Okay.
She's trying to keep you from getting the sugar. That's good.
May promote heart health. All right. But it might not be magnesium. She just told me it was magnesium.
That is also true. That is also true.
I've been taking a pill, sight unseen, for at least 2 months.
How are you feeling?
No different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just like that moon water, man. No different.
Oh, come on now.
Maybe that's what's been happening with the moon water. She's just been putting magnesium in there, telling you it's the moon.
So I guess that's when you reach a certain point in your relationship. You're like, sure, take this. Okay.
Very good. I mean,
that's trust right there, man.
I guess, or just don't care.
All right.
Because I know I'm going to lose the fight anyway.
Is this one of those distinctions without a difference? Magic on the YouTube page says you call it a relationship and not a marriage.
Well, it's the same.
I feel like,
yeah.
Is that a problem?
Yeah, that's being a little picky right there.
Yeah,
sometimes I say my girl.
Yeah.
Do you ever say my old lady though?
Mm-hmm.
I have been saying that more often. I kind of feed into the whole New Orleans thing. My old lady.
Old lady is so fun as a but. For some reason, they don't seem to like it.
No. I call it my bruja.
Yo,
who? What?
My bruja.
Did you just call her a witch?
Mi bruja.
So you can see why I'm wondering if she's poisoning you, right?
All my Hispanic brethren will testify. You can call your wife your bruja.
I mean, you can. I feel like that's how you end up with a skillet to the upside of your head, though.
Does she know what it means?
Or a pill that you don't know.
Turn your head into a tortilla. You're not careful. All right. Speaking of differences, or distinctions, I think this one is a distinction that actually is a difference that I've got to admit I never knew. So this is actually coming from one of my favorite podcasts at this point. It's Cut 27. Pablo Torre Finds Out.
Oh, what did he find out?
Actually, no, this isn't Pablo Torre Finds Out. Sorry, this was from Pat McAfee, which I have to give him some credit. This is Pat McAfee along with JJ Watt, 28. Sorry, I did the wrong number. And this is JJ Watt and also me learning something about the buffalo.
You know what a bison is?
I sure do. Eat them all the time.
Do you know what a buffalo looks like?
I sure do.
What are the differences?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know.
I mean, I know. You asked if I knew what a buffalo looks like. I do.
What does it look like then?
The University of Colorado mascot, Ralphie.
No, so that's actually a bison.
Son of a... Are you kidding me? That's illegal.
Yeah, that is a bison. That's like the Buffalo
Bills.
Bills.
Advertising.
All our buffaloes have these things here.
Well, that's a water buffalo.
Bingo.
What's a regular buffalo?
So,
good question.
That's just what it is. Everything we've been calling a buffalo is actually a
North
bison.
Dakota State should take Colorado's mascot.
North Dakota State is the bison, yeah.
What the hell?
A buffalo?
Yeah.
One of these things.
That's a water buffalo. They're not called the water buffalo.
That's what a buffalo is.
So there's no regular buffalo.
No, it's a bison. Everything we've thought has been a buffalo has been a bison our entire life.
That's right. Like, legitimately, as I see this video, just scrolling on a Saturday, I think, and then I was like, did my Googles.
Yeah.
A true buffalo is just like they have the weird, like, looping horn things, and I would typically call them, like literally, J.J. Watt was like, it's a water buffalo. I was like, yes, that's exactly what that is. Like, nope, that is a true buffalo. No other buffaloes exist besides the buffalo with the weird-looking horns. All these jokers with the big humpback, they're all bison.
Yeah.
100% of them. And we as Americans just decided, that's a buffalo.
It's close enough.
That's a buffalo.
Same difference.
I spent 33 years of my life not knowing this difference.
It's so understandable. And the only reason I was nodding my head yes is because I was in the same boat as you a few years ago. I was like, really? I was like, really? And I looked it up myself. But yeah, no.
So all the mascots and all that stuff that call themselves buffaloes are really bison?
Yes.
Bison. So even like the Colorado buffalo?
Ralphie is a bison.
That's crazy.
What's the name of the? Is it Buffalo Bill? Like the actual mascot?
North Dakota State?
No, the Buffalo Bills.
Oh,
like,
in Colorado? No idea. No idea.
The Buffalo Bills mascot.
In Buffalo.
Bills.
That's incredible.
The NFL team.
Yeah.
I was like,
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
He said, oh, yeah, in Colorado.
I thought you were talking about Colorado.
Oh, yeah,
Bills, Buffalo.
Yeah.
In Buffalo, New York.
Yeah,
that plays in the NFL.
That one that came back and beat the Oilers.
All right, that's a bridge too far. That's a step too far, Biggie. You didn't have to go there.
Hey, man. Hey, that team in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Ain't our problems.
Yeah.
I guess. Well, but it was this city that.
I guess you're right.
This city had to deal with the pain, and I also had to deal with the pain of learning that all those are bison and not buffalo.
Yeah.
In Colorado, right?
Yeah.
Yes, in Colorado.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. So, my Monday starting off pretty rough. So yesterday, me and the old lady, we did some meal prepping and all that stuff. I hit my sister up, who's pretty much a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
And she know what to eat and all that stuff. So I'm going strictly off of her diet.
Good for you.
And I come in this morning, you see I got my lunch box right here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good to go. I got my water, my Stanley cup. I got to drink 3 of those.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I'm motivated. And Lopez come in with a Tupperware full of barbecue. I'm like, man, F you, dude. What is wrong?
Ribs and brisket. Is that the only time that somebody like gives you like non-poison food and you're just like, what is this?
Why are you doing this?
Yeah, I'm like, what? What? Walking, like, here's some barbecue. I'm like, what? I can't believe that, man.
You ate it? He really gave us no heads up either. We just walked into work and it was barbecue.
Why wouldn't I? He should. Man, that me this.
Yeah.
And say, hey, I'm bringing some barbecue in. Then I can mentally prepare to say no. Like, all right, nah, I can't. I'm bringing my lunch. So I would have been prepared.
Your willpower is crank.
Yeah.
Just
you gotta wind it up.
Walking
for a few
into
hours.
a studio and it's a Tupperware full of barbecue.
And it was warmed up too, so you could.
Yes, I'm like, oh man. I'm like, man, I can't believe he did this, man.
You ate it.
I know. I had no choice.
You had no choice.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Do you have no choice at that point?
Yeah,
you had no choice, man.
You don't want to be ungrateful. You know what I mean? Like, hey.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you don't do this all the time.
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if you did it every Monday or something like that. But I'm like, man, so now I gotta eat about 3 or 4 rib bones now, man. So I'm already to a bad start.
Tomorrow's another day. Yeah, you can eat your granola and everything else tomorrow. By the way, what's in your lunch? What's your health?
So I got pretty much a chicken stir fry.
Oh, that'll
work.
Yeah, so we did a lot.
It ain't brisket and ribs.
No, it sure ain't. So we actually had to weigh everything in portions and all that stuff. My sister is so strict.
Oh, she does like the macros for real.
Yeah, 100%. She was very strict with it. I had I want to say it was like a 4-ounce steak last night.
All right.
I'm just like, man, what is
You're
this?
doing well.
I told her,
So you had a steak bite?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm like, I could have just popped that in my mouth and kept going. I texted her. I'm like, what is this? Where the rest of it?
Where's that?
She was like, discipline. That's how I go. You got to get used to it.
Yeah.
346 said exactly what I said. Your diet starts tomorrow. Then, hey, we don't got to start today. We'll start that tomorrow. And from the 832, every time you give something up, it shows up all over. You should have known just as soon as
I know,
you was
man.
trying to be good.
100%. I didn't even think you cooked yesterday. Usually you be posting and bragging about it a little bit. I thought you kind of took the day off.
The warning sign is seeing the picture on Instagram.
Yeah, he'll usually text us the picture of the brisket or something, or the grill and all that stuff.
I went in, man. I had brisket, ribs, sausage, salmon.
I noticed how some of those things were missing from the Tupperware.
Well, salmon was for my wife because she's a pescatarian, but the sausage.
I would have been cool with the salmon, man.
I'm joking.
Sausage got worked.
I'm joking. I'm not actually the guy who gets free food and is like, not enough.
Yeah.
Not sufficient.
Actually, I might have some left.
Oh.
I'll bring you some more tomorrow, Figgy.
Look, there you go, man.
Don't worry, Figgy. You know what I'll do for you because I'm such a good friend? I'll eat it all before you get a chance to.
Yeah.
Don't
You
even
know
worry
what?
about it,
I'm glad you gave me the heads up and just not me walking in the studio. Hey, here's some meat.
Hey, yo.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I'm really trying, and I'm trying to do a little more with AI. Just because it's everywhere, there are probably some really good things you can do with it. I know you're not a big fan. I'm not a huge fan. But every time I've used, and I don't use it very often, but I was driving in my truck this weekend. I forget what the question was, but you ask the question as you're driving so you don't have to text or whatever and be on your phone. So I asked the question, whatever it was, and the little lady's voice came on and said, "Would you like me to use ChatGPT to find that answer?" I said yes. So she gave me the answer, or it gave me the answer. And then at the very end, it says, check details for errors. Why do you have AI?
She's trying to cover herself.
If at the end of it, they're going to say, check details for errors.
That's actually very human to be like, hey, so this is what I think. However, I'm gonna let you know.
Hey, I ain't the expert.
I don't know. I'm just letting you know.
I'm not the expert.
I've never felt more relatable with AI than I do right now.
But AI is supposed to be like scouring the web and research and all this.
See, that's what people think it's supposed to be, but it's not.
And then, so I got this answer. I'm like, okay, nod my head. Okay. And then she goes, check details for errors. I'm going, I'm going to throw everything out the window then.
That's right.
I'm going to throw everything out.
So you've now learned your lesson then, right?
I have certainly learned.
I love that AI was like, I mean, this is something I found. You can do with this what you want. I don't know.
To me, I respect that a lot because you can easily Google something, find an article, and think it's a legit article, and you got to do all this research to try to find the sources and all that stuff. At least she said, hey, check it on your own time.
Well, then what use are you? If I can't say, oh, it means this, I checked with AI. No, it doesn't, because they said check details for errors.
That's a you problem, brother. I feel like you need to figure out
you
what
can't go
see.
in and expect the AI to be 100% right.
Yes, you can. You should.
100% right?
You should. It's supposed to be doing all kinds of research and real.
It's a tool for you that kind of give you some stuff. You got to do some work too, buddy.
Yeah. But you ask, hey, how do you cook a brisket? Well, you do this, 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 and this. But check the details for errors. Then you throw away everything I said.
Maybe that should tell you something about how much you should trust and value AI. I don't know. I'm just saying.
But see, Reggie could tell you how to cook a brisket, but I'm sure at the end he was like, hey, I ain't no chef or nothing. But that's how I would do it.
Yeah.
By the way, from the 346, Figgy, the diet starts Wednesday, actually.
Now it's Wednesday.
Yeah, diet starts Wednesday.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if I should even tell my wife. Or just act like I just had a good lunch.
Yeah,
and I'm rolling day one, baby.
Yeah, that chicken was delectable.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. All right, coming up next, it's a Monday coming off a weekend, so you know what we got to do? Who are the winners? Who are the losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610. Send yours in. We'll break them down next.
Our guy.
AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Winners and losers of the weekend. Happy Monday to you. Hope your Monday's been going well. Fair enough. That was a Wild Man on Meat segment. Yep. There was a lot of talk about protein. Got to be honest, all through that segment. But now, let's talk about the weekend that was a fun one in sports in a various number of capacities. Let us know who won, who lost on the weekend. 713-572-4610. I was very intrigued by the hoop this week. I mean, I've loved this NBA Finals to this point here. Lopez, like, what about you?
Absolutely, and game tonight, and it's been wildly entertaining, more so than I thought. Even though I like both these teams, we saw what they were doing, but the Pacers have just flat out surprised, man, with the way they've done things.
Yeah, and then game 4, it felt like the Pacers were the better team for 3 quarters, maybe 3.5 quarters, and then the Thunder just had Alex Caruso play some incredible basketball. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander he just put his thing on the table in that game. Like at the end, I don't know how else up in a way late in that game, and they get that win. End up winning by 7 in a game where they made 3 3-pointers. And I say all this to say an exciting game 4 in what has been an exciting NBA Finals, and all that comes around to, I mean, there's no instance where you would not be paying attention to this game, especially if you were in the building, would there?
Oh, of course. Absolutely not.
Your first loser of the weekend, Stephen A. Smith, ladies and gentlemen. He is on the NBA Countdown team for ESPN, in addition to the 17,000 other responsibilities he has for ESPN. And social media caught him lacking. He was sitting on the desk or what have you, or wherever he was watching the game, and he might not have been at the desk that they were at. But he had his phone in front of him, and it was open to a game of solitaire as active play is happening on the court in Indiana. Now, there's people that, many people have called him out. Stephen A. quote tweeted one of the instances and said, quote, "Yep, that's me. Who would have thought I can multitask, especially during timeouts? Hope y'all are enjoying the NBA Finals. This is going 7 games now, peeps." Does that feel like that stacks up for you as an excuse?
I'm not going to totally throw him under the bus. We all have those little things we do. We get to our phone and check or do.
Agreed.
Even in the course of, and I'm sure you do it, as many screens as you have, you can see more than one thing. Like we are conditioned these days. Now, it's not a great look for a guy that's supposed to be one of the ultimate authorities on the NBA. I could see where he would be doing that. I'm not going to throw him totally.
But see, the community notes called him out a little bit on that, saying he was pretty much lying.
Yeah, during the game.
And that had that moment in his phone was during it wasn't during the timeout. It was actually during gameplay.
But again, I've had my phone open, checking an Astros game or watching an Astros game even while I'm watching something else, and I can see both.
Yeah, but that's a little. But see, that's a little different than playing solitaire.
No, yeah, I get it.
And I think that the level of the thing that you're watching and how much it matters to what you're trying to do and how much attention you need to pay for it matters here, right? He is in this place where you are covering the NBA Finals, which is the highest level of the NBA, of what you're doing at your job in that moment.
Yeah.
You need to pay attention right then.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things where you get caught once, which raises the question, how often did you not get caught? Stephen A. be giving us some of this analysis that make us wonder if he watches sometimes.
Yeah.
No, this is true.
Like, how would you feel if he was, if you looked on his phone, he was watching like some game tape, some NFL stuff or MLB stuff, like just sports related? We'd be like, damn, look, he's plugged in everywhere.
Yeah. But solitaire?
Solitaire is just like, come on, man. You literally play that game if you're bored.
I don't even know if people still play solitaire if they're bored now.
I think people still play that game either, man. But
I can't remember that.
You play that game. You got to be on a flight,
on an airplane. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be somewhere where there's nothing else to do.
That's a great point. Solitaire, you're bored if you're playing solitaire.
Solitaire is not
like
just
you have no internet.
Yes. Yeah. You're playing the one on your phone.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I feel like
you're on Windows 98 at this point.
Exactly. I feel like he absolutely is counted as a loser. It's worth noting. I mean, Astros are winners. I mean, you can name a number of winners when you talk about Hunter Brown with another fantastic outing. Brandon Walter, who had a great outing yesterday, even though I think he didn't get a decision yesterday, but he gave you 6 innings. I mean, another one of a good outing for him. I feel like if you're giving the Astros if we had to make a singular winner of the weekend for the Astros, who do you pick here?
A single?
Yeah, because I feel like there's a few candidates. Cam Smith gets his first walk-off moment. And then you also have a walk-off moment for Mauricio Dubon.
I'm going to say Altuve.
Okay.
Right? Just consistently doing what he's been doing lately a lot of and running the bases. Actually got a stolen base and I'm going to say Altuve.
Okay, that's a fair one. And then I guess I did want to mention this. 11 quality starts for Hunter Brown, even though he didn't
that guy too.
He didn't get a decision on Saturday. 1.88 ERA. Sub 2. 1.88 is where that cat's at. Fourth lowest amongst qualified starters. It's just, the whole team is doing such a good job. And they need it so badly because these injuries, it feels like they're catching up. Jacob Melton also in a space where he is dealing with a sprained ankle, stepped wrong with the ball coming off of the wall out there. And Dana Brown said this weekend, it's so. That is Jacob Melton who just came up. Like they are running through bodies at this point.
That just adds to the intrigue and really how incredible this run's been for them. They keep finding a way to get it done, and the guys they call up are producing. You know.
They're doing what they need to do, and ultimately they're just finding ways to get to get wins. And yes, Altuve is a good one if you want to specify it to a particular moment. You see him beating out the throw, Carlos Correa. I didn't realize, and maybe this is my fault, because we talk about, hey, he still has the speed or what have you. It's something saying that. It's another thing seeing it in practice. Him beating out a throw at first base is something.
Yeah, that was one of the ones I was talking about.
Felt like a turn back of the clock moment.
He had a great week.
100%.
Yeah.
Who Altuve did?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw him messing up on the base running a little bit this weekend too. But I feel like that's normal at this point. We should complain about it. That's
but that time it was necessary to go ahead and get the walk off. So he was like, no, I need this one. We got to get there. Some other winners and losers of the weekend. Winner JJ Spawn, 64-foot putt to finish out the U.S. Like I appreciate. Because golf can sometimes give you the circumstances. Hell, I guess Rory was kind of like, no, maybe not Rory.
Rory's approach shot was one of the best shots you'll ever see. This putt was one of the best putts you'll ever see.
Yeah.
And the reason is, keep this in mind, too. You have, I believe it was 58 golfers that qualified for the U.S. Open. Don't ask me how I know that. And not only that, 4 days of 72 holes each, for most of them, half of them. And that was the longest of any golfer all 4 days of the U.S. Open, and it was to win the U.S. Open.
Yeah, that's
thing. That's incredible.
Like, not all sports give you the opportunity of walk-off moments, but he gave you that as well this weekend. But speaking of walk-offs and then also losers, and you'll see what I mean. Loser, the fake Cameron Smith. A solid 8 over in the first couple of rounds, misses the cut and loses ground in the rankings of the real Cameron Smith because the real Cam Smith
got a walk-off
baseball player, walk-off first walk-off first game winning hit of his career.
That's what made it cool. That's why we were talking about it earlier. Which one did you think was bigger? I ultimately went with Dubon, just with everything, and he was kind of in a slump and gets the walk-off. Just had a baby not long ago, and he gets it on Father's Day. But the Cam Smith, first ever in a big moment, and by the way, those last 2 back-to-back walk-offs.
Yeah. The Twins got to feel real nasty.
Ooh.
Real nasty. All that work for you to lose 3 straight. Ain't that a problem? Ain't that a shame? All right. How about this? Winners and losers of the weekend. Who do you have as the winner in the Orlando Magic Memphis Grizzlies trade that happened this weekend? The Desmond Bane, who is the big name, like he's the big ticket on this deal, goes from Memphis to the East to the Orlando Magic, a team that has some size, is really good defensively, offensively challenged. Does that sound any familiar?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they acquire Desmond Bane, elite three-point shooter, a little bit of a playmaker. He's averaged over 5 assists per game of the last couple of seasons, and he could play some defense as well. Don't get me wrong. KCP, Cole Anthony, 2 solid role players. Although KCP has been declining, Cole Anthony not necessarily found his niche, and 4 unprotected first-round picks.
Yeah,
and a pick swap. Like, I don't know what to do with this because some of these players' trades have gotten so exorbitant where you can see Mikal Bridges go for 4 first-round picks. You can see Rudy Gobert go for 4 first-round picks. I mean, Desmond Bane is a maybe like a number 2, number 3 type guy, like incredibly high, maybe role player you go, maybe even 4 first-round picks.
Yeah, that was a lot. And you saw, first of all, I think both teams are going to be winners here. I think the Magic clearly, they're in a place. And by the way, all those picks are going to come before they have to start paying. Is it Banchero and some of these others?
Yeah, and Franz Wagner.
And Wagner.
Those are 2 big dudes.
So that's smart.
Those guys have had to be
That's smart.
I think so.
Yeah.
I like the addition itself.
Yes.
I think that he can be a little bit of a playmaker, as I mentioned, but he is an incredible shooter. That's a team that needs spacing. I mean, if you don't know about the Magic, just imagine the Rockets kind of.
Yeah.
They need shooters. They need to be able to
I
space.
think they was worse.
Offensively?
Oh, yes.
They're right in that same space.
They were playing in 1995 type of offense, man.
They scored. They scored.
It was averaging 80 points a game, man.
I mean, you're not far off. The low 90s. They scored the fewest points per game of all the teams. I think third worst offensive rating of any team in the NBA.
And I know I'm just saying some numbers right there, but if you actually watch their offense, it's not pleasant to watch, man.
But they got some dudes that can do some things in Paolo. Paolo just they get sat on because teams don't have to trust anything on the outside. KCP was supposed to be that. I think the shooting is good. I just don't know that paying that much.
So you have Memphis winning? I think they're both going to win. They're both going to like what they get. I kind of got Orlando winning that.
I like Orlando as a winner to some degree. I do feel like it was definitely an overpay. Sometimes you just got to overpay for what you want, though.
Yeah.
One of the questions I have, we're going to localize, is bring it back home. Do you think this has any impact on what the cost of anything happens to be?
How could it not?
Although Brian Windhorst has said earlier today that the Suns have not been happy. They're not excited, is I think the quote, about the offers that they've been getting on Kevin Durant. So maybe that does not change there. But I keep looking at it. I'm like, man, the price of the brick is going up in the National
It is going up, and I understand why it's not as high because of the age factor. But they mentioned 3 teams for a reason. They could have said, the Spurs and Rockets is down to those 2, or just he's leaning toward the Rockets or whatever. Mentioning 3 teams is so the price will go up. We all know that.
Maybe. We'll see what that looks like. And then real quick before we go, winner, U.S. men's national team. Jack McGlynn assisted the first goal of the 2025 Gold Cup campaign, 5-0 victory over Trinidad and Tobago. And look, it looked like what Poch wants style-wise. So maybe that's a good omen. Maybe they'll actually have a good run in Pochettino, your favorite manager.
I'm so down on that.
And maybe you'll actually be able to make this go.
It didn't really move the needle for me too much. Put it that way.
Oh,
yeah.
Did you see that the Bulls are working on a contract extension for Billy Donovan?
I did.
I think the Knicks
I wonder
are getting
why.
people paid. Knicks are getting people paid.
That was a winner right there, too, man.
I missed that.
I was watching that game. I'm like,
it was one of those where I'm like,
she is so good,
I'm like,
man.
Okay.
I missed that.
Like, damn, she's so good.
She really is.
Gave them their first loss of the year.
She really looked like a female Steph Curry.
Oh, yes,
out
I
there,
do.
man.
This was against the Liberties.
And I was
she
like,
had Breonna Stewart on skates. Oh, my God.
And you could, and
she's pulling up from half court.
Dude, I'm like, all right, it's real. It's legit. It's like, she is awesome.
We need to stop the arguments at this point, man.
She's really good. She's really good at basketball. Can't deny that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's a little bit more information in the Texans facility news, and it might say a lot about where this team is going if you believe Lopez. Let's talk about it next.
In the loop.
What does it mean?
week here on Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we got more information in the Texans headquarters situation. Again, courtesy of Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle. And it seems like bidders have some ISIS. Like, this is the latest Texans facility news, and I think Lopez continues to have some insight or some thoughts into at least what this says in the grander scale of where the Texans could be playing football going further. So the Texans now and we've kind of started seeing the insight or seeing the tea leaves leading this way, that they plan to have world-class, quote-unquote, headquarters. And they say they're moving fast, and a decision on the site could be coming soon. Like, this is getting hot and heavy here. Jonathan Alexander saying that the decision could come fairly soon. Interested parties have sped up in recent weeks, according to President of the Texans, Mike Toman. And so he said, quote, and this is a segment I like to call reading, "We've had a number of suitors proactively reach out to us on different options that we're really focused on. We're really focused on us moving our headquarters and training facility to their respective spaces. They've gotten mature enough that it has become apparent to us that we need to be prepared to take advantage of something this significant," close quote. So, I mean, when he says suitors, he means municipalities. He means, counties. This is different places offering what I'm assuming is like tax incentives and things of that nature in order for the Texans to take, although they would be buying or paying for this with their own dime or what have you, but take their headquarters and go and build a facility and business headquarters and kind of entertainment district in their space.
Yeah, and I don't think I think they argue all you want about just how successful the Star has been, but they want that, if not better.
Wait, we can argue that? I don't think there's a lot of argument.
What was the argument? I'm saying if they can reach that level.
Oh, okay.
If the Texans,
I was like, that has been a rousing success.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's what they want.
Sure, fair.
We can argue, are they ever going to have that here? I think that's what they want, and I think that's what they're going to be striving for. And I'm not going to sit here and say it can't happen.
It seems like a lot of teams are moving towards that place where they kind of want a whole district.
For sure. And there were some key elements here that just sort of opened my eyes a little bit. The moving fast that's not a little thing. I mean, that's telling me that they are aggressively trying to not just get this this facility. Oh, by the way, we didn't even mention the cities that have been reported, or the areas that had been reported as part of this. Katy, good luck, Katy Freeway.
Which you can say that right this moment. I don't even know what you talk about. Yeah. Good luck in the future.
Throw another giant facility out.
Don't worry, we can add a few more lanes
and see what happens.
We can go 10 lanes both ways, can't we?
I'm about to say we already at like 8, right?
Yeah,
8, 9.
Yeah, Pearland, which seems intriguing to me.
I wouldn't mind Pearland.
Yeah, Pearland seems pretty intriguing to me. A lot of space. In which to grow.
Can I do the thing that feels a little uncouth as I do it, but is we
live here.
Oh, my bad. I don't know, a little unsavory. Is that a little? Is that any better?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was like, is that any better of a word than uncouth? But it's a reality of life in in the south area, considering all the flooding and all those considerations that come through here.
I mean, I don't know. That's fair, actually, but I think they're going to be building this thing in such a way that if it's that kind of flood, it's going to be all over anyway.
Yeah, that is also fair.
Ask Katy about Harvey.
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't know what I'm thinking. Like, not like Katy is the high ground.
I think it was 14, 17 days without power.
And I want to make it clear, like, I don't say any of this to laugh at the circumstance, right? That's not the point.
If it's that bad,
yeah, that's fair.
Everywhere.
No, because I was like, does that at all factor into the thought process of where you are putting this? But okay,
Pearland seems, I don't know why. I'm just like, okay, they got a lot of room out there, a lot of land. Maybe even enough for a stadium.
It feels a little untapped. Okay.
And
here you go again.
And then the Woodlands. I'll get there. So Katy, Pearland, and the Woodlands seem to be the ones that are mentioned. But they're moving fast. That means they're aggressive. That means that wheels are in motion. It also means this, and this is where I'm getting to the stadium part. You don't think that puts a lot of pressure on Harris County, on the county judge, to bleep or get off the pot when it comes to renovations, if not an altogether new stadium, if not an altogether new stadium that includes imploding or exploding the Astrodome. No, this was pretty eye-opening to me. I mean, they want this giant, and then there's the ego part of it. Everybody has ego. NFL owners really want to keep up with the Joneses, literally Jerry Jones in some cases.
I saw what you're doing.
Yeah. And so if they're going to build this spectacular event center and gathering point training in City X, you don't think they're going to immediately want the same with a new stadium, or at least a completely renovated stadium?
I mean, it's possible. I think I can see that. I mean, but again, at that point, we're talking about somewhat different things. I think we're in a different space if we're talking about, tax incentives, and then we're talking about putting in. Because I'm interested to see, like, are the Texans? I know that they'd be willing to build their own headquarters. That feels very evident.
Yeah.
Are they willing to build their own stadium?
No.
And I mean, look, and I don't really have an answer, but I imagine that when we start talking stadium talk, that's what kind of taxpayer? It's like, because there's going to be a municipality portion of this, like your taxpayers you're putting in, and that's a different circumstance that we're talking about. Besides, and to be fair, some of these places are like, hey, once we get the headquarters, do we need the stadium? We're getting the benefits that we were hoping for from the stadium and having a place that is going to be hopefully some level of event center in and of itself.
But you're not going to have leverage and not use it. Like I'm not saying they're going to build a new stadium. They won't have to, because they've got all this. Hey, we're already moving. I'm just going to use this as an example. We're already moving and building everything in Pearland. We can put a stadium up there, and then the county is just going to, feel the pressure of that and have to do it.
Maybe so. The one thing I will say though is it does feel like Harris County is operating from a place where that pressure not really making as much of the. Like, it feels like they are operating in a place to where they are mostly, for lack of a better kind of framework, moving at the pace that they can. Like the county seems like just want to.
Well, they are. No, and they should move in terms of other things. They should be doing other things. But the fact that this is happening fast, like we're talking, the contract goes to 2032. I don't know how much weight you can put on that for the new facility and the training facility and the event center and all that. But to be able to say flat out, we're moving along on this, it's happening. That has to affect the negotiation with the county. I mean, and the priority of the county.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that would definitely affect it. To what degree is the question that I would then ask? It'd be interesting to see. But I mean, at the very least, I do kind of like the idea of just having that facility elsewhere. They're one of 4 teams that still has their facilities within the stadium, and it clearly is a nuisance for a team, especially an organization that's starting to have a culture where dudes like being here. And I think that could be something beyond just this time period. That could become what this organization is. Yeah. And you really hate for, that to become a nuisance when rodeo rolls around or when some event comes through and now everybody has to move around what they're doing. Yeah. And hell, something as simple as, hey, we get out here during their practice availability. And, the audio's cutting out at times because, they're not in a circumstance. They're playing, they're practicing across the field from the stadium, whereas I feel like a more specifically designed space for their headquarters that is well situated for what they are trying to do practice-wise, understanding what OTAs and minicamp and training camp is going to be, and having that built for, engineered for it, will make all of the aspects of engaging with the Texans on every level go better.
And I think there's another faction a lot, and maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think it's human nature. We talk about what the McNairs and everybody else would want with the new facility. The one thing that they're going to realize is, oh man, we have control. We can control if the plumbing goes out. We can control how the design of this thing is. We can control everything about this new facility, this new area. And I think it's going to kind of even just drive home even more, as much as they're already frustrated with it. We don't got a lot of control here.
Right.
We don't got a lot of control here. We need that. We want that.
So you mentioned Katy, Pearland, and the Woodlands. Which of those is most intriguing to you? At least just for the headquarters, or if you're doing the whole double dip as you seem to kind of be throwing out there as a possibility, which of those is most intriguing for you?
I'll say it again. I think Pearland is.
Not the Woodlands, huh?
That's going to be a hike, man.
Okay, let's try to set that aside.
Or just Montgomery County in general.
Because we'll do it. We'll make the hike.
Oh, we going to do it.
When you say we, are you mean the royal we or you mean us three? Because, we are going to do it because our jobs are on that. You know what I mean?
Like,
that's
just
that
as
one.
fans, we'll go to games.
If it's something new, people going to go out there.
Yeah. I say games. I mean, whatever they happen to have out there,
training camp and all that stuff.
Beyonce come through, or even even stuff like that.
That part would kind of suck. I ain't gonna lie. And trying to go to a concert.
Concert would be a mess,
man.
Oh,
I just feel like there's a good proximity of Pearland and NRG Stadium because you do have to go to games there. You do have to, at least for now, and all that. There's room. There's space. I think not that it's some slouch, but compared to what Katy has and the Woodlands has, I think it could be a big time boost for that area, and the Texans would have a bigger say. Something about Pearland kind of intrigues me.
Do you think it's a little elitist for me to go, hey, it feels like a lot of the moneyed folks who might be also participating in this are really traversing from the north and from the west that way?
I mean, I think that's probably the case. But don't sleep on how close Pearland is to Bel Air, River Oaks, Sugar Land.
That's the closer option out of the three.
Some of these, all the new downtown, places that are becoming a little more, affluent as well. I think there is a bigger population closer to Pearland than any of the other three spots. Wouldn't you say that?
I think so. Yeah.
Like the concentrated, affluent, air quote, population. I think the bigger numbers are closer to Pearland, but the Woodlands and Katy have their own big numbers of quote unquote, more affluent.
I love that there's two things happening simultaneously. There's some people that clearly want, whether it's, whatever this headquarters practice facility, entertainment district, so on and so forth would be near them because they are intrigued by it, or in addition to possibly a stadium. And then there's the other subsection of people that are far away from me. Whether it's I don't want to pay for it through tax subsidies, what have you, or I don't want to deal with the traffic. And I feel like that is just, you are one of two people. I want it near me or I don't want it near me. Talking about what says a lot about you, that says a lot about you.
Yeah.
Just I want the stadium near me or just no, far, far away from me. Please, I don't want it. Which from the 979. Yeah. Pearland's already severely crowded.
Somebody
we
said
don't
Pearland's full. Sorry, we're full here.
I am intrigued though that they've now said the quiet part out loud. They're like, no, this is the star.
It's happening.
This is the star.
Yeah.
We want it to be that.
Yeah.
And I'm intrigued to see just how much of the star, is it going to be as robust when it comes to shopping centers? Are they going to make sure that it's as community friendly in 2 or maybe 3? Are they going to have football? Are they going to have college or high school football games in it as well? Are they going to be able to contract in that way?
100% on all of the above. They're going to say, I see you, Dallas. We're gonna one up you. They're gonna want all those things, and it's going to be good for the community, good for the Texans. Good for us,
Probably a fair point here from the 832. We've been talking a lot about the comparison to Jerry Jones and the Dallas franchise, and that's for me because of the headquarters portion of it.
Yeah.
That seems to be what they're trying to do, which, funny enough, how do you think Dalton Schultz would love that, right? He talked about how and of course it doesn't have to be made in the exact same way. But
they're not going to be given tours during practice.
It's a zoo, right? So maybe it's not quite that. But he's on the text line, they said maybe we should be focusing more on what Stan Kroenke did with in Inglewood with SoFi Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, that was putting money down in some ways and getting that done, but it'd be interesting again, and that's where I came with, do you think the Texans be willing to actually foot the bill? Because I imagine they foot the bill. This really opens up the possibility of what could happen.
I think that's why I think it's going to elevate the discussion and the pace of stadium talks. Because that is, and to me, that's where the Texans become most profitable. Because there's, 9, 10 home dates, and if you have the facility with the stadium and you have all these restaurants and they control a lot of that, I think in their heart of hearts, they want the stadium and the facility together. Might not happen, might not be feasible, but I think that's what they want.
I think the idea of having them separately is actually really interesting, of having 2 different locations where you can generate income.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing about the stadium that is a good point, having it, if you want to host international events, having it close to things, especially having it close to a central location, because that's one of the things that when you start talking World Cup, when people come in as tourists, they want to be able to close to city center, but also into things. That's going to be an interesting proposition as well.
You mean they don't want to go over to Carrington's over there?
I have a feeling the name maybe not.
Or Swagger?
I don't necessarily know about that. But we continue to watch that space because it seems like it's developing very quickly if the reporting is to be believed. Again, salute to Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle for the latest dispatch this morning. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah, man, we gonna do it today, man. We gonna go through some movies. I think I got a plan for us to do our little interlude movie club thing.
All right.
Plus, it's a Monday. It's another mixtape, and it's another story about a Florida man.
Okay, Florida man. Talk next.
Question Texans fans.
610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. And before we get started, I gotta get some soul sound from the one and only the JBs. Are you familiar with the JBs?
Yes.
The JBs.
Yeah, so that was James Brown's group.
Of course.
Early on it was James Brown and the JBs.
That's right.
So first I gotta get it kicked off so we could get into a little soul.
My brother. All aboard the Soul Funky Train.
There we go. So I actually have an update on the Orleans Parish Prison.
Hey!
All
inmates.
right, I've been waiting.
I don't know if this is a good update or what.
Oh.
So the New Orleans police chief is offering legal support to Derrick Groves and Antoine Massey if they turn themselves in. Quote, we have arranged legal both men should they decide to surrender. I don't know if that's a good. It felt like they playing hide go seek.
What kind
and
of
they
offer
said,
is
you
that?
know what, we don't want to play no more. Just stop hiding.
Yeah, but the thing about it wouldn't be we don't want to play no more. It's like, because that would be, hey, come out. Y'all can be free. Just like, let's end this. No, this is y'all going back, but we'll like pay for it.
Yeah.
What you mean?
Okay.
Would y'all, so if this was
First of all,
if y'all was in
how
this,
much of this would you believe?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If y'all was on the run,
no,
would y'all see this and be like, you know what?
No.
All right,
You know what? They seem reasonable.
man, they gonna walk through that door. They
Hey, come out. We not gonna jump you.
they gonna stomp them out.
NOPD said, come out. We not gonna jump you. That's hilarious. Oh my god.
Yeah, so that's just a little update. I don't know if that's a good thing.
I don't either.
If they just really have no clue where they are and they just trying to sucker them back.
It does also kind of smack of like, we don't know where they are.
No, it does.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, man. It's been almost over a month.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What is the offer though that the police chief or whoever
Legal representation. That's as broad as you can get.
No, but what is the offer that actually makes you as fugitive go, all right?
Ooh, good question too.
What I would probably do if it was me, I'd be like, you know what? Just get back here. We ain't gonna put you in the hole. We just gonna act like everything was still the same, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know you had your fun. You probably had some women. You had food and all that stuff. But just come back and
you had food and all that stuff. Like it ain't food in there. Like clearly it's not the same food. I'm not trying to say.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not the same
Right.
food. I'm
Again,
like, y'all had a good time on Bourbon Street, but just come back and just finish the rest of your sentence,
And maybe
man.
I'm just being cynical. I don't know how much of that I would believe either. Food? Yeah, here's your another.
Yeah, you be like, oh, come on in, come on in. Get your ass in this house. Just like my mother.
I told you
not to tell you. Get your ass in this house.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I'm gonna keep y'all updated on that.
Yeah,
Also, isn't that a part of your Miranda rights? If you can't afford a legal representation,
like
it'll be
everyone.
afforded to you.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, look, I'm not pretending that I actually understand all the legal system, but I feel like I've watched enough Law and Order to know that part. Unless I'm wrong. It's possible.
They do that all the time. Like, hey, we'll get you a plane to get out of here.
Yeah.
Like, just come on back. Don't do it. We'll get you everything. You can leave the country. Man, that never worked, man.
Ever.
Never worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we've been talking about this. We've been talking about it a lot behind the scenes, and we brought it up on the air a couple times last week. We got to do a little in the Loop movie club, man.
Movie club. It's time to do it.
And I was talking to Reggie. I'm like, man, I feel like it's so many movies. And even though we have a lot in common, we grew up totally different, all three of us. So I kind of want to get down to what type of movie we should all watch and report on. So I came up with a couple things, all right? Just let me know. Just throw some ideas in there. You two on the text line, 713. So I thought about this. Should we do movies from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, or the 2000s?
Ooh. My gut tells me 2000s.
Okay.
Simply because I've seen so many movies from the 70s and 80s already. But on the other hand, you guys haven't probably.
Yeah, and then I thought about this. Maybe from the 70s, maybe we could find some like uncut gem of a movie from the 70s, like a gangster movie in the 70s.
Ooh.
And then maybe a white comedy in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
A black romance in the 90s. Mm-hmm. And maybe I kind of threw this in there. I know it's going to tick Reggie off because you kind of a snob when it comes to movies.
That's fair.
And stuff,
I'm a
right?
snob in a lot of ways.
I threw in here original Tubi movie.
An original.
It got to be an original Tubi movie, not just like some big time movie that ended up on Tubi.
Yeah.
I'm talking about straight to Tubi type movie.
Straight to Tubi.
So Tubi is like a free to
Upload
watch.
it to Tubi.
Free to watch.
Dude.
Yeah, and the movies are clearly incredibly low budget. They might be no budget movies if we're gonna be completely honest. And you can see
some people shot a Tubi movie from this phone right here.
Really?
Not me.
Yeah.
Not me, but yeah, some people actually did.
I'm looking at. I've never seen an original Tubi movie. I'm not going to be.
I feel like that got to be the one we got to go with.
Listen to the titles of some of these. Titanic 666, which I'm guessing there's a devil on the Titanic.
We're not watching that.
How about this one? The Texas Twister.
Did they take the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and merge it with Twister?
Most Wanted Santa.
I would watch that. Actually, no. I would read the synopsis of that. I don't think I would actually watch it.
Barrio Gangsters. Well, that might have some potential.
Maybe. Do y'all like this at all? Somebody said from the 832, y'all should do a movie review from the year that one of the other guys was born. So like maybe we go with
That's a
our
great
birth
idea.
years,
Yeah.
find a film from that particular year.
But Lopez, you was born in 1960?
62.
62?
Yeah.
You nicer than me. I'd have made that joke terrible. I'd have been like, he was born in what, like 1830?
I'm saying ain't no good movies from the 1800s.
I'm looking up movies from 1960. Oh, To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, that's a good one.
It was a good Dr. No. The Manchurian Candidate.
I've heard about that. That sounds way too serious.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Have not watched that.
The Music Man. There's some great ones there.
Ooh, Photo Eddie with another possibility of the theme of the movie club. Watching the most rented movies from Blockbuster by the year.
Oh, wow.
That's an interesting one.
Okay.
Our listeners are coming through.
Yeah, there's a lot of, but now we have to make the decision on which of the. I do like the idea of doing a theme for like the movie club for a month.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think so. I think, let's come up, maybe we could come up with like 4 themes.
All right, so best theme wins. So send them in, 713-572-4610, and maybe we could do a little bit of a poll or like we'll put it up to the masses on which one works the best.
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop. So we got to talk about another Florida man. I feel like this is a common thing whenever talking about little crimes like this.
Every day.
So a Florida man posed as a flight attendant for 4 different airlines, booked 120 flights over 6 years.
Oh, wow.
So pretty much 35-year-old Teron Alexander pretended to be a flight attendant for multiple airlines between 2018 and 2024. So he was assessing the carrier's website, intended for the flight crews to book free flights using their employee benefits.
How?
I have no idea how he got to this, but now he's convicted of wire fraud and enter into secure areas of airports by false apprentice.
Oh, that's federal stuff.
Yeah, so it's not really looking good for him. So apparently he flew 34 flights on one airline pretending to be a flight attendant or staff, and 30 different badge numbers and dates of the hire to book his no-cost flight.
Yikes on bikes. That's nasty work, brother.
So his, I guess he's looking at possibly 20 years for the wire fraud and 10 years for, I guess, entering in that secure area in the airport.
See, that's why I'm saying why. I mean, that is so difficult.
You just couldn't fly Spirit? You know what I mean? Like, hey, that's you just could. If you needed to save money, just fly Spirit, brother.
Yeah, I'm kind of. That was a little scary though, man, because
that's what I'm saying.
A lot of stuff be happening, especially when it comes to all of that. And my man just trying to get the free flights.
And how did he get into the company websites, their employee websites?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about, hey, man, you being cheap. I had not thought about the possibility of, hey, airlines and the ways in which some of these planes been falling out the air. You can just pretend to be one of these personnel that's supposed to be on these flights.
I'm just curious. Did he all dress up like them?
For sure.
And
had to.
Was he actually working?
No. I think he was just like what they call deadheading.
Right,
like deadheading to wherever he wanted to go, and then
I wonder if he was walking on the plane and somebody, excuse me, sir. Huh? Me?
Oh no, you had to sell it.
Yeah. I get you a ginger ale.
I do like the idea of him actually getting up here and doing the safety thing, putting the seatbelt in the buckle, showing him how to put on the safety vest.
Yeah.
Hey, you make sure to put on your mask first and then help children and elderly afterwards.
He could probably do it better than a lot of the real employees.
Seems like he had a lot he'll be able to tell his cellmates all about what it is.
At that point, I'm like, you might as well fill out the application, big dog.
Yeah.
Go ahead and work there.
You might as well work here and get paid.
And by the way, for those who are wondering, 3 of the airlines named, and I don't know which one was 34 and which one was fewer, were Southwest, American, and Delta.
See? All y'all that was running away from Spirit.
Yeah.
ain't nobody accidentally or nobody trying intentionally get.
Hey, he ain't even trying to get no free Spirit flights.
That's how bad Spirit is.
I wouldn't even ride with y'all if it was free.
It's like,
yeah.
I think I'm gonna take the New Orleans PD offer.
Yeah. All right, I want to get y'all take on this. So I feel like a lot of teams are doing what the Texans are doing when it comes to swarm. And what do swarm mean?
Social wrapped and
socially wrapped
and something. No, I say sports with a real menacing attitude.
What do it mean, Reggie?
At this point, the more he does that, the more it's going to take me to actually remember what the real one is. Special work ethic and relentless mentality, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, so we talked about the Jags and how they got their own swarm pretty much, which is fast.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what the hell that means.
Let me pull it up again. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, but apparently the Bengals are jumping in on this too. Did you see what they...
What is it, cheap?
Nah, they actually... it probably should be cheap, to be honest.
With periods.
Yeah. But they actually have a new slogan. They're looking for people who are fat.
With a PH or an F?
With a PH.
Hey, okay.
All right.
So
Shout
they
out to
looking
Kamora
for
Lee.
They looking for fat people.
And what does it stand
Wait, you
for?
said fat?
Fat.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, fat people. So this apparently means physical, hungry, accountable, teammate.
I don't mind it. I mean, it's the Bengals, so you're immediately biased.
Physically accountable teammate.
Accountable.
I forgot about the hungry. My bad.
Yeah. So
you got to pay for it though. Don't think you're getting this food for free that you hungry.
Yeah. So I'm curious. I wanted to ask y'all this, and maybe we might be homer. I might be a homer. I don't know. But do you feel like everybody seeing what the Texans are doing with swarm, and they trying to find something like that? Because I feel like swarm is so catchy now. You might as well put it in the damn dictionary at this point.
Oh, yeah.
But
I think it affects it. I think it's probably had an
because
impact.
I wonder if they're trying to find something like that. Because I'm starting to see. I feel like I'm starting to see more teams use stuff like this way more often now and try to brand it.
So this might be one of those things with the phenomenon where you get a particular car and all of a sudden you see that car everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like football coaches have always been in the business of creating some annoying and maybe I don't know, kind of cheesy mantra, what have you, in order to try and get the players to ultimately buy into what they're doing.
Yeah.
But it does feel like, especially since Swarm has latched on, that we're noticing more of these. So I don't know if it's one or the other, but it does feel like there's a lot of them out there.
And see, I'm not saying the Houston Texans are the first first organization to do this, but I do feel like they was ahead of the curve as far as branding it.
Yeah.
Because D'Amico came in with Swarm, and I felt like the Houston Texans did a really good job of saying, hey, let's put this on the T-shirt. And, it seemed like it just kind of caught on. Now it's just a regular phrase.
Yeah.
Somebody said, gotta, G-A-T. NCAA.
Okay, that used to be a basketball program.
Yeah.
One of the big traveling boats, Gata.
Yeah, we've been doing. There's been a lot of these, but yeah, man. At least it's more notable for us, and I think it's more fun for us now because Swarm has landed so well that we can laugh at the ones that are like over here being pretty.
I feel like it's so good though because now we had rookies saying Swarm season or Swarm City, so it's like I feel like it's so much you could do with that, and Swarm just sounds so cool anyway.
Yeah,
and I mean I don't know how you can use fat. Or fast
in ways that
in a way like that. Yeah, like I'm curious to see if they're gonna put it on the T-shirt and try to brand it in that way.
Yeah. In fact, I just thought about using the word you're saying T-shirt there. My little brother's high school up in Killeen. I bought a shirt. I was trying to support the Booster Club or whatever. They got grit on the back. And grit is such an annoying word, but I was like, all right, we gonna make the grit an acronym or what have you. Somebody said the Texans should patent it. Yeah, no. If you try and step in that Swarm territory, it's not going to look good for you.
I think it's impacting it somehow.
They're high up there on there though. Like I don't think anybody has put up one of late that actually competes with Swarm though, because Fast absolutely not. Fat. Best of luck with you though.
I feel like something that salute to them. If they start putting it on T-shirts, then if I'm Kamora Simmons, I'm like, you might have to take that one down, buddy.
Yeah.
Get the cease and desist.
Yeah, like, nah, you're going to have to take that off some of the money.
Yeah.
And we got to figure out the movie thing. That's the homework assignment.
All right, homework assignment.
For our listeners and ourselves.
So are we doing Tubi?
No, we're not doing Tubi.
Oh, we could do a Tubi movie, man.
We're not doing Tubi. Maybe not at first. Maybe later.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So, if you have any ideas on what you think the movie or a theme should be for the In the Loop Movie Club, send those in on the text line 713-572-4610. But that is the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig is his social media if you see something mixtape worthy or if you have some input on the movie club. Hit him up. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll get ready to hand things off to the fellas of The Drive. We'll do it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
But as far as everyday players go, you could argue that he's
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Wish you on a Monday. Hope your Monday is going pretty well. It's been really fun for us here, in large part because of you, the listener. So appreciate you for giving us a little bit of your time, spending time with us here on Houston Sports Leader. And don't go nowhere. Fellas of the Drive about to jump in and talk with us for a moment. Before we get there, it was weird because I was like, I probably should have done this on Friday, like gearing up for it. But it's always my brain works, and if it's closer this week, then Saturday feels like it's closer to Friday. Right? It's a very weird thing that I probably don't need to lock in so heavily on. However, all that to say, yesterday was a very special occasion outside of simply being Father's Day, where you got to walk off and you had some fun things happening. But also, it was the 30th anniversary of a really big deal. The instance of the Houston Rockets winning their second NBA title. It was a 4-game sweep of the Orlando Magic that they completed in 1995 on the 15th of June. Of June. And so I wanted to kind of lean on your experience here, Lopez. And I mean, 713-572-4610 if you have your thoughts and your experiences from 1995. But what do you still think back to? And before I let you answer that, I do want to just give you the opportunity to hear it again.
Oh, yes, please.
This is Rudy Tomjanovich giving you one of the ultimate mantras of the city of Houston after winning the 1995 championship.
No one has ever done what this team's done. Come from the 6th seed, down in series. We won 9 road games, and we had non-believers all along the way. I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
That's at the top of the list, is that quote. But beyond that, the finals itself, Nick Anderson.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that happened. I just cannot believe that happened the way it did. And so Nick Anderson, I remember very, very well. And, of course, just, the whole Clutch City thing. Now, the Choke City thing was the year before, right?
Yeah.
But they were up against it in 95 as well. Obviously, as a number 6 seed, I mean, didn't they win 8 road games in that run?
9 road
games.
Yeah. I think it was 9-3 in road games in that particular playoff run in 95. I need to double check on this. There was some really interesting stats that I think were put out there about this particular run. It's one of the most, I don't know, what the right word is to use. One of the most perplexing, one of the most difficult runs of any champion. As Rudy was talking about, a 6 seed, that is the lowest seed to have eventually go and win a championship at any point in the NBA's history.
To this day.
To this day.
Yeah.
If you are, lower than a 4 seed, it's really unexpected for you to go and ultimately win a championship. And shout out to Bretto on Twitter, mentioning that the 9 road wins, most is an NBA playoff record. That obviously the 6th seed is one of the things that mentioned. They were 5-0 facing elimination.
Yeah.
And
I
even
think
the
back-to-back games, right? In one of the series.
I mean, back-to-back games. They went down 3-1.
Oh, that's right, 3-1.
They went down 3-1 against Phoenix in the second round,
Yeah.
and they ultimately bounced back from that. Like, this was a team that just Charles Barkley called them cockroaches, didn't he? Mm-hmm. He said they just refused to die.
Yeah.
And that's the level of resilience that it feels like the Houston exhibit. And now, like, it's kind of incredible. That seems to run through the Astros. That seems to run. Do you feel like that runs through the Texans?
Not yet. Not yet.
Is that the last thing that they need? Is just that particular resilience?
Yeah. All due respect. Yeah, that's the last thing they need. So, obviously, you remember Rudy. You remember, the Nick Anderson thing. And you know how sometimes your mind sort of twists things into you think it's a fact, and then you go look it up, and it's not. Because to this day, and I just looked it up to double check, I always thought one of the big lasting memories of that Orlando series was Kenny Smith just knocking down every shot. Like his best moments was in that series. And then I looked it up, and I was like, no, it was actually just game one. He was okay, but it was like because he was so good in game one, I just extended it to the whole series,
But that's the beauty of the playoffs, right? Especially for like a player like Kenny Smith, who, shout out to the Jet, and obviously him being on the, inside the NBA, which will now be on ESPN or what have you, and being amongst the champions. He was a high-level role player, and that's the beauty of a role player. Like, you could be a legend. All you need is give me one podium game.
Yeah.
Like one of those games where it's like, oh, that is the reason why we talked to Robert Horry. He's done that a number of times.
Yeah.
But like there's a lot of dudes who are legends in their city and legends in the leagues that they've been in just off of, hey, at the right time, I gave you the type of performance that was necessary to put in to get us to that
And
place.
it was in game one, which was obviously ever important. 7 out of 11 on 3 points. 3% from the range. The rest of the series, 1 for 8.
Damn. But that's the thing is like, yo, you said he took 7 out of 11?
7 out of 11.
11 3-pointers in 1995. That's probably why it felt like the whole series. He put up the whole damn series worth of shots.
I was like, man, he had a hell of a series. No, it was one game, but still.
Still counts. And it was all necessary to get them their second championship.
Yeah.
This isn't necessary.
Especially then.
Many
threes.
Yeah.
Just a wild outing, of course, will remain, important, super important to this organization and the city.
TJ McConnell and Caruso, they're battling for that role right now.
Hey, Caruso, man.
Oh, Caruso, the bald mamba, you mean?
Both of them are they in that we ain't never have to buy a drink ever in OKC in Indiana, the state of Indiana type of.
You know what, McConnell? The thing that amazes me. I know we're going off on a tangent here, but both you guys love basketball, and I'm just continually amazed that more people don't try to do what he does on makes and inbounds. Like that's if you get that steal in half court defense, you're
huge
a god.
Swing. That's 4-point swing.
You're a god.
At least. Yeah.
Why don't more players try to just steal the inbounds?
It seems like it's kind of easy.
It is easier.
Because like
it is
a lot of guys be so lazy throwing the ball in.
Yes.
Yeah,
they're
that's why I said a lot.
Obsessed with
they get so
back.
lazy. Yeah,
They're
just
so
throwing the
obsessed
ball
with getting
in.
back and not getting yelled at by their coach that they're throwing it right to him in some cases because he's.
But players now that are inbounding, they're so
that too.
They just lob it in.
What does he have? Like 5 of those?
He has a few of them. I think.
Sitting there hiding like he's Darren Sproles, and then just appearing, just jumping out of nowhere.
The king of that is what is it? Jose Alvarado with the Pelicans.
With the Pelicans, he's good at that.
Yeah,
too.
he loves
Why don't
that.
more people do that?
I think it takes a level of energy that I don't think we give credit for. Like the level of energy to get through. You're not playing all 48, but get through 48 minutes of NBA game is already a lot. Now, if you're the dude who's playing 94 feet and then having to run back,
but it's not playing 94 feet. It's just being coy.
John, there are not a lot of coy tryhards that hit the NBA. Yeah, like he came in knowing from Arizona, this is the kind of stuff I got to do.
This is how I stay in the league.
This is how I got to stay in the league.
Yeah,
this is what I got to do. And some of the guys who that's how they got to stay in the league, but are delusional or don't think it. They ain't. Most of them ain't even trying.
Yeah,
I bet Caruso.
It just seems like a no-brainer though.
He got 2 of them, huge, and in the fourth quarter to tie the game.
Yeah.
I also think that it's probably worth noting, like that's one of those things that the more you do it, the less effective it ultimately becomes. So it probably, if everybody starts doing it, then it's like, what's the ultimately?
Well, but I mean, I don't even. But to what Lopez is saying is, like these guys, like when he did it that time in the first half, I don't think it entered their mind
that he was gonna. Yeah,
it was Caruso who did it the second time in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And you would think of anybody, he's the one on alert. I think these guys just get it in, man.
Well, I mean,
they might roll up.
Oh, sure.
Game 5 tonight, though, and appreciation to DNM Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to chat with the fellas of the Drive, Clint and Ron.
What idiots.
But the idea that they got – so you viewed that as the Pacers losing the game as opposed to the Thunder winning it.
No, I mean, we'll get
Game
into
4,
that. But I not even to that point. When I say what idiots, I think what idiots is, how did they not play last night?
Oh, that's what Figgy was talking about.
Why would they not play last night? Sunday night, like, all right, Monday night, okay, but Sunday night, I believe Father's Day, I mean, I believe the equalizer has wrapped up, so you don't have to go up against Queen Latifah, who is one of the most unbelievable.
Oh, you
shows.
Literally meant Queen Latifah's the equalizer.
Yes, one of the most unbelievable shows to think. All right, she's out here at 55 years old. Dana's out here chasing down crime.
The editing
that's
is
what I'm
hilarious.
supposed to be led to believe. That she jumped off a building once. I said, I'm out.
That was what did it.
Both my in-laws, my mom, every person over 60 I know watches that sucker. I'm like, how am I supposed to be? So I'm more believable in that basketball movie that she's in love with Adam Sandler than I believe that she's out here running and jumping. Anyway, but Sunday night, that is a sports night. That is a night where.
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on, Adam can hoop now. That's a good.
I mean, but which Dana are we dealing with? We dealing with set it off Dana? Which Dana?
It's the same Dana. I don't know what you're talking about.
Khadijah Dana was a little different on Living Single. She was like that Khadijah, Adam Sandler, but these other Danas, I don't know.
How about a little ITL in the crosshairs?
Oh yeah, man.
Crosstalk, huh?
Yeah, man.
Uh-oh.
Ron got me right there. I was going with Figgy, but I'll go with Ron as well. Mm-hmm. NBA should have had a game yesterday.
Yeah.
NBA should have had a game yesterday. Heard y'all talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I also heard y'all during Nico Collins' audio, which we're going to play today, too. Mm-hmm. I heard y'all try to make a positive out of CJ crying over on the sideline. Ain't no way.
They did?
Ain't no positive.
No, I said I understood it. In the locker room, I bet you they understood it.
Yeah. Nico tries, but, boy, he's trying, man.
I was like, Nico was trying to make that a positive
there was some players who understood it.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand it. I can't
just don't do it.
I can't get down with it. I can't get down with it.
I just want to know the number of guys, because they're over there. They're thinking, what is he?
No, there was that too.
What is going on?
Yeah,
a lot of them. Yeah. A lot of them.
My cousin was right in that end zone, 10 seats up. I remember he said to me, I thought he was going to get in the back of the
ambulance with him.
I thought he was going to get in with him.
I got to ride with him.
The other thing
that might be one of those, though, you can't whip me, though. Like, you do what you want when you're popping, and CJ is obviously popping on this team. No?
Yeah, no, there's just certain. I just think it's going to be hard. If you're that guy, it's hard to be the other. Mm-hmm. It's hard. Okay. You got to be who you are, genuinely and sincerely. But man, when you're crying on the sideline in the middle of the game, and Nico says it straight up, like we had to get him. We had to go tell him, man, we got a game to win.
Yeah.
When other guys are going to tell your quarterback that's tough. But anyway, so there's no positive spin on that.
Okay, all right.
Magnesium.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there you go.
Sleeping.
I've been sleeping good.
My wife's giving me pills. I just take them.
Well, that's it,
that was one of my confessions.
And
she goes,
he
take
found
this.
It was magnesium and didn't know what it was for. It's supposed that's a new thing right now for sleep.
Yeah, I love Pam. I'm watching a little too much Dateline to just do that.
We put it on my baby. We put it on the baby's feet.
Yeah.
Both baby's feet. Supposedly it helps. My wife says it does, so I do it. And then doing a little reading, it helps on anxiety.
Anything you're just doing because the wife say, Ron? Because it seems like these guys over here are just
I'm sure
whatever.
there are some, but I'm not ingesting things.
No, but my confession was she's starting to just give me stuff, and I just take it without even
that
knowing.
ain't doing it.
She's training you up so that when she does need to hit you with that.
Let me be clear. If mine walks in suggesting supplements for me, no, baby.
I remember that Dateline where she was slowly killing that man with antifreeze. Changing that lemon lime Gatorade with that antifreeze. She was filling it up.
You could be looking at one.
That was the very first thing I suggested for him. I was like, she's poisoning you. Did she ever hit you back with that rat prank that you?
Maybe she is now.
That was the
long con.
Yep. So All right, a completed Monday show for In the Loop, but of course, the fellas of the drive here to take you home in a way that only they can. Definitely one of, if not, the absolute best all afternoon drive shows in all the country. And you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and IC Sports Station. It starts right now because the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live, and you hear it there. There is Clint Stoerner standing right there, as you can see him on YouTube and Twitch. There is Tyler Milner. What's the Houston shirt today? Houston is
inevitable.
Oh, I said horny.
Well, that too, NA Town.
I just wanted to beat you to the punch. But there it is, Tyler Miller. You can see him on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you joining us. It is Way Day. 3 o'clock. It is Way Day. And I was feeling real good. I ran in that Father's Day.
Oh, hell.
So we'll see what happens there.
I mean, you're not real concerned about not dropping a little bit since Aruba, though, right?
No, yeah, I'm not saying I threw complete caution to the wind, but I definitely stepped off the train for about an hour and a half. It wasn't a plan. Shout out to old Victor Gaines, who really hooked up the old barbecue yesterday, but. And them ribs, I probably that was not probably part of the plan.
Oh, them ribs go right through you, man.
Took a step into that potato salad. Probably wasn't part of the plan. Don't know what kind of mayo he's used, but probably wasn't part of the plan. But we'll see here. 3 o'clock, weigh in. I was 3:01 coming from Aruba. Had put on a clean 6, and you said you were 247.
247.2.
247.
I think you're going to surprise yourself, Ron.
We'll see.
I think it's going to be a good moment at 3 o'clock.
I just felt I drank well, just straight tequila and a little water and lime. But boy, that got away from me. So we'll see. We'll see. Coming up at 3 o'clock. But no, I don't believe the scale's going to say 3:01. If that's what you're, or 3 something.
You're under 3.
I should.
Okay.
I had a good week. I did get about 775 in a workout yesterday prior to eating on Father's Day. Got calories burned. So that maybe offsets it a little, but we'll see.
I got faith in you, man.
Yeah. Text line coming through. Clint, it was nothing wrong with him.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I gotta guess, and I feel like I'm gonna be right.
Does it start with a P?
I have not looked at. I was gonna say Paredes.
Starts with a P. That's where I was going with it. All right, Ron. All right, T. What you got, baby?
Not great news to start this Monday edition of The Drive. Multiple sources now reporting, and the Astros actually just emailed me themselves. The Astros have scratched Lance McCullers Jr. from his start tonight. Dump that, please. And put him on the injured list with a right foot sprain. Ryan Gusto will start in the place of Lance McCullers Jr. tonight versus the Athletics. LMJ is going to the IL.
Oh, he's going to IL? Yeah. And Paredes ain't there yet?
Lance McCullers Jr. has landed on the injured list for the Houston Astros.
Oh,
son of a... Such a mood.
We dumped that, didn't we? I think I got to it.
I hope you did. I was busy giving you some news.
I'm sorry. I literally reacted like we were just...
Like we were just breaking bread.
Hell, man.
All right, they say that's how the show... At least it's a right foot sprain.
How the hell did that happen? I mean, how? That's your push. That's your plant foot. I mean, he had to.
Well, they got to shut him down because stuff like that, he will definitely. If you try to keep going, that will move.
Yeah,
to
but
an arm
in IL, that means you. I mean, that ain't no just rolled my ankle. I mean, IL's got to be 10 days?
10 to at least. I mean, they're not even putting Paredes on it where it appeared he pulled a hamstring. They were immediately going for it.
Lance messed around, got drunk in that hotel in that Sacramento hotel last night, didn't he?
Again, that is speculation. We do not have any
I think Lance done went to wherever they stay in Sacramento. It's a new place. They ain't been playing baseball in Sacramento long. I think that it's a new bar down there. Probably got a new spot. I think they may have had a few drinks and rolled that old foot off a staircase upstairs somewhere.
What is happening to this team?
Gosh, damn it, man.
What is happening to them? Jacob Melton can't walk across the clubhouse. He's on the IL. Did Shea get sent down? Is he on the IL too? I think Shea's on the IL. What in the hell? Lance probably couldn't wait to get to the mound to face these jokers today. Immediate to the IL. What happened? Jesus. Again, if you've missed it, I want to apologize for those. You know what?
I mean, you said the word I wanted to say, so I mean, it was a genuine moment of passion.
It really was. I'll pull the curtain, or as I like to say, pull the carpet back. Most of the time, when Tyler comes through with breaking news, me and Tyler have either communicated this with each other. Have you seen this? Or we know it, or I know it, or we've seen it at the same time. That one genuinely caught me off guard. I had no clue. And I thought it was Paredes, and then he went with Lance. And I forgot where I was for a second. If you missed it, Chandler Room and the Athletic reporting, the Astros have scratched Lance McCullers Jr. from his start tonight and put him immediately on the injured list with a right foot sprain. Ryan Gusto will start in his place. Some guy named Jason Alexander takes McCullers' spot on the active roster, and not the co-star from Seinfeld. Not that Jason Alexander. It's another one. Will be.
He's so good at Shallow Hal.
All right, yeah, I was gonna say that's the right show, right?
He's got the tail.
Damn. All right, Clint. That is tough to hear, because now That's a right there. The rotation is the biggest spot that they cannot afford to lose anybody else. And I think they were still trying to flirt with a 6-man rotation. We'll see how long this is. If I know Lance may come out and speak himself soon. But
well, see, the interesting part about the report is again, this isn't just clearly not just a slight sprain or. They got to get a little imaging done to figure out what kind of stepped wrong or something. I mean, it's straight to the IL immediately and scratched from the lineup. So obviously they didn't know this beforehand, or they wouldn't have put him, in the rotation at this point. I mean, if something were wrong, hell, odds are he wouldn't even made the trip, right? I mean, and so it had to be something that just happened
recently.
And it's interesting that it's. I mean, with a pitcher, you would think, even though it is his plant foot, you would think. I mean, we can at least consider not going on the IL and only missing one round in the rotation, and you can get an ankle right. I mean, clearly this foot, ankle, whatever it is a little bit more severe than immediately more severe than
immediate.
Yeah.
And
so I think that's the interesting part here is wow.
As you said though, it'd be interesting to hear Joe Espada or Dana Brown. I'm certain we'll probably figure it out. This may be something we don't hear, Clint and Tyler, until after our show. This may be something you may hear more on Area 45, just due to it being a late start, being later, and we get that is odd. The timing of it. He made the trip, like you said. He was all the way up until 2:00, thought to be the starter, and now he is scratched and immediately put on the IL. So. Interesting situation, and this just adds to more of where I actually wanted to start today with the Astros, as the Astros sweep a pretty good above 500 Minnesota Twins team, culminated on the walk-off hit on Father's Day that Dubon had yesterday. They're now 11 games over 500, 4.5 game lead in the West, and this even more with now the Lance news. I'll be honest with you, fellas, I am absolutely shocked that it is going like this for the Astros. I am shocked. You roll through this and you say, all right, man, you're going to lose, for extended period of time, 3 to 4 starters that you would have playing in your rotation or the next guy up. And now Lance, who's going to lose and miss even more time with this. And then you got 2 of them, Blanco and Wisniewski, who are just out for the year. And then the Spencer Arrighetti thing, really no timetable of when he returns. And Yordan Alvarez, when he played, was a minus when it came to WAR, wins above replacement, and then just be out for a long stretch. Christian Walker, who had just struggled again. Christian Walker, he got set down yesterday, and he was, I think, for the where, and he's struggling, and that was the big bat that you brought in, right? And this team is still rolling. Paredes is now hurt. We'll see how long he is out. To think that this team is 11 games above 500, Clint, 4.5 game lead with all of this. And I'll be honest, I know I have a lot of fun with you on Joe Espada, the captain. He's not somebody that I would normally think, Clint, that would just be able to operate and hold all of this together. He is not a top manager in baseball. He's got a real Nick Sirianni feel to him of damn, man, I don't know if he's a great manager, but damn it, you got to give him credit because his team is operating under issues. So it just blows me away, and now Lance adds to it how this team is in this spot with everything that's happened.
Well, I've been critical of Joe Espada. Obviously, I've been dead serious. No joking at all. But this is the job here that can create longevity for him in the big leagues and can keep him around Houston for a long period of time. Because this right now, to me, this isn't just, hey, man, you had 2 pitchers go down, the next best prospects come up and they're kicking ass. You know what I mean? That ain't what's going on here. I mean, they've had some of that. They weren't top prospects, but they've had some of that guys just plug in and pitch well.
Oh, Ginger goes 6 and 2.
Hey, Ginger Nation, baby. Good gosh, 9 strikeouts. But they've had some of that happen. But the way they're shuffling the outfield, the way they're getting production out of young hitters. We had a conversation about the hitting coach, and how everybody was piling on the hitting coach. And you said, no. Look, the young guys are the ones carrying this team. The most impressionable hitters on this team are the ones that are getting better every week, and the ones that are producing. And again, that's never been more true. That's what's happening right now. So, this is one of them where, Joe Espada and the entire staff, I got to give credit where credit's due, man. Obviously, it's easy right now because they're winning ball games, but when you look at how they're winning ball games,
it doesn't make sense, Clint.
Even the moving guys around the way they've moved around. You want to know how they're winning ball games? You want to know how they're winning ball games right now? Recently, a big part of that is Pena being in the leadoff spot. I mean, you look at the game a couple nights ago whenever they walked it off.
4 or 5 hits.
Well, that one too. But I'm talking about the 2 walk-offs. But when he gets to first base, right? Walks. They messed around and walked him. He steals second base. Goes to third on an infield hit by Altuve, right? And then he scores on a sac fly to left field.
He's created. We talked about this. He's helped create different ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's just been hot as hell.
Absolutely. The speed has been an issue. You mess around and walk him. Hell, he's going to steal second. He might end up at third without anybody having to swing the damn bat. And so, this is a time where, for me, yeah, man, I got to give Joe Espada and the staff a whole lot of love because the way they're doing this with these young cats, man, that's you even got to think about with Jake Myers. You got to think some of the stick-to-itiveness with Jake Myers of it doesn't matter what he's doing, how bad he's swinging about. We're going to stick with Jake Myers. We're committed to Jake Myers. That's starting to come to fruition. It's paying off.
They're now. Who knows? who's coming up? Who the hell is coming up next? Some of these guys they're having to bring up. They've lost. Milton's out. Back up
DeCenzo. He's still on the IL. He's out.
What's
Chaz
the kid,
is
Tyler?
out.
What's the kid that's prospecting the minors? He's raking right now. Bryce.
Yeah. You're on it.
I just saw the report.
He's not who they brought up though.
No, he's not. He's still down.
Yeah, they had to bring somebody up for Jacob Milton. It's just.
I forgot old Milton rolled an ankle. Didn't
he couldn't walk across the clubhouse. It was reported. What the hell's going on around here? I'm gonna go ahead. Can y'all just Astros, do me a favor. Can y'all just go ahead and put Paredes on the IL right now? Because I'm really getting concerned at this point.
We'll probably get a little break in there. We'll probably get a little more break in there.
I'm just getting a little concerned with what I've seen here. The old, Paredes has a left hamstring strain, and Paredes is not going to the IL, and Joe Espada seemed hopeful he would avoid it altogether.
See, Ron, that's interesting.
I don't know about that, dog.
On the heels of Lance McCullers, right? Lance is the one that you think they would say, well, he's not going to start tonight, but he may or may not go to IL. We're not sure. I mean, the way Paredes pulled up 3 steps for first base, it looked like somebody shot him in the hamstring with a 22.
I just think he might. I just want to know who looked at that imaging. I'm just saying, Friday, Tyler, the last thing we heard was he had they're going to look at his imaging.
Paging Mr. Magoo.
I just want to know who's looking at that imaging. Last time they looked at Jordan Alvarez's imaging. Worst part about it is Stevie has a problem. So-called. Stevie is blind. I think somebody else looked at it that can see. And then you're sitting here thinking, what are you seeing? I don't know, man. Looks good to me. All right. Wow. All right, a lot to get to. We'll keep you updated and bring across the news here. Lance McCullers scratched and immediately going to the IL with a right foot sprain. Also, we got to hear from Titus Howard. We talked about Titus Howard Friday. We got to hear about him, and wait till you hear what he has to say about the new offensive line mentality. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Power outages, they're a thing around these parts. I don't know if you've heard it or not, whether it's extreme heat.
Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The breaking news that Tyler broke into the middle of the segment, did a great job of it, is Lance McCullers. The Astros have scratched from his start tonight and out, and he is now being placed on the injured list with a right foot sprain. Ryan Gusto, who's supposed to pitch tomorrow night, he is going to get moved up, and he is going to pitch tonight in his place. Jason Alexander takes McCullers' spot on the active roster. This is coming off of Jacob Melton, who had to be put on the IR. Paredes, who they said they're not putting him on the IR yet, or they're hopeful they don't have to. He has just missed the weekend of games with that hamstring, which looked like a pull. Not sure if it's not a pull. Obviously, their imaging is not showing it, or they would have put him on there immediately. Somebody, what the hell happened to his foot? On Screen just looked up. Somebody in this College World Series just off without a shoe. But that is the latest there with Lance McCullers Jr. We are just gathering any information. I know Tyler, Cheryl, myself through the break, we're looking to see if we hear anything else, what happened, how it got to that point. So we will let you know that as soon as we get any understanding of that. All right, the Texans, they are down until training camp. They've had OTAs for a couple of weeks. Then they had mandatory minicamp last week. And now they got about 5 weeks before they get a little vacation. You know, it's that 5-week period, Clint. That 5-week period where you got a lot of people on the coaching staff and the front office saying, come on down. Nothing happened in these next 5 weeks.
Yeah, man. Everybody keep it together now.
And weeks or however long it is before training camp starts. So that's the hope. But Aaron Wilson caught up with Titus Howard. We talked about Titus Howard Friday about, man, we just, almost like a big ups to him on, just being very, very open and being completely invested to moving to the right guard spot, which we have seen him do by the look of his body and how he has approached it during the offseason. It's really big to see of him. But he spoke about some of the changes, spoke about his new OC, Cole Popovich, spoke about what it's like and what it will be like playing for their new coach. Now, he's not completely new to them. Obviously, he was the assistant OC last year, so he was a part of the staff. But this was him speaking about where they are now and what it's like to play for Cole Popovich.
Oh, man, nasty. You got to have play with a lot of grit. One offensive line that are physical, that don't take shit for nobody, and they just establish, the dominance up front. He exemplifies that every morning, every day on the field, and we want that in a coach because it's only going to rub off on the offensive line, and, he holds us to a high standard.
All right, he said nasty was the first thing he played. He said, and you heard there, Tyler had to bleep that out, don't take S. The second time that's had to be bleeped out today. 31 minutes, but don't take S from nobody is what he had to say and where they are. And Clint, it seems like that's the go-to with the moves they've made and apparently from Cole Popovich.
Yeah, look, I think the one thing that we can take from like OTAs, all the press conference, all the audio that's come from the coaching staff and the players. The one thing that I feel good about is the messaging that is clearly coming from the coaches to the players. That messaging sounds really good. Now, can they put it to action?
That's the question.
It doesn't mean anything.
Do you feel like they got the guys here? I feel like they're better equipped than they had before, but do you feel like they have the guys here that can actually execute this nasty?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about the guys that they brought in, but I can tell you this. Once again, I talk a lot about DeMeco Ryans as it pertains to the offense nowadays in his third year as a head coach. If they don't have the guys that are at least impressionable and will adjust to what Cole Popovich wants, then D'Amico Ryans is going to have to know that. Like, he's down there watching them. He's got to be having one-on-ones with Cole Popovich, the O-line coach. Like, if they don't have those guys, it's going to be blatantly obvious. It's not hard to spot when you don't have take mess from nobody, punch you in the mouth type of guys. They have not had those guys here, and they have not encouraged the guys that they did have here to be that way since really, to be honest, since I've been covering the team, to be completely honest with you. Like to have guys that don't bring that level of physicality and that level of punch in the mouth and that level of I ain't taking no mess and that. So it would be easy to spot. But what I like about it, Ron, is that the messaging across the board seems to be exactly what I as a fan would want to hear. I go to OTAs and I watch Cole Popovich coach, and I see a no-nonsense, punch you in the mouth, take mess from nobody coach. And if that's your messaging every day, if that's what's coming out of your mouth, if that's the standard that you're setting, and you're not allowing them to half step, and you're not allowing them to fall short of that line every single day, then the product is going to be significantly better. And so I don't know if they have Trent Williams type, punch you in the mouth, rip your head off, and mess in your neck type of dudes. But if this coach is that way, and if this coach is driving it into him every single day, then there's going to be a big swing. I don't know if every single one of them are going to swing. I don't know if Titus Howard has that in him.
Yeah, because we're not going to know until they get up out there. And
That's
yes,
right.
As you said, Titus, we haven't seen a lot of it, but it does. I can understand how fans could get to a place of like at least it's what they're talking about.
Yeah. I mean that is your head coach is watching.
At least it's what they're talking about.
Your head coach is watching every day. Your O-line coach is one of the more aggressive, more vocal, ain't taking no mess type of coaches. And it's we're going to change some physicality around these parts. That's it. That's all we could ask for. Until they put pads on and we can see, are these guys worth a damn? Are they willing to play the way that they're talking, the way their coach is, their coach coaches? Until that happens, all we can take is the messaging. And I, for one, love the messaging. I can't think of one thing. I know it's elementary, but it's football 101, but it is what football is all about and always has been about. If you're the more physical football team, if it pisses you off that you don't lead the league in rushing, if it pisses you off, or if it doesn't piss you off that you are giving up more pressures and more sacks than anybody in the league, then you don't need to be a Texans offensive lineman. You need to have a different mentality. And what they're saying tells me that everything we talked about last year with this offensive line about lacking physicality and lacking accountability and not, the whole Laramie Tunsil, all of that stuff was very, very real. I, for one, am glad to see that they're beyond it.
Yeah. The mentality was the biggest thing that needed to change. Now we'll see, because if they don't execute it, it won't be a deal it won't be a deal of them not being able to, or at least this is not the approach that they're looking at. It won't be that.
I know you had more audio you wanted to get to from Titus, but I'll talk about that. Sorry about that.
It's all right, man. Let it get to you. I've let it get to me a couple of times. And, boy, is Sports Radio 610 quick on the draw, because I've just looked up on Twitter, and it's already out. It's already out. Me just me getting a little
shout out Figgy Fig.
My mind. Yeah, Figgy said. This one of the craziest stories in sports just took another twist and turn. It is wild. We'll discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
In the Loop.
What does it mean? From Chubb's perspective, I had options. I want to go to the Texans. From the Texans.
811. Whether installing a fence or working on a construction site, contacting Texas 811 is the law. It's quick, free, and keeps you safe. Visit texas811.org today for more information. Safe digging starts with one simple step. Make it today.
Boston.
No. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Weigh in coming up at 3 o'clock. Next segment, start of next segment, we will do our weigh in. I was at 301.4. Clint was at 247.2. Last weigh in, so trying to get down. I had got down to 295, put on 6 in Aruba, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I would have been in here had Father's Day yesterday from around 4 to about 7:30. Didn't happen.
You lost a little discipline there for a couple hours.
I did. No, I didn't go. I didn't go old school.
Right.
But we sure strayed away from that meat and protein and veggie type of thing we were in right there. There was protein. Had a little extra. A little extra to it. Little sauce to it.
That's all right, man.
Tyler said he hadn't heard of poor man's brisket. Had a little bit of that.
I don't know that I'm picking up what you're putting down either.
Ron educated me.
Yeah, it's like get like a good beef chuck.
Okay.
And then just prepare it the same way you would a brisket. Doesn't take as long to cook. Doesn't cost as much. I mean, I guess you could let it take as long as it does, but I can do it in about 8 hours. And then just cut it and slice it like you would a brisket.
Really?
A lot cheaper. Yeah, get a big chuck roast and then, put your rub on it just like you would do a big brisket. Throw it on. I do it from time to time.
Get the crispy black outside too, the edges.
Mm-hmm.
Does it really?
And then slice. I think it's a little tougher, but it's not bad. Pretty good. Had a little bit of that too. That was probably my best bet.
Well, I mean, you go over somebody else's house, man. They're cooking like that, but you got to eat, man. You got to eat.
Text line coming through 305 plus. Okay.
305 plus.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't think that was really the only bad period I had. Well, I did not know them chicken wings were going to be fried over there.
That's all right. You'll be all right, man.
It's all right. No, we'll see.
You slowly work your way down.
That's what yeah.
Without any extreme change, you'll be all right. I mean, you got to enjoy your life,
take
man.
Your time. So we'll do that at 3 o'clock coming up here in just a bit. All right, Clint, Tyler. This saga has finally come to an end. And we have had a lot of fun with this on this show. This came through Jeff Passan the other day, fellas. Yesterday, the San Francisco Giants are acquiring all-star slugger Rafael Devers from the Boston Red Sox. Sources confirmed to ESPN an out-of-nowhere blockbuster deal. The Boston is getting right-handed pitcher Jordan Hicks and more. So Rafael Devers is the whole thing. If you haven't been following that story, which is Alex Bregman came over and Devers gonna be the third baseman. Said I'm playing third. Held his first baseman on the other side of the field. Said Devers should be the third baseman. Got all the way up there, training camp, trying to figure it out, and the next thing you know, now Alex Bregman, who won the Gold Glove last year, is going to be the third baseman, and you're going to be the DH.
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
And clearly, Rafael Devers was hot about it. I mean, he put it out there and said, "No, I don't play. I play third base. That's what I'm going to play." Rafael Devers thought, well, they just signed me to an 11-year team, $300+ million. Sounds like it. No. Then the first baseman got hurt. Then they wanted old Raph to go play first base. Said, "Nah, man, they took my glove."
I'm all set.
No. I'm good, baby. I'm the DH. Took my glove from me. Told me to go ahead and put my glove out. Alex Bregman got hurt playing in third base. He still ain't seen that base.
No.
Ain't seen third or first.
No.
Chilling at that DH spot. By the way, he started off terribly. He is swinging the bat well right now. He is.
Boston.
He is back to being their best hitter. I mean, what did he start off like 0 for like 19? He had like 11 strikeouts.
He had struck out a boatload of his first 15 at-bats, 15 or 20 at-bats. I remember keeping track of it.
Not what you want from your DH.
Yeah, from your $330 million player that you brought over. But really, since the start of the season, he's been rolling. And to be honest, they've just started to roll. They just swept the Yankees, who has had the best record or the second best record in the American League behind the Tigers. And they've won 5 straight. And yesterday, he had a big day. He had a home run yesterday. He, up to this point, as you said, started out 0 for 19, struck out a boatload of times. He's hitting .272, .401 on base, .500 slug with 15 homers and 18 doubles with almost 60 driven in RBI. They said, yeah, man, we out 28.
No.
I don't know that I've seen a situation effed up more than this. And I know some people are going to talk about he may. This to me is all to me on the Boston Red Sox and how they handled the situation from the jump.
Yeah.
This would be like the Astros getting sideways with Yordan Alvarez because the communication was off in some form or fashion, and they brought somebody else in to take over whatever role he was taking over. They won't mess that up. They signed him to an 11-year contract. He is the centerpiece of what they want to do. They traded Mookie Betts. They've traded all these guys, but they signed him. And within, 3 months? Less than 3 months? You didn't have to trade him to San Francisco. Yeah. Crazy to me that they are in this situation.
Well, this trade was made possible the minute they signed Bregman. They knew.
And they didn't communicate well enough when they signed Bregman.
Clearly, they didn't communicate before they signed Bregman because I don't know that was their intentions was to ever think about bringing a Bregman in and then trading a Rafael Devers. I would think that they're adding to what they hoped would be a World Series caliber team. And in reality, at the very best case scenario right now is you 1 for 1. I mean, you just
best and be honest, Devers is younger and right now a better hitter than him. So
that's why I said best case scenario.
Best case, yeah.
So I mean, it just doesn't. I think this is a classic. The organization screwed the pooch. They didn't communicate well. They made a poor decision to even pursue Bregman probably in the first place. They acquired Bregman, and the player called their bluff. Most of the time the organization would have gotten, okay, Bregman gets hurt, I'll go play third. Oh, the first base guy, okay, go play first. Whatever y'all need me to do, I'm a team guy. Whatever y'all need me to do. Devers, sounds like Devers said, I ain't doing none of it, man. Y'all get me the hell up out of here.
Yeah, I wonder who pushed it. Because I know Passon personally, he's plugged in. He said an out-of-nowhere blockbuster deal.
Well,
they knew it was bad, but they didn't think it was going to get to a point where.
Yeah, but it's not hard to see. I mean, right?
No, you can see it. Now,
the thing is it started. It was probably they probably could have fixed it with just Bregman being there, him being there, him being a D. Probably could have fixed it. The injuries at the 2 corner spots, the 2 that he plays, that's where the thing went south. All of a sudden, not once but twice, I would imagine he's the one saying, "No, y'all can kiss my ass. I'm not doing it."
But also, Clint, he's been there long enough. You know how Rafael Devers is going. You should know how he's going to react over this situation.
You find out.
Hell, I could told you how he's going to react after he came out and said, "I'm playing third base."
Yeah.
Like you should have been floored. The text line coming through happened to the Astros last year, but Dana got in front of it and told them Hader was coming in. Now this is not the same to me. Ryan Presley and Josh Hader, it's not clearly Josh Hader has been, the better closer, and Ryan Presley was coming towards the end. Rafael Devers is Yordan Alvarez.
Well, there ain't but one third baseman.
There's one closer.
Yeah, okay, fair.
But Rafael Devers is Yordan. He is the centerpiece of your team.
Yeah.
He's 28 years old in his prime. You didn't pay Ryan Presley $300 million. Right, we could all see when Hader was coming in at $95 million, we knew who was going to be the closer. He wasn't pitching the 8th.
Right.
While you was making 15 or 10 or whatever Presley was making. So this I hear what you're kind of saying, but this is different. I mean, this is like pick any team. This is the Royals said, "Hey man, we're gonna bring in somebody to play shortstop." Or Bobby Witt Jr. We just gave Bobby Witt Jr. 12 years, $260 million. We're going to have somebody else come in and play shortstop and really not run it by him. Like, we're just going to have him in there. So this is wild. I want to also admit before we go to break over the weekend, I took in none of that U.S. Open. I saw the sperm or the I did it now,
sperm.
Reggie. The
saw the sperm?
Reggie called him JJ Sperm that first day, and I said it.
I was like, what?
I missed it. But I saw he won, but I didn't watch any of it, and I feel bad because I got an alert on my phone from NBC Sports that it was a rain delay, and they were showing the 2008 U.S. Open. In which it was.
Hey, sure as heck were.
I watched 30 minutes of that. I watched 30 minutes of the 2008 rain delay replay.
Eldrick will get you.
But I did not watch a single second of, and I heard it was good, right? It was probably a classic. This young man won his first major, but yeah, I didn't watch any of that. But I watched the hell out of that Tiger though.
I tried. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was my father-in-law is a big golf guy, so it's
right. He's in it.
I tried, and I'll be completely honest with you. When I got home after the rain delay, I tried to watch it early on, and it was very difficult to watch because every time I looked up, and the funny thing is, as I said it was JJ, the guy that ended up winning it, JJ Spawn. Every time I looked up, this is a guy that's in the top 2 or 3, I think the entire day. Every time I looked up, he would look like me hitting out of the rough. He was hitting the ball from rough to rough.
A hell of a rough.
I mean, it was awful. I was like, it's not even fun to watch. And then the rain hit, and I'm like, I'm not even turning this damn thing back on because now it's going to be wet and that rough, and these guys have played all damn day. Like, I'm not even turning it back on. And we missed one of the best finishes in a long time in golf because that was not only did my man make that 64-foot putt, Ron, but if you go back and look on 17, he's tied for the lead at 1 over. Nobody. He had to make a 64-foot putt, by the way, to get under par. But, 17, the drive on 17, he drives it. It's a drive of the tourney. I mean, he puts it on the green, and that gave him the lead. And then the long putt at the end. The last 2 holes he played was unbelievable, especially in that weather and how important it is to hit the fairway. Whew. Wow.
Pendergast, or according to people in Washington, Pendergast, or Gast. This is an early entry for Petty Cash of the week for me, myself personally. I took very, very good personal happiness that 64 putt call did not go to Jim Nance.
Oh, wow. I guess because he was off, right?
It was on NBC, so it wasn't on CBS.
Okay.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I'm glad Hannah Storm's husband, Dan got that call.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
Suck it, Jim. Coming up, the weigh-in, as we'll see what we get down to, and the Rockets. Stop being cute with this. We'll talk about that coming up next, right here live on the Drive. Oh, it's 3:00.
Access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. I speak it every day. I'm trying to get it poppin' each and every way. It's one nation under goons. My goons are stripping all these cats down in the under rules.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a Monday. It kicked off with some tough Astros news. If you are just joining us, the Astros, they had to scratch Lance McCullers Jr. from his start tonight and put him on the injured list with a right foot sprain. Ryan Gusto, who is scheduled to start tomorrow against the A's in Sacramento, he will actually start and be pushed up and start today. Jason Alexander takes McCullers' spot on the active roster. So that is the news there with Lance McCullers. Tough. He made the trip. You would imagine and think, Clint, that this is just something that happened recently. And this is a right foot sprain that, which you understand, like, even if you don't keep him on there, that's the kind of thing with pitchers that if you try to try to do something to kind of help that you start to potentially mess with your arm or favor that in some way that could lead to an arm issue. Lance is going immediately to the IL. That's the thing is, bam, we found out he makes the trip. He scratched, and not just scratched, but scratched going to the IL.
Bury me in the H.
Paredes pulled up on Thursday night and didn't play the whole series. They still aren't. They've seen imaging. They still aren't putting him on. So
what is going on?
That is the latest. And Lance was coming around and pinching.
Well, that's just like Paredes, man. These injuries coming in at a time, not only at a time when the team obviously needs you, but at a time when you personally are at a spot where Paredes appeared to be having a career year, and here McCullers hadn't been in baseball in over 900 days, damn near 1,000 days, and all of a sudden he's come back, and I mean she's shown glimpses of being his old self, not just being back and being in the rotation, but being his old self, and this setback obviously sucks. But to your point, man, a foot sprain, and going directly to the IL on a day that you're supposed to pitch and getting scratched. Obviously there's something there that it's a little bit more severe than one would think.
Yeah, like someone texting to him, did he slip on something? We don't know, but it feels potentially like that. It feels like something occurred today. Something bad step. Something occurred. You would think here more recently. So
Chandler Rome will have it before you know it,
or Lance might just tell us.
If he knows if he knows what's good for him, he will.
I want to know who saw that imaging. Shoot, man, it must have.
They had to be getting off a bus at about 1 o'clock.
I know it. I'm just saying, but they put him on the IL without seeing any imaging.
That's what I'm saying. It must have been obvious.
Yeah. Let's be honest. It's hard for them to see any imaging.
You don't think they probably went immediately, whatever it was, did.
Jordan he healed 60% before imaging came in. So
they just got the hell out of here.
Now you're trying to tell me that Lance got it within 5 minutes?
Did you hear the update?
Let me guess. Sacramento's got a cutting edge imaging department at their new state.
They went over to where the Kings are.
Did you hear the Jordan update over the weekend?
No, I didn't.
Up to 80%, boys.
Boy, they're checking that crack, ain't they?
60 to 80% now.
Has he got a bat yet? Did they say he grabbed a bat yet?
No,
he hadn't grabbed a bat.
Only 80%, man.
Hey, these youngsters are rolling, man. Ain't no sense. Ain't no sense in it, man. Take your time. Paredes, Jordan.
Such BS.
Take your time, man. Take your time.
J-Rock 5335 said y'all need to stop. LOL. No, they need to. I'm just saying. This is how the Paredes thing has drugged to Monday, and we don't. They saw imaging Friday. We don't anything. Lance got hurt. Whoop. All right, he's up. He's out. Scratched, and IL immediately.
The Paredes.
That's great. My wife even noticed that one, by the way. Ooh, I like the way he said his last name.
The Paredes.
I said, she said, I like the way he said his name. I said, you talking about Isaac?
The Paredes.
He calls him Esau. No, I meant Paredes.
All right, I know what y'all are doing. Enough delay. Let's get this weigh-in, baby. Come on. I know what you're doing.
We came running with it.
Come on now. Enough of Lance. I need a weigh-in.
You pick it, Tyler. Who's going first?
I want Dirty Red. Clint Stoerner, you hop up on that scale, big boy.
Hey, man, don't get up like that, Clint.
No problem, boys.
Got a big ass.
I'm taking it all off, man. I'll get down the banana hammock.
Yeah, he's taking it all off.
Oh, he's wearing a banana hammock?
I thought he was coming out of the shirt, boy. He was ready to go. Damn. He's trying to get every piece of it.
Your flow is really growing long.
Here we go. He was at 247.2 the last time he went in there, settled in.
243.8.
243.
All right.
Hand it over. I don't feel like walking.
Oh, I thought you were
down 3 or 4 pounds.
Is that okay?
Yeah. You got on socks today. I don't. So 243.
243.8. Wow.
243.8. There you go.
Right direction.
You said three. Yeah, you said 3 pounds.
Yeah,
but you got down.
343.8's good.
Down
the
to
board,
That's
man.
good. That's good.
I'm coming for them 30s now.
All right, here we go. I'll go. I was 301 last time.
Yeah. Moment of truth. What we got?
We're down there, 297.
297.
I knew.
He's coming back.
I knew yesterday was a rough.
Damn Father's Day.
Hey, man.
I know yesterday really put me in a bad spot there.
Got to enjoy Dad's Day.
Oh, I did.
That was nice.
I did for about 3 or 4 hours. There we go, $297.
Still in them twos.
There you go. $297. I got down in them twos, got back down in them twos. There you go. There's a not bad, a little 4-piece there. I'm good. I'm good with that. 4-piece down.
Now the important part. What are we aiming for next Monday?
See, this is where I am trying to a real change that I'm trying to make. Those of you in there, if you missed it, Clint was at 247.2, now at 243.8. I was at 3014, now at 297.6 is where we are. So 4 pounds. What I'm trying not to do, because in my mind, Tyler, I want to like go for it and try to get into like the 280s.
I like that out of you.
But
in a week?
But I don't think that is. But then I think I'll be dangerous and doing stuff that isn't sustainable. And I just want to keep dropping.
Yeah.
Keep dropping.
We want to drop these LBs the healthy way.
Yeah, just drop them so it doesn't. And I want to keep on with the plan, do what I'm doing, and not having any mishaps. So, hey, I'm just 4 or 5 pounds. Even though that's a lot at this point right now, 4 or 5 pounds. Let me ride with it.
All right.
There we go. Sounds
like a plan.
That's good, man.
Cornbread, 290. Ron, go big or go home.
You've gone Father's Day, 5-day trip to Aruba.
I did,
and somehow still lost 13 over 13 pounds.
I got down to 295, but Aruba jumped it back up. But I'm telling you, I think there was probably 1.5 pounds yesterday.
I think 292 should be your target.
292. Okay, that's a good 5.
All right, I think 292 should be your
if that's 5, what's yours? Because it's got to be slowing down for you.
I'll go 240.
You try to go?
I'll go with the even number.
240. So that's a good 8 between us. Can we get down? Can you get to 2? Can you get to 240? And can I get to 292?
Y'all got that in the bag. I feel it down in my plums.
Someone texted, I am 301 from 308. There you go.
There you go, boy.
Dropped down 7 from last week.
There you go.
Had a kid.
That's what I'm talking about.
Get it in. Tyler, what are you down to?
I actually am down. I've only missed 2 workout days since I came in there and weighed with y'all that first week we did this thing.
What was his weight? What was your weight when you first got
He was 190.
Yeah, 190, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the 8s now.
Like, I know I could really push this thing, and I could probably unhealthily drop. But I don't. But that's what I don't want to
do. Some meth or something?
No.
I was gonna tell you not to. Don't do that.
I'm glad you were.
It's unhealthy.
I just really, dropping it down. Really like fasting to real like.
What the hell you plan on doing?
No, I'm just gonna keep doing what I've been doing. I'm just saying, if I wanted to like go home, yeah, I mean, I could fast this thing to have 1 meal a day.
Yeah, fast your way to it,
and then and work out. But I don't want to do that because I want to be able to do what and the stuff that I'm eating, the meals and stuff where I'm going about. These are things that I feel like I can.
You can maintain.
Yeah, I do. I'm enjoying it. So there it is. There we go. So we got down a good 7, 8 between us, 8 pounds to us, and then we'll try to do that again coming up, and then you'll be a step away from getting in 230s, which is the hope and plan.
I'll get in them. I'll get all up in them.
Yeah. Someone texted in. Ocho said, Ron, I want you down to the 280 mark before Jordan returns. That gives you about 6 months.
That gives you to the last week of the baseball season.
The last week of the baseball season. So there it is. Good day. I'll take that. From yesterday. So there we go. Coming up next Monday will be the next weigh-in. And we will hopefully knock out our goals. All right, Clint, this coming from Brian Windhorst this morning. Brian Windhorst on First Take because right now the Kevin Durant situation is really going. We played it for you last week as reports are out that this could be done in the next couple of days, could be done very, very soon, could be done before the season is over. We'll know where Kevin Durant ends up. This is Brian Windhorst of ESPN talking about the Suns being offered and how they're feeling about it.
What I understand, the three teams on Durant's list, Miami, San Antonio, and Houston, have not made offers that have gotten Phoenix excited to this point. To this point is very important. Minnesota was aggressive at midseason, and Minnesota, from what I understand, has been the most aggressive team in these trade talks. I do think Toronto is lurking out there. Toronto is making the number 9 pick in this draft, in addition to some players available in multiple different scenarios. And I think the LA Clippers are lurking out there as well. But I would say right now, if I had to put a favorite, I definitely think Minnesota is the team that's been most aggressive.
All right, there it is. Minnesota's been most aggressive, but I would note from reports we're hearing, I know you were saying you were hearing it too, Clint, they aren't necessarily up in that top 3 of the teams that he would prefer to go to. The preference is Miami, San Antonio, and Houston. Those are the preferences he would like to go to. And for me, Clint, I look at this, and I think Rafael Stone should be smart about this, but don't be too cute about it to me. It seems like to me, Clint, this is a target for the Rockets.
Yeah.
Of all the players we're hearing that they could go get to make a move on, all the stuff in which Rafael Stone said after the season ended where it was, hey, we love our group, but, it has to be something that knocks their socks off. It clearly, this is somebody that we're hearing the Rockets want, and I would just say don't be too cute with it. All right, make the right deal. Right, I know you don't want to unload some of these young guys, but if this is the guy that you want and potentially put you as a very, very serious contender. I don't think they've been I think since Chris Paul and James Harden would be the last time they've been this serious of a contender to win the championship. I think that addition, depending on who you would have to give up, would be it. So that's just my thing is, yes, be smart about it, but don't get too cute with this thing.
Well, I don't have any inside information, but to me, if you're Houston, I mean, we want to hit this thing, right in the sweet spot. We don't want to go in there offering too much, way more than you have to, and trying to compete. Like, there's no sense in trying to match teams that KD don't want to go to. It's not going to happen, right? So figure out what that sweet spot is instead of just going in there and offering a for sure deal. And get fleeced. I'm not here for that either. So I like the way they're playing it right now. I love the fact that KD has obviously Houston in his top 3, and hopefully they can get it done.
It's big to me. It's clear. It's clear the man that you really are hanging on to it with, like, all right, man, will this work? Will this work is, to me, Udoka. Udoka, who clearly is a fan of his. Udoka clearly is a guy that loves his work ethic. We've talked about this. Durant is a gym rat, loves being in the gym. He clearly is that guy. To me, that's the person. Clint, I don't think they would be this intrigued or interested, Clint, if Udoka wasn't complete.
Udoka just gushes over Durant. In fact, he says the day-to-day work that the guy puts in is the best he's ever seen, and he rants and raves about Kevin Durant and what he brings. So now you know that he is obviously an Ime Udoka guy. He is the kind of guy that Ime Udoka wants around his young players, and so that box is checked, and that's a big ass box relative to Durant being a Houston Rocket. That's saying a lot for Ime Udoka to speak like that.
Absolutely. And to me, for those of you who are potentially out on him, I would think that would at least cause you to just pause, right? Like if you are one, because obviously the last couple of days people have said that. Someone texted in and said, I know Show is not going to say overpaid 37-year-old KD. I would just say, very much like D'Amico, Ime Udoka has arguably been the biggest reason arguably, he has been the biggest reason this team has kind of turned things around and got to a space where they were the 2 seed. He is the one that trusts him and wants this. So to me, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I'll be honest with you, Clint. I'm looking at this. I think obviously the Rockets have potentially the most and the best type of deal to give the Suns.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, to me, seeing how much it appears, and we're getting info that they are making it a priority, and this is a target, I think the Rockets, now some of you may be upset, I think the Rockets get this done. I think they're going to get this done. Because it is.
Well, they've got the pieces to play, like you said,
Absolutely.
and not overspend, and they've got pieces to play that they can negotiate and move and shake and offer different deals. I mean, it appears they've got more than everybody else has to offer.
And they're not going to be silly, clearly. We can see it, not excited about the current offer. The Suns know they can clearly make an offer to get them excited, probably multiple different type of offers to get them excited. But I think, to me, there's a want-to coming from the Rockets that I think gets this done. All right, coming up, Nico Collins talked about not just himself, but talked about C.J. Stroud and his leadership and about his new offensive coordinator and how high he is on him. We'll let you hear what Nico had to say and discuss coming up next.
All right, if you're looking to build
exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up in a bit, weekend's best, weekend's worst. We'll do that coming up at 3:40 or so. You can jump in with your weekend's best, weekend's worst as well. Again, just want to make sure, if you are not aware, some may be, Lance McCullers. He's been scratched from his start tonight with a right foot sprain, and he's not only been scratched with his start, he has also been placed on the IL. As he was starting to kind of pitch better, get things going. And against a team, he really, even though they scored 3 runs, he dominated them with 12 strikeouts, 1 walk. The last time he faced the A's is out. And so we'll see how long that is. And that's all we have. He made the trip. This, as we said, feels like it has to be a recent thing. So the more we get on that, we will pass that across from you. All right, Nico Collins. The number one weapon for C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley spoke and had a little sit down with Chris Long and joined him. They had a conversation about many topics, but he talked about his new offensive coordinator Nick Caley, and then obviously this is his first time calling plays, designing an offense. He's been around the Patriots and Josh McDaniel and company. He's been around Sean McVay with the Rams most recently. Here is Nico Collins talking about his new OC.
The way he just called plays, man, the way he just get creative, putting guys in situations to be explosive, to make plays. He puts you in the right position to go out and just have fun. He's not going to go out there and do something that is not you. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can go out there and put you in a great position, man, but his enthusiasm, his personality, man, I feel like it's unmatched, man. It's lit. He's up there giving that install. He's juice. He's jumping around, sweating. He's pumped, man. He's a great guy for sure. I'm glad he's here calling plays, man. He understands everything. You come back, what you got. He'll do what you need to do. He'll do whatever it takes, man. That's one guy that just want to win.
I could feel your. Every time once he started going, I remember your comments last week when they talk about Nick Caley. This one was a little different though. He said he believes he can get guys the ball down the field, get guys the ball and make plays. But as soon as he started going into and he was juiced giving that install. He was juiced. Kels was juiced. Was reminded that you're like, yeah. When they talk about juice, he sweat. That's what I thought. But when you heard that about Nick Caley, because we heard CJ, the other big-time performer on this offense, have similar things to say about Nick Caley. When you heard that from Nico, your thoughts was?
Well, again, it goes back to kind of we heard from Titus earlier about Cole Popovich, about his coach. I mean, the messaging that's coming from the staff to the players, I think, is really, really good if it comes to fruition. I mean,
you like that messaging?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like the messaging. I like the thought. I can tell what they've been talking about in meetings. I can tell that Nick Caley comes in, and Nick Caley is really selling himself as a guy that is going to put players. His good players, his playmakers in the best, really all players, but those playmakers in the best position to win and the best position to play well and the best position to make these explosive plays. And that's just, I mean, I like the messaging. I think it's league wide. I think all offensive coordinators are telling them that, and I just hope it comes to fruition. I do wonder. Nico and CJ, and I can tell that they are searching for the answer to a very basic question of, tell us about your offensive coordinator. You can tell D'Amico, you can tell that they are searching for an answer that gives anybody a little bit of hope.
Right? They don't have a lot to go on. I mean, but all they've got is what they've seen in practice.
But Ron, I mean, somebody came to me, if I knew you, if I went and worked somewhere else or you went and worked somewhere else, and in 2 years somebody came to me and said, hey, man, you know, what do you know about Ron? Oh, man, he brings energy every day, man. He brings energy, man. He shows up on time and he brings energy, man. He's a funny guy, man.
Showman.
You know, he's real creative, man, and you know, put me in a good spot to play good. And there's a lot more to Ron than that. There's a lot more to. I mean, you'll take
layers.
I mean, there's it's
297 pounds of them layers.
Yeah, 297. When you have somebody that had never done it, you know, you like we kind of, or I do. I cling on to what I hear from those guys, and it's just, I'll be honest with you, I'm not hearing anything other than basic offensive coordinator hope and talk and energy.
I kind of heard the yearning for. And the way he said it, yearning for what he what he hasn't had.
Oh, well, you can definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
With all these guys, you can definitely. I think it's very fair and safe right now, Ron. We could sit here and go, I don't know much about the new guys, but based on what's being said right now from the coaches and the players, we can definitely reach a point where Bobby Slowick and what was the O-line coach name? Chris Strausser, like. Clearly, those two cats right there weren't, and Laramie as well. I guess you can throw him in there.
I don't know if that was what he was meaning, but when I looked at his face when he said it, when he said, "Yeah, he ain't gonna put people in and have them doing things that they don't know how to do."
Yeah.
Like to me, when I first heard that, I'm like, "Who's done that to you before?" Jim Harbaugh? Was this a Pep Hamilton thing? Who's done that to you? Yeah. Like that was one of the things that jumped out too. All right, he also spoke on C.J. Stroud as quarterback, and something you've talked about a lot, Clint, and that you believe is the next step for C.J. and that is his leadership.
C.J. is a great guy, and that's one guy you want to have as your quarterback, a leader, a guy that's going to be there for you no matter what, have your back, and drop downs for you when you need him the most.
Yeah,
you know, getting that play for sure.
All right, that leadership.
Yeah,
coming through. That's however you look at it, and you think he's been a great leader, or whatever. Clearly now the responsibility is jumping up for him in this, and they're definitely going to need that. And it's also understandable for him to learn in year 3 to get better.
To me, the thing, like CJ is a leader. I mean, whether you say he naturally is or he is, you know, by default because he plays a position that you have to lead, you have to be vocal, you have to be out front, right? Whatever. The next step for CJ Stroud is definitely to be a guy that holds guys accountable. The guy that is more vocal and will get in your ass if things aren't right. That's the next level. Really, that's the next level for this offense. Like, this offense needs that guy to take the next step. And I don't know who that's going to be. He's got it in him. I don't know if Titus has got it in him. I don't know if this new kid Andrews has got it in him. I don't know. Joe Mixon's clearly got some of it in, but that's hard to do from the running back room. It's hard to do. It's hard to do when you're not, when you're injured a lot and you're not there. So
one thing we do know is he has at least most of the guys we've talked about. I don't think people are faking it. He does seem to have the guys believe in him and
he's a hell of a player. Look. I mean, he gives you a better chance to win games than 99% of quarterbacks that you could possibly play for, right? I mean, he is a really, really talented quarterback. That guy is gonna, and he's a good dude, and I'm sure he is a great, like an overly great friend. I'm sure he's a dude that everybody would want their sister would be okay with their sister marrying. I'm sure he's a great dude. At some point, you got to be an a-hole. At some point, you got to like. At some point, you're gonna have to get off in somebody's ass. At some point, you're gonna have to hold guys accountable.
My sister would be more into his sister.
Well, if that would be the case, I mean that too. I guess. I mean, I wouldn't know, but okay.
Yeah. Just what you said. You mean your sister thought.
Your sister wouldn't appreciate the hookup.
She'd like to chill with him, though.
Oh my God!
Maybe hang out.
Yeah, girl.
Not that way. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. Text them in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch over the weekend, what was the weekend's best, your weekend's worst? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out.
With the Times, you're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We'll get to weekend's best, weekend's worst. Clint, we got some folks here on the text line. Took a little umbrage to what you had to say there. CJ doesn't have to be an a-hole to be a good leader. You're smarter than that, Clint. I always love when people have dismounts like that. The best and most impactful leader I have ever been around did it without being an a-hole. He did it by not expecting anything he wasn't giving himself and treating people right.
God bless, brother.
Those are two different texts.
Well, the second one, I'd like to know the leader you're talking about. What are we talking about? Work? Are we talking about an office? Are we talking about the church? What are we talking about? I mean, I've been around some great coaches, some great players that were great dudes. I ain't never been around in athletics, never been around a team that won, that at some point in time the leader on the team didn't have to be I mean, call it what you want. A-hole is not
maybe the term is
maybe
stern.
Yes. Yeah, maybe let's not get caught up on the a-hole part. Like at some
assertive.
At some point in time, you're going to have to get in somebody's ass. At some point in time, you're going to have to let somebody know. And look, you know what? It may be the offensive coordinator. You know, it may be the quarterback coach. It may be D'Amico Ryans. It may be Nico Collins. It may be, whoever. Like at some point, when you're playing this game, and you're the quarterback of a football team, it is impossible to avoid. Especially when you're where this football team is right now. This football team is a really, really good football team. They got really, really talented players. They've done a hell of a job building a roster. They got great culture. They got great chemistry. They got you hope they got the missing piece, which the offensive coordinator can kind of bring this thing together. At some point, C.J. Stroud is going to look them guys in the huddle and say, "Hey man, get y'all's crap together, man. This is unacceptable." Right? At some point, he's going to have to be what I would refer to as an a-hole. At some point, he's going to have to be real stern with folks. At some point, he's going to have to not be worried about praying and being friends with everybody. At some point in time, it's going to have to be, I'm going to risk this guy not liking me. This may affect our friendship, but what you got going on right here ain't it. Hey, Laramie Tunsil, I need you in training camp. I need you to be a part of this thing. I need you holding these guys accountable, not coming in a week late, not making jokes about how he's a vet. Like, at some point, that's going to happen. D'Amico's not going to be able to do it all. At some point, it's going to happen. You seen D'Amico Ryans. What did D'Amico Ryans have to do with Jalen Petrie? Well, D'Amico Ryans, I mean, there's been a couple of different players that D'Amico Ryans has had to have. Hey, man, you ain't doing what I want you to do, so come sit over here by me, right? I mean, I'm not saying CJ's going to bench people, but at some point CJ's going to have to it's not going to get through any other way, and there's going to be a moment where it's like, hey, we got to fix this now. We don't have time to wait. We got to fix it now.
You don't get the sense that's been happening a lot?
No, absolutely not. No, I don't. I don't think it has. And to me, again, to put some context to it, like, I just believe that's the next step for this football team. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to get sidetracked by a text and that's worried about somebody being an a-hole or not. Couch it however you want to couch it. All I'm saying is I've never been around a leader in a team sport with all those different personalities where leading the crew, whether it was the coach or whether it's coach-led or player-led, at some point in time in the season, at some point in time in a climb to a championship or a climb to being relevant and getting out of dysfunction and getting to where you're a playoff caliber, I've never been around an organization where it didn't happen, especially when you're talking football. You're talking 80, 90, 100 guys. It's got to happen.
All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst. Clint, let's start with the best. I'll start with you. What was your weekend's best?
Well, look, like I said earlier, I don't know. It was a very difficult watch for me, but the U.S. Open, J.J. Spaun was that ending for that young man. He had never made a U.S. Open cut, Ron. He had never made a U.S. Open cut, and he won the U.S. Open in like dramatic fashion. Literally his last putt. He's a fifth player in the last 100 years to win the U.S. Open, having never previously made a U.S. Open cut. He never had a top 20 finish in a major ever before winning yesterday. And my man, the putt, what I say it was 46?
You said 64.
64-foot putt to not win it. He had to two putt from 64 out, and he sunk it. And he threw his putter in the air, double Tiger Wood, arm flexes. Did it after a long delay, as Ron said. You could have watched the 2008 U.S. Open where Tiger Woods was playing. And Rocco Mediate, I believe, was who he was going neck and neck with there. I didn't watch it, and I'm assuming Tiger won that one.
Yeah, he did. He had to come back the next day.
But yeah, I got to go with JJ, man. I mean, Ron, that was to hit the 64-foot putt, to win it, to every time the U.S. Open. I'm gonna get to the U.S. Open, by the way, again in this segment. But the U.S. Open, the rough was unbelievable. Every time I looked up, he was hitting out of the rough. I thought for sure he was going to fall completely out of the top five. And they cut that thing back on. He hit a shot. He hit a tee shot on 17 that he drove the green on 17. Now that may have been that 300-yard par 3 that was out there, but you could not. He had to hit a 10-yard window with a driver, and he hit it 300 on the green, landed on the green, and that was on 17 when it was tied. He was +1 tied with somebody. I can't remember who he was tied with, and then 18 is where he hit the putt. He's got to take the cake for me, man.
All right, my weekend's best. You can text in yours, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. My weekend's best is Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark had missed 5 straight games with an injury, and she came back, and they were facing the only undefeated team in the WNBA, the defending champion, New York Liberty, 9-0. And she had 32 8 rebounds, 9 assists in the game. I'll be honest with you, she should have had about 17 assists if there just weren't about 4 or 5 just blown layups and then others on wide open jump shots and great passes that she created. But Clint, she went crazy from 3. There was a stretch, Clint, she hit 3 straight threes in 28 seconds, and they were all like 29, 30 feet or further. She was just pulling up like she talks about on the commercial. She hit 6 threes in the first half. All of them were average 29-plus feet away from the basket of the 6 threes she made. She just went crazy in the middle of the game. So it was good to see her back Saturday. By the way, the ratings were through the roof for that game between them and New York. So Caitlin Clark went off. First game back. 7 of 14 from 3 for the game, 6 in the first half.
I wasn't even watching it, Ron, and since then it's just like Twitter feed of just it's constant, the wow factor and what she brought to the table. So I hate that I missed it. Would have loved to sit down and watch that one.
What's your weekend's worst?
Well, I'm going to stay close to home after talking about my boy J.J. Spaun. The U.S. Open.
Somebody just texted the U.S. Open was like a bad movie with a great ending.
You are damn right. You are exactly right. And some folks hung in there, and some of us bowed out and missed the ending. Because I'll be honest with you, I had to watch the J.J. Spaun highlights. The U.S. Open overall. I mean, that is when the best golfers in the world. When the best golfers in the world can't finish under par, literally a guy had to hit a 64-footer to get to under par. If he would have been smart, if he'd have just snuggled it up and then sunk it, he'd have been even. He'd have won. Like when it's that difficult. Sorry, some people call me whatever you want. That's not fun. That's not a fun watch. That makes golf needs.
Traditionally, the U.S. Open is they have the roughs like that. It's traditionally the toughest one.
And that's fine for casual golfers like myself and casual golf watchers like myself. It was unwatchable. Like I think the game of golf needs, if you're in terms of enjoying it on TV, I think the game of golf needs like crazy shots, not like trick shots, but like crazy good golf of guys hitting it next to the pin from the rough and you're 200 out, not rough that you got to chip it back out in the fairway. Like I just thought that was a very difficult watch. The U.S. Open gets my weekend's work.
Scotty Scheffler 4 over with another top 10 finish. Finished 7th.
Yeah. Yep. He had his shots, man. He missed some putts down the stretch where he could have made that thing interesting.
Mine quickly goes to myself. Run the show. And that is whatever take I had a couple of years ago about the Pena, Correa, they need to bring in Correa. That really looked bad, especially not just this year, but really especially Friday night in that series where Pena is going 4 for 5 and, as you said, had the game-winning run on the walk-off on Saturday, and he is the second best WAR in baseball behind Aaron Judge right now, and that is Jeremy Pena. He is boy. I was at the time, and I feel like I had a good point, but I was at the time with Correa. This is another one that's a cornerstone type guy. But Jeremy Pena is
takes
making
a big
that,
man.
It's just making that washed out right there. So, yeah, seeing them on the field together, clearly the Astros made the right decision there.
I admire you, dude. It takes a big man to admit, whenever he's been wrong on something.
You appreciate that, man.
Welcome all Stros, baby. I didn't want to keep everything in Houston in that best of and worst of the weekend, or I'd have went with these Stros, baby. Welcome all Stros. There was some big time action this weekend. We'll break it down, and we'll catch you up on everything Astros. We'll do it next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, before we get there, guys, I've talked to you a lot about the men's clinic and how they specialize.
800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby, hard as hell to say, easy to dial. And I tell you what, y'all. I want to make sure that everybody out there is listening on the Odyssey app, or at least got the Odyssey app downloaded, AUDACY. Stay plugged into Sports Radio 610, Houston sports leader any way that you can, but the Odyssey app is the best way. But I tell you what, I don't know if y'all are, watching the College World Series or not, but them Hogs, they're in a lose and go home situation. Lost to LSU. Friday, I believe it was, game one, round one, and they bounced back today in a big time fashion. They win 3-0 over the Murray State Racers. Story of the day, if you're if you're a baseball fan at all, Gage Wood, starting pitcher for the Razorbacks from Batesville, Arkansas, by the way, threw the third no-hitter in College World Series history. And it was sure that's fun to watch because he is throwing straight gas. He did everything but just tell him I was going to throw the fastball down the stretch. He struck out 18 batters. There was one error behind him. He was an error and a hit batter. He hit a batter with a curveball and a toe. He was an error and a curveball off the toe away from throwing a perfect game in the College World Series when Arkansas needed it the most. But Ron, he's one of them old boys that's fun to watch, man. He was high 90s over 100 pitches. Yeah, last pitch was 97 with a strikeout, and he threw 118 pitches. So again, look, this is cool to see a guy do, but most people don't want to understand this. But the fact that the kid's from Batesville, Arkansas, they keep panning up and filming his mom and dad in the stands, and they've got Razorback stuff. Odds are, like, this is the thing it's a dying breed, if you will, in college sports because of NIL. A kid that's capable of doing what Gage Wood just did, typically gets bought and moves around so much, and something like this doesn't happen in a place where he grew up being a fan of. His mom and dad may or may not have gone to school there, but they're definitely Razorback fans. Probably has a damn Razorback tattooed on him somewhere.
Y'all know I love Arkansas.
Yeah, that guy right there. I hear you, Bryce. That's cool to watch. I mean, they were showing pictures when he was a kid in Arkansas gear, and obviously, growing up there, it's a big thing.
Yeah, it was those kids it was not even like a, oh man, they had to make a diving catch to save it. There was no, it wasn't even very much like drama to any plays. There wasn't the one big play that had to happen that was made because he just dominated. 19 strikeouts, 118 pitches. You don't see that a lot in any league, 118 pitches. And the crazy thing is, he was doing that, Clint. I had to look him up. It's not like he's just been dominant this year. He's made 9 starts. His ERA is, I believe, in the 5s right now. Yeah. And he got up to 101 on a pitch in here, 96, 97, just rearing back and throwing it past dudes. It was crazy.
Well, and he had a real Lance McCullers vibe to him. I hate to use Lance right today after this little injury issue he's got going on. If you hadn't heard, Lance McCullers is on the IL because of a foot sprain. But God! Yeah, I know, man. But nonetheless, he had that vibe going on of just being so amped up. I don't know that he would have allowed a coach to pull him out of the game. So, but the Hogs win today. They advance, trying to fight their way up through the losers bracket in that College World Series. Now, I tell you who else won in a big way this weekend: the Astros. The Astros sweep the Twins, and they did so in dramatic fashion, boys. 2 of the 3 games were walk-offs, and if memory serves me correctly, the first contest because the Astros were just kicking the hell out of them. So they went, we're going to skull drag you, and then we're going to walk you off 2 straight nights. And the 2 walk-offs, last night, Brandon Walter, another one of those fill-in arms in the starting rotation, went 6 2/3 innings.
He's inspired.
Yeah, he went 6 2/3 innings last night, gave up 1 run, struck out 9. And then Dubon doubles. I don't know what it would have ended up being, but he hits a ball in that funky corner out there by the Crawford boxes, and
he's got that corner down, by the way.
Right, in extra innings, and I think Jake Myers was the one that came around to score in extra innings to walk that thing off in the 10th. The night before, Cam Smith hits a single back up the middle. I believe bases were loaded. Were bases loaded in that game, or was it?
That's the Pena game, isn't it? Is that the one where Pena scored?
Yes, yeah. Pena ended up scoring, but Pena scored to tie it. They scored a run. They were down 1-0 in the ninth, and Pena walked, stole second, moved to third on an infield single by Altuve, and then scored on a sac fly, and then the next inning is when Cam Smith got the single and scored. And here's where I want to go with this, Ron, is what it's obviously impressive what the Astros are doing, winning the way in which they're winning. Right now, the Astros are 8.5 games better this year. I think at this point last year they were digging a hole that none of us thought they were going to be able to dig out of. But they're 8.5 games better this season than they were last season. And they're doing so with no Tucker, no Bregman, no Alvarez, no Arrighetti, no Ronel Blanco, no, who's the other one? One more went down. Who else? Who's the other pitcher?
Just went down, but the other pitcher was Wisniewski.
There you go. So I mean, the way in which they're doing it, I think, is not necessarily where they're sitting right now, but the way in which they're doing it. But I want to go back to the walk-off aspect of this, Ron. This team needs Cam Smith. This team needs, and need is a strong word because it doesn't look like they need anything, to be honest with you, because the way they're winning.
Somebody will figure it out, it seems.
But just the Cam Smith, we were talking about this. I was talking about this with a buddy at dinner on Friday night. And this was before it happened. The Cam Smith really intrigues me for several reasons: the size, the athletic ability, the potential to play different positions, yada yada yada. But I think what I like most about Cam Smith is what we saw on that little single he hit up the middle to walk him off. Call it youthful excitement, call it love for the game, call it whatever you want. But when I looked at that celebration, Ron, I mean, it looked like he had a grand slam to win a World Series game.
He was fired up, wasn't he?
I mean, he was. They were all fired
First
up,
one, baby.
But he was amped up, hitting this shit. And I think this team needs. Yordan Alvarez isn't going to be there. If Altuve is going to kind of play multiple positions and will do kind of slide to the I guess the background as it pertains to being the face of, and these other guys start to arrive. I just think this organization needs a guy that has that level of love for the game and excitement.
Especially when you got a lot of players, a lot of veterans who have been here where it does have a feel of, all right, for a lot of us, it didn't really matter until we get to the playoffs. That's what we're here for, and we need to just get there. Can we just get to?
That's a good point. Grow on board with it because it had so much success.
If you think about somebody like Jake's not old. Jake's a younger player on the team, but Jake knows nothing but October baseball. Right. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is 4 years that this is getting routine. And it is something where you have somebody with that zest to come in of excitement for it.
Tyler, you too. What was the best part of this weekend with the Astros for y'all?
Man, it's hard to argue with the Doobie walk-off. This was his first year as a father. Obviously, on Father's Day,
my man couldn't even talk in the damn post-game presser, man.
That kind of stuff gets me. Julia was trying to get whatever she could out of old Doobie, and he was just, emotional, overcome with it. So it's hard to argue with that, but, man, just the grand scheme of this team right now, the Stros, and 11 games up now. over 500. That's not something I thought we'd see given all that's gone on. So that's mine for sure.
I tend to lean towards greatness, and Hunter Brown again. 7 innings.
Diesel in his veins.
He said, all right, I'm going to come get them 12 strikeouts you got, Lance.
Hold my beer, Lance.
12-1, 2 earned, and it just 7 innings, and it just seems so easy for him. And I know it's not. He's putting a lot of hard work in, but just like he's turned the corner, and this is where he is. But he just flat dominated them and just made it it was just hey, Hunter Brown, Abreu, hater, good night.
Yeah.
That's game. And it was a 3-2 game. It was a tight game. And he was just that dominant.
Yeah, I mean, he's like these kind of outings, which I mean, really, that one, the one before, probably the next couple are just going to solidify him in that Cy Young race. I mean, he's obviously there,
he's there.
but having not been that guy before, and now it's like, is he just flirting, or is he a legitimate, mainstay at least for this season in that conversation? And it looks like after that start, I got to go with Pena, boys. I got to go with Pena. I was always one that liked the thought of Pena in the top of the lineup in first or second, really because of the speed. But I understand where, really, and I don't know the pitch clock and all that stuff. I don't know how much the speed aspect of it was really a weapon, if you will. The last couple of years, it has become a real weapon. But when I watch Pena, the game where we skull drug him, he goes 4 for 5. The tight games that we won, I don't remember every at bat, but as we just covered, the tying run was ultimately him getting a good at bat, walking and stealing second base and getting there with no outs, and then ultimately scoring that tying run, which allowed it to go into extras. Jeremy Pena is just, you want to talk about exceeding expectations in a major, major way. I hoped before the season started that he would take a step in the right direction. Him and Yainer Diaz and Jake. Man, Pena is just.
I did not have Jeremy Pena MVP candidate on my bingo card.
Yeah.
And that's what he is. And we talked about he is almost single-handedly at parts because of just so many injuries. He's almost single-handedly given them the diversity they need in scoring, like the ways they can score runs, right? He's stealing bases and getting, manufactured run. Hell, he's just hitting the ball over the wall sometimes he wants to. He is just, as we said, second behind Aaron Judge, the second best WAR in baseball. And I did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem. It's a convincing product that Jeremy Pena is putting out there. If you hadn't heard, Lance McCullers is a little injury update here. Apparently made the trip. He's been scratched from the start today of a right foot sprain. Not only is he scratched from the start, but I think they've announced that they're putting him on IL. So obviously they know something's wrong. What was wrong, the extent of it already. I don't know why it took them so long to get Yordan Alvarez and his imaging to where they could see that there was an issue.
His was just
they
wrong.
Got Lance's back immediately. So
yeah, their visual of Yordan's was just wrong. They saw it.
Fair.
They saw it as
they just thought they could play through it, huh?
They saw it as inflammation. Mr. Fracture.
Well, hopefully Lance can get through this, get this foot right. Good thing is he can keep throwing, I would imagine. I don't care if you're throwing for your knees, Lance. Just make sure you're throwing. I don't want to hear no more about throwing off flat ground and ramp up periods or anything like that. I need you to stay ready, baby. Stay ready.
Stay ready. All right, coming up, this is a huge night. This is the pivotal, as they call it, Game 5 tonight with the NBA Finals. I'm sure Tyler will maybe place a few bets in the NBA Finals range. Did him pretty good on Friday night. But this is a huge one. And the Pacers, hopefully for them, they've gotten over it because they could still be kicking themselves. They could be trying to close it out tonight, but instead they got to hang in and try to win a big road game. Did the Pacers blow their chances? We'll talk a little bit about the finals as they finally.
All right, Kieran, now the biggest mistake you can make when you're selling your home, it's pretty simple, man. You can settle for less money. You don't want to do
best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Happy belated Father's Day. Father's Day to you, Tyler, and your pups. Happy Father's Day. Did they get you anything?
Nah, them bitches got me nothing.
That's first time. They usually get you a little something.
It's been a few years.
They usually give you the paw print card.
Paw print on the cards. That's your signature.
Yeah.
That's cute. Hey,
especially Sugar.
Yeah, her big ass head. She's sweet.
This is a great Father's Day for me, though.
Was it?
Yep.
Mine was pretty good too.
I was done talking about my dogs. Clint, go ahead.
It was the first.
We figured you were.
It was the first.
You were pissed they didn't get you a gift this year.
Bitch.
That's just
my first Father's Day where I could literally hear my daughter say Happy Father's Day and know what, like I know that it was a real day, like it was kind of not, you know what I mean?
She knew it. She knew.
Before she knew it was coming. When we wake up tomorrow, it's gonna be Father's Day. Yes, it's gonna be Father's Day. Clearly, my wife's been working with her. But I woke up. She come running there. Daddy, wake up! It's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. Awesome, man.
There it is. So yeah, Tyler, that maybe jumps you a little. Had to move on from your dogs to
yeah, hands down, you had a better Father's Day than me, man.
3-year-old for the first time knew it was Father's Day. Shout out to mine. We had a good time. Got up, went to church, hung out a little bit, and went over to the Gaines house. Had a good time over there. So it was a good time. Shout out to my in-laws. I caught it this morning. They sent me a e-gift card to, of course, Academy Sports and Outdoors. I had them. They know where to get me a good gift card for.
Where there's prices you love.
You're damn right. You get anything you want.
That's right. Yeah. Right down the street. Locations all around the city.
Yep. Right down any street. They hit me with a $75 gift card. So shout out to them. I could do some real damage with that. I do just.
Feels like a weird number.
I do wonder how they settled on 75. Again, very grateful for them. They'll be down here Wednesday, by the way. So shout out to Stan and Pat. But 75. Like it was like, nah, don't want to just give him 50.
Hold on, so.
But I also don't want to give him 100. Like somewhere, right? Like you. Generally at 100, right? Trying to get in. You know what? Let's slide into this 75. Let's get cool right there in the middle. Very, very appreciative.
Well, I think you may be able to get you a mid-range pair of shoes for 75.
Oh yeah. I'll, listen, trust me. I'm gonna be able to work that thing. I got my eye on something anyway. But yeah, just like 75.
Right. Get over that grill section.
I might get over there to that grill section.
It really is just kind of a random number.
It would but not just
Benjamin.
It feels thought of, like they thought about it.
Oh, they definitely had a conversation.
No, you don't ask why.
Yeah, I would
just
ask
talk about on the radio.
What's the
talk about on the radio.
I would definitely ask, what's the significance of 75? What's the?
You would ask. No, you wouldn't, Clint.
I would. Not in a very curious fashion. I would ask why, not like complaining. I'm just. Hey, why 75?
I just sent them.
I mean, you clearly know me because it's Academy. You clearly know what we're doing here.
Of course, they knew where to send it
to
me.
I mean, any reason, any specific reason?
I just said thanks a lot for the gift card. I love Academy Sports.
Now follow it up now with a text.
They said you're welcome.
Hey, Clint wants to know. Say, hey, Clint wants to know where the 75 came from.
No.
If I had to guess, I feel like Ron's probably on it.
This is why he wants CJ to be an a-hole.
I'm just curious.
I know. Hell, I'm curious, but I feel like I'm just going to have to be curious.
Well, damn.
There's some of these things you're curious
I've
about.
met Stan. I'd ask him.
About. I know you would.
Well, next time I see him, I'm going to ask you. 5 y'all gave Ron.
If I had my guess, Stan probably wasn't a part of it. Just like I can tell you I wasn't a part of the gift that Stan got.
The one that he got.
Certain my name's on it, but
What'd the in-laws get you for Father's Day last year?
I can't remember. Probably something similar. Maybe they're building to 100. You're right. Maybe it was
making you earn it each year.
Come to think about it, my in-laws didn't get me anything for Father's Day.
Mine either.
I mean, that is not.
Huh.
I mean, they. I mean,
you're not going to get anything from your in-laws for Father's Day.
Oh, but y'all will.
You got $75.
You will, huh?
You talking about?
So I won't, but y'all will. I got it. Okay.
I'm just
All
saying.
right. Okay.
I'm just a guess.
Cool, man.
They could probably get them dogs something. They might not get you nothing. I'm not saying they shouldn't. Hey, live your life. Just 75. That was odd.
I can't believe I didn't get
like
it.
It was
let me text and ask why I didn't get it.
He's not worth 100, but he's better than 50.
That's got to be like the foundation of their thinking. I mean, that's got to be it.
Why don't you make it a cool 100? Just saying. I'm going to start doing it. I'm going to start sliding in the middle to kind of let you know how I feel. Like, graduation, 25, 50, 40.
I'm going to tell you.
$40.32.
It ain't a $20, 25, but not quite 50.
75's out of my range. I'm a $50 gift card guy.
I generally, that's what I was expecting, but I'll take the extra 25. Yeah, but then I'm like, what made you keep that 25?
Hey, quit wearing $2 underwear you wear and get you some of them Nikes in there.
I think it started at 100, and then they just said, we're going to go ahead and hold this 25 of this babysitting we probably about to put forth when we get in town.
Oh, damn, so.
I'm going to guess she probably had a $100 gift card and went in there and bought something. I'm going to guess
it's an e-gift
card. I think she bought something for like $22 and then said, "Hey, can you go ahead and get 75 of that? Can I buy another? I need an e-card though. I need to put it on an e-card.
I need an e-card.
Can you do that so I can send my son-in-law a Father's Day gift?"
Wow. Okay. There it is.
75. That is an interesting number.
That's a pick.
Do you have your picture at the top of your Academy account or something?
You're damn right I do.
He's got a picture of himself at the top of his Academy account.
I like to put pictures of myself on all of my accounts. So you told me I'm the selfie king. I take good selfies. Right?
Tyler, you see that? He rolls up academy.com, and when he signs in his account, his picture pops up in the top right.
You don't put pictures on all your stuff?
No.
Oh, man, I got pictures everywhere on all of them. All of my things. Hell yeah. And they always the real good ones, too. I got them on all my. Hey, do you think we talked about it? We said it was this is a game that the Thunder had to win Friday. They somehow came back down 10 late in the third quarter, down 7 at the start of the fourth, and it looked bad. It was the reverse. The Pacers looked like the better team all game long until the end, and they had their worst fourth quarter in anybody's worst fourth quarter. And we know how good Indiana has been in the fourth in all these series. 17 in the fourth, 0 for 8 from 3, and got out rebounded by 8 in the fourth quarter. Yeah. And then saving Tyler Milner's ass was SGA in the fourth quarter, because I believe Tyler needed him to get to 34 points, and I am certain SGA entered that thing with like 21, 22 points or something. He entered the fourth, and he went off in the fourth quarter.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
He got away with a travel out of this world after he did a push off. But
it was only 2.
But it was big. But do you think the Pacers blew their chance?
I do, yeah. But I mean, to be completely transparent, I've thought that OKC was the better team with the better player with like. Like I think with SGA, it's going to be impossible for the Oklahoma City Thunder to score 17 in the fourth quarter, kind of deal. So for me, I think they had the advantage with the home court, and when you lose that, it's.
I'll be honest, and we'll probably talk about this a little bit later, but I feel like Game 5 might get away from that's the thing, is we have not really seen, like, OKC has won like 5 or 6 of these playoff games by like 30 or more. Like, they have beat the hell out of teams. Yeah. And that's been the impressive thing about the Pacers. The Pacers they haven't gotten drilled, right? Like, they have been in most of these games. Game 2 is probably the most lopsided of the game. It was still within striking distance, especially for the Pacers. This one could get a little interesting. This one could get a little out of control
If they are within close range of this game, I've been impressed by the Pacers in this series anyway. I think they're a lot better than I think most people have given them credit for. But if they're in this one tonight, that will be really, really entertaining. But they have got to be kicking themselves. They can't believe. Only person who could do anything was Halliburton in the fourth, and he was just kind of waiting a little bit. Well, T.J. McConnell, he didn't do it back-to-back days. Would you say Ben Mathurin? You said I didn't think so. Ben had a clean 7, then walked out and missed 4 straight free throws. They're late. They could have tightened the game up. Yeah, he fought it. Yeah, he was about to kick that ball into the stands when he missed that last one. All right, as we continue here. Yes, there is big injury news with the Astros with Lance McCullers Jr., but there have been more updates on the Astros injury front. We will let you know all of those and how are they pulling this off. How are the Astros, as Clint just said, 11 games over 500 with a 4.5-game lead in the West? We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, there's some injury news with the Astros, but how about yourself, man? Are you out?
222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, they didn't want to look cheap at 50, but damn, he's not worth the C-note. Coming from the text line. Shout out to my in-laws. Caught it this morning. Give me a $75 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Of course they did. How about that?
You don't get her.
It's your trigger finger there. I saw this like light little button-up Under Armour hat over there. I thought it looked comfortable and light. I thought
you can't shop Under Armour.
Now I can't shop Under Armour.
You know why?
Why?
Because you ain't got no Under Armour shoes in your closet.
I do. I got one.
You do those ones old boy gave us.
One gave us. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
And that's the only shoes you can wear it with.
I seen a guy at the gym that really ran me hot. You just can't. You can't have 4 different brands on. You can't have
You can wear it with your Birkenstocks too.
You can't have on Nike shoes, Jordan socks, an Adidas shirt, and an Under Armour shorts. My man had that on.
No, you can't do it.
I don't care. I know he's probably focused on getting his work in.
Once again, he ain't serious.
You got to give me 2.
He ain't serious.
You got to limit it to 2. Like if you got down to a low wash and that's all you had, I'll give you that.
If you're buying stuff with logos on it, you can't put 4 different ones on.
You can't.
He ain't serious about working out.
He ain't serious. I mean, he had a sweat going. I don't know what he was doing.
I'm not saying he didn't need the workout, but he ain't serious about staying in there. He didn't literally get dressed and go, "Yeah, this is it. I'm gonna go in here and kill this workout."
He just grabbed it. All right, we told you about the. It is. We told you about the injury to Lance McCullers. More on that coming up a little bit later at 5 o'clock fire. But Clint, more. You know it's rough when it's this long. We've got
injury reports got 6 paragraphs.
Some injury reports here, and I can't believe we're getting this type of information this early.
I got a note on that for you.
Oh hell! Okay, I want to hear the. Do I want to hear the note after or now?
Now.
Okay,
so it's nothing big except for it seems like the Houston Astros and the powers that be are finally maybe hearing the screams of us media folks and of fans on how they report these injuries. Because this whole section of like updates on the injured Astros that the Astros sent out today, that's never happened. This is a brand new section of the daily email from the Houston Astros, kind of laying out an update on all these injured Astros. So it feels like they're finally kind of hearing the disgruntled fan base and media about these injuries.
We got 7, not including Lance McCullers. We have 7 that I'm going to give you real quick. All right, first, Spencer Ragetti. He is going through flat ground throwing progression right now. He is scheduled to report to. He's scheduled to report to the team facility in Florida, the house that Jose Abreu built later on this week. So Spencer Ragetti is going through flat ground throwing.
Going back to Gulf Coast League.
I know it, but what ground throwing progression? Where did he start? Where is he? Is it? I don't know. But that is the latest with Spencer Ragetti. Again, they said no timetable on that, so we'll see about that. A guy I've been wondering about. JP France threw a 20-pitch live BP Friday in Florida. It's his second live BP session in his rehab. So, JP France, the Eiffel, is throwing pitches to BP. Is he getting closer? We'll see. Hadn't heard about him. I thought they forgot about him. All right. Luis Garcia threw 25 pitches in a side session Saturday in Florida. So he is already there with JP France, the place that Jose Abreu built. Christian Javier threw 20 pitches in a bullpen today. He also threw a 40-pitch side session last Wednesday in the house that Jose Abreu built. So he's in Florida.
Hey man, I bet that crew. I bet that crew in
Can
Florida,
one of them just help?
Can
one of them get
absolutely there? One of them could help if they can get there. But I bet they got a nice little hangout, man.
Look at that rotation.
I mean,
J.P. French, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier. Yeah.
Oh, kicking it in Florida?
Hell yeah, drinking.
If you're gonna be down there, if you're gonna be down there, you might as well have some of your friends with you.
Why not? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. DH. Jordan Alvarez, outfielder, and yes, utility guy. He plays first too.
Jordan.
Zach DeZenzo are both in Houston, continuing their rehab. Neither has progressed to hitting yet.
These nuts. Got him.
I listen. There's so many. Do you remember Zach DeZenzo's injury? There's so many. Oh, he had the hand too, didn't he? Did he have inflammation in the hand?
Maybe.
I think he did. I think they're running into it. I think he did.
Wasn't his nuts.
Someone texted in that crew in Florida could contend for the wild card. But they have not progressed to hitting yet. So we've got Spencer Getty progressing to throwing flat ground throwing progressions, but Zach DeZenzo and Jordan Alvarez, neither has progressed to hitting yet. But if you missed it earlier, the over the weekend thoughts on Jordan Alvarez, he had graduated from 60% healed to 80% healed.
He's close. Oh, he's close.
And then Pedro Leon was returned from rehab last Tuesday with soreness in his left knee. He is currently running, hitting, throwing in progression. And somehow Pedro Leon gets in his they let us know about where his injury play is ahead of Chas McCormick, who is in Houston and starting to hit throwing progressions right now.
You gonna come at me about white boy Chas?
That's 8. I'm sorry, I missed Chaz. That's 8. 8 guys, not counting Lance McCullers there.
And then you got Lance.
Who I know they're not going to tell us, but I would love it. But there it is. I would say to me, the J.P. France, Luis Garcia, and then Christian Javier throwing bullpen side sessions. They've graduated from the flat ground stuff, throwing up. They seem to be, at the very least, maybe one of them may give you something in the second half potentially. That, like, we know Luis Garcia has stopped and started already this year and had to be shut down. But this is good. Like, what do they say? This is J.P. French threw a live BP today, second BP in his rehab. Luis Garcia, 25-pitch side session on Saturday, and then then Christian Javier threw a 20-pitch bullpen, and he had also thrown a 40-pitch side session last Wednesday. So it does seem like those guys. I'll be honest with you. I looked at those guys and just kind of considering what happened with UCL guys from a previous year, I thought maybe they just weren't going to be able to return at all this year, and it looks like at least maybe one of them are on. It looks like all three of them on track to maybe help in the second half, but the hope is maybe at least one of them can help.
Well, I mean, look, whether you're talking about them being back or are they being back to where they can help, either way, just one of those guys would be welcomed. Spencer Getty's the one here. I mean, this is if he can grip and throw a baseball. This was not a elbow or a shoulder or a knee or a hamstring or a back. This was getting hit. It was broken hand, by the way, broken finger. But either way it goes, if he can grip and throw a baseball, this has got to be just a ramp up. This is
training. Yeah,
this has got to be, hey man, let's just get the arm up and going and get him in a I guess a Florida Gulf Coast League game here, and sooner rather than later he should be back. Assuming he's, there's been no setbacks, he should be back on the mound for the Astros. I mean, the fact that he's been able to work out, he's been able to do everything except throw a baseball should be a big plus here. He's not rehabbing again an elbow or a shoulder or anything like that. This is if he can grip and throw, boy, you would think
he should get to this place where Garcia, Javier, and France are quickly.
Well, the thing with Spencer's like this shouldn't be a hey, let's throw 25 pitches and see how the shoulder or the elbow reacts. Like all those other guys have been cut on or have had something internally that's been an issue. Like Spencer's deal
it's not the arm or elbow, shoulder; it's the finger.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that it would be a quicker build up or ramp up, if you will, to the big leagues. So we'll see. But Spencer's the one that we desperately need, especially with that Lance McCullers news.
Again, man, this is Spencer Aggetti, J.P. French, Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, Yordan Alvarez, Zach DeCenzo, Jazz McCormick, Lance McCullers. God, dog.
You forgot about all the ones that ain't rehabbing.
I mean, Wisniewski. All right, a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue here. We talked about all those injuries. The big one today.
5 o'clock already?
It's 5 o'clock. Woo! That's 5 o'clock. The big one today is Lance McCullers. We'll give you the latest info and get you ready for what we thought would be Lance, but it will be Ryan Gusto as he will take on the Sacramento A's coming up later on tonight. NBA Finals going, U.S. Open, big performance, and then the big trade, the out of nowhere as it's been described trade in Major League Baseball. All of that as we continue to ride here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys,
TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is the news that first segment that kind of caused us to kind of go away from whatever the plan was we had, and that was Lance McCullers. The Astros, who are coming off winning 10 of 14, sweeping a good Minnesota Twins team. They were ready to take this West Coast road trip, starting off in Sacramento to face the A's, and Lance McCullers was scheduled to go. And this was the report. The Astros have scratched Lance McCullers Jr. from his start tonight and put him on the injured list with a right foot sprain. Ryan Gusto, who was scheduled to start tomorrow, will start today. Jason Alexander takes McCullers' spot on the active roster. So that kicks up Gusto 4-3, 4.5 ERA. He will pitch tonight.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Maybe it felt that way to some. With Lance McCullers, someone said you can't be surprised about Lance. He's always hurt. That comes from the text line. I'm never gonna be surprised almost of anybody who gets injured with this team. It is a weird thing going. We just spent the last segment telling you about the 8 updates at one time they gave of their injured players. But Clint, when you look at this,
Well, I don't know if we'll ever get like the complete whole story of it. Hopefully we do. But he makes the trip, Clint, and it seems like something happened today. Seems like something went down today, and there's a right foot sprain, and we know how they are about imaging, right? Paredes was not one of the updated, but they did imaging on him on Friday, and they still have yet to put him on the IL. Clint, they put him on the IL immediately.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, for no other reason other than I'm just nosy, really. I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it as fans. But it's like if it happened 3 days ago and it was one of these, hey, let's see if we can work up to the day of you're supposed to start and see if you can go. Well, if you're going to do that, then it clearly, it shouldn't. You should be able to work another miss one start, work another week, and see where you're ready to go then, kind of deal, versus just immediately IL. If it happened any time before getting off the damn plane in Sacramento late last night or to the hotel whenever, then he wouldn't have been he wouldn't have been listed as a starting pitcher. So just the scratch and immediate IL, concerns me a bit of like, hey, wait, we're not going for imaging, or we're not going to see how this thing responds over the next.
They felt already like they already know.
Yeah, I just automatically go to IL. So that concerns me that it could be worse.
Now
than,
with that, Lance,
what they're reporting.
Lance is somebody they probably aren't going to take. They're going to take major caution with, not going to put him anything, because you could say, all right, if you got an issue with a foot, you might favor that, and that could lead to you putting more pressure on your shoulder or your arm or your elbow, and that's something they want to avoid. So maybe that could be the deal of straight up precaution, and we're just going to sit him down until that gets healed. But it to other guys.
Yeah, so I mean, just the kind of vagueness, the how quick it happened. It's
vague but decisive.
Yeah, it got me a little concerned, and given that it's Lance too, obviously, and it is a concern as well.
And the big picture to that, fellas, Lance is the fourth starter to go on the injured list this season. Hayden Wisniewski is out for the year. Ronel Blanco is out for the year.
It's not ideal.
We told you about Spencer Arrighetti, who is progressing, throwing on flat ground, and then Lance McCullers going down. And we'll see how long they can really get more from these young guys that have jumped in, and these guys they did not, I don't believe, had any plan. It looks like they may have to lean on another one, and it has worked very, very well so far with old Gordo and Ginger Nation from yesterday, and Gusto has been solid enough for how many starts he's had to make. But
the good thing about this one in particular is Gusto was really good in his last start. Now it was the White Sox, but he was really good. 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 7 Ks. I think that's the best Ryan Gusto that we've seen, the starting pitcher version of Ryan Gusto. So we'll see if he can build on that. We'll see if the getting bumped up a day in the rotation hurts or kind of how he responds to that. But he is coming off of his best start. So see if he can keep that rolling.
Overall, as I said, man, I said earlier, I just feel bad for Lance. He's just, he is really hard to get to this point. He just can't catch a damn break. I mean, everything. It'd be, especially if this is a unusual, freakish injury that happened in a weird way. That would be interesting. Oh, by the way, more. Someone said, so no update on Jacob Melton. You're right. I forgot about him. There's another injured player that we could have an update on.
The infirmary's full, man.
It is, man. Working this interesting training staff. They're working them over.
That's one way to say
keeping them boys busy, huh?
Yeah. That's the last training staff in all of North America you need to keep busy right now. All right. Astros, they will travel to Sacramento and play in that AAA stadium for the first time as they will take on the A's. They are rolling. The A's just swept the Royals, but before that we're struggling. So hopefully the Astros can keep this thing rolling because they have right now, Clint, they're chasing down the Yankees who just got swept for the second best record in the American League, and it's really insane. We just went through all these injuries. Lance is the latest. and all of these guys that they've missing from Jordan, like important pieces.
Yeah.
And they are sitting here 11 games over 500, 4.5 game lead on the Mariners. And you know, Christian Walker's not swinging the bat well. We would think if they were in this situation with no Jordan, that you know, and Christian Walker struggling, that and he's kind of been hot and cold too. So, you know, give everybody credit from Joe Espada to Dana Brown to Jim Crane to all the guys in that clubhouse. It doesn't make sense that they are playing the way they are.
Ron, I stood on that green of that par 3 right before I put it dead middle of the green, Tyler.
Dead middle.
With a DJ playing. Stood right there next to Jim Crane.
Don't believe that, but go on.
I mean, you can believe it. It's on video, I believe. But sat right there talking to Crane. And told me that he listened to our show and kind of deal, and got chatting a little bit. And he looked at me and said, man, I think we're going to be a little bit better than everybody thinks we're going to be this year from Stroh.
There you go, Jimbo.
Boy, Jimbo's looking really good right now, isn't he? Now, Jim, because it's guys that nobody expected it to be coming from.
I think Jimbo thought he was going to be saying that with Jordan Alvarez and all that crew. Hell, yeah, all right, 4 starters, okay. Because it's crazy. It's not just that Lance is the 4th starter go there. Hell, he started on it. Like, it ain't been like that you didn't had Lance all season and then it just happened. Hell, Lance only made 7 starts, so wild there. So that is the Astros as they look to try to win another series and kick it off tonight behind Ryan Gusto against the A's.
The national pastime. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, Game 5, Clint. Pacers, Thunder tonight. Do you feel like this is a game where we will see? Because right now, I think many people from Vegas, you have seen the Thunder and the Pacers, and that the Thunder were just I don't want to say far, but clearly the superior team. That was the thought. This series does not show that. This series shows an evenly matched series and 2 teams that are both really good, and it could go either way. Do you think tonight is a night we see separation between the Thunder and the Pacers, and you finally see a performance in which you thought you were going to see the separation between these teams?
I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to say because I heard SGA talking after this Game 4 and you know, basically just said, hey, I saw the opportunity. I wasn't going to let it go by and couldn't go down 3-1 kind of deal. I think it's a breath of fresh air for him getting this thing back tied up, and Game 5 in his place. I think OKC starts putting a stamp on it tonight.
Yeah. I can see. I mean, they lost the game, or they won the game. They were 3 for 17 from 3. I don't know anybody anymore that can win like that. They're 3 for 17 from 3, 3 for 16 from 3. The Pacers are 11 of 36, right? And they just had some struggles from some of their guys. Now, I will say, Jalen Williams, he has been really, really good. Another 27-7 in this game as the second guy to help him. Tyler's guy, Alex Caruso, I know he made money on that, took the over on that 9. He comes up and gives that man Caruso has not scored 20 in a game all season. He is now in the regular season, 82 of them. He has now scored 20 twice in the NBA Finals.
I would have guessed since Aggieland.
No,
being completely honest.
Oh man, he had some good runs with the Bulls and the Lakers.
Yeah, you're right.
But no, he did not. But he went 82 games then and did not touch 20, and he has done it twice in this series. But I think OKC is ready to go. I think they were probably playing a little tight when you think like, hey man, we're down 2-1. We lose this sucker. We go off and they got a breath of fresh air after that fourth quarter. So this feels like to me, I don't know I think the line was 9.5 last I checked.
That's a big.
It had creeped up to 10 a couple hours ago.
Okay,
that's a big number,
so 10. 10, that is a really big number.
Series that's tied.
And it's in the previous game, the Pacers, who are a 10-point dog in this.
It's back down to 9.
It's back down to 9. It was a 9-point dog in this. We're up 10 late into the third quarter, and up 7 in that thing. So we'll see here. Big one tonight, though. The Pacers, if they could somehow find a way to win, they could close it out at home in Game 6. So NBA Finals tonight, big Game 5 in OKC.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we talked about this crazy trade and this whole Boston Red Sox thing has finally come to a close. The Red Sox, they have traded all-star slugger Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants. The Giants acquired the 3-time All-Star from the Red Sox Sunday in a stunning trade that sent a player Boston once considered a franchise cornerstone to San Francisco in a team needing offense. Boston receives left-handed starter Kyle Harrison, right-hander Jordan Hicks, who was thought to be the big major league piece in this, outfield prospect James Tibbs III. That boy's name's James Tibbs III, huh? And rookie league right-hander Josh Bello. So the Giants will cover the remainder of Devers' contract, which runs through 2033, and will pay him more than $250 million in that time frame. This has been a crazy situation. This is one of the best players in baseball, and a player they committed to signing to an 11-year deal a couple years ago, as they say in this report, was going to be one of their cornerstone players, if not their biggest cornerstone player. I would say this is as if the Astros traded Yordan Alvarez because they couldn't make things happen communication-wise. They had a falling out that bad in under 3 months, and he has gone to San Francisco. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild that they even pursued Alex Bregman with this being a pop. I think is going to happen if you go out and sign a Gold Glove. Third baseman is decorated as Alex Bregman. You bring him in. And you've already got one of your cornerstones that's playing third base that feels the way that Devers obviously feels is, no, I'm a third baseman. I'm playing third base. I'm not DH, and I'm not playing first base. Like, it feels like they probably should have known that before Bregman got to town, before they pursued Bregman.
It doesn't feel like they had a lot of conversation about it with him.
Doesn't before, during, or after, because that's one of the things where if you're Devers – let's be honest, man. If you're Devers and it goes down the way it did, and then you've got to watch Alex Bregman walk in every single day and realize you're still married to the same team, but Alex Bregman's in your bed. Yeah, that's a tough.
Took your bed.
Yeah, he kicked you out. You're on the couch. Yeah, that's got to be a tough life to live for a guy that is or was thought of the way Devers was and was as good a player as he is.
Because you've been in locker rooms and stuff. This for the Red Sox to do this. Maybe Devers could have given him an ultimatum and said, I want out. But he has still been playing and swinging the bat at a very high level. He started off poorly, but he is now back to where he normally is. One of the best.
Devers, I mean, if you look
at it doesn't seem like he is in there just taking his ball and going home.
No,
like James Harden when he put on 40 pounds. And wasn't and just started passing and wasn't shooting. Well, it wasn't that situation.
It seems like Devers knew what was best for him is let me get out here and keep doing what I do and swinging this bat at an extremely high level. And when an opportunity for me to leave comes, I'm getting boom. Third baseman gets hurt, first baseman gets hurt, and my knowledge he refuses. He left my glove in Florida, right, or Arizona, wherever the hell they do their thing. But the point being is, like, at that point in time, the organization is like, we got to get rid of the guy. It doesn't matter how much we used to like him. It doesn't matter that it's our fault that we created this. We've got a guy that now doesn't want to play first or third and is clearly the best first and third baseman that we have.
Options, yep.
Now you've created a situation where you've got to part ways with dude and move on.
Yeah, it's from the jump how they handled that. They handled it to get it to a spot
embarrassing
that Rafael Devers would be like, I'm not even going to play.
Disrespectful. If you ever wonder why players act the way they act, even though they may be under contract or when it comes to money, when it comes to holding out, when it comes to getting what they want, if you ever wonder why players are the way they are in pro football, pro baseball, pro basketball, this is it. And don't give me, this is rare. Now, it doesn't take but one. It takes one Rafael Devers situation for every player out there that is in some level of a contract dispute or it's in their best interest to hold out, to make more money, to get the next contract, to get the extension, whatever. It takes this one, and Devers was it. There's one every handful of years.
You're right, Clint. He was – this is – and I know it's been pushed around. I've listened to updates here on Odyssey going to breaks about him being a bad teammate. And I guess technically by it hurt his team. But he's just – what his position is in the organization deserves far more respect than he was given.
No question.
Far more respect. And you just cannot do that. Literally, it's like just putting yourself in a situation where you have pissed C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson off so much that they don't even want to that they don't even want to deal with you. You can't. You got to be upfront. You can't bring somebody and know. We all know he ain't comfortable about it. He didn't. He gave you a hint before it. He said how he felt about it. Like, nah, I'm playing. And he had other dudes in the locker room with him. Hey, you brought it in here. Where to push the thing about, man, y'all should have tried Bregman at second base. Now, I understand where they're coming from, but you can't make the move if you got to go get another second. You got to get a second baseman or something, man. That is a wild situation. Now they didn't traded him to San Francisco. All right, coming up, listen to one of the big NBA insiders and what he's saying about the Rockets and the big move with Kevin Durant. And the biggest thing and takeaway I had from it was don't be cute, man. Don't be cute. Don't be too cute, Rockets. We'll discuss and let you hear that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, fellas. It's not if, it's when, man. It's sometime.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and this is a story that continues to include the Houston Rockets and that will continue to be talked about until there is a completion to this story, and that is the Kevin Durant situation. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, had these comments about Kevin Durant and where the Suns are in terms of the offers they have gotten and who might be in the driver's seat. Here's Brian Windhorst of ESPN.
What I understand, the three teams on Durant's list, Miami, San Antonio, and Houston, have not made offers that have gotten Phoenix excited to this point. To this point is very important. Minnesota was aggressive at midseason, and Minnesota, from what I understand, has been the most aggressive team in these trade talks. I do think Toronto is lurking out there. Toronto is making the number 9 pick in this draft in addition to some players available in multiple different scenarios. And I think the LA Clippers are lurking out there as well. But I would say right now, if I had to put a favorite, I definitely think Minnesota is the team that's been most aggressive.
Yeah, first off, he's not going to Toronto. He ain't going to no damn Toronto. Okay. He's shocked off my ass. Kevin Durant ain't talked about no damn Toronto. But to me, though, clearly, obviously, there's going to be a lot of negotiating privately, negotiating publicly. And this, to me, feels like one of those, right? Like, oh, yeah, the Suns, still got some time, but they know they're going to make this move. That's the other part of the leverage they lose is everybody knows that the Phoenix Suns are going to trade Kevin Durant. It's been known. We know it. We're getting his preferred destinations, all of that. You know that move is coming. So that loses some of their leverage. It looks like they're trying to get some of it by playing the other teams on each other, saying that they haven't seen anything that's excited them. And I think the Rockets will be smart about this. Rafael Stone, Tilman Fertitta, Udoka, everybody involved in this will be smart on this. But Clint, it is something you don't want to get too cute with. You don't want to get to just, hey, I've got to make the exact best deal. No, you don't want to get screwed over. But I don't know about you, Clint, but I am getting more and more the feeling. I felt it a bit Friday, and I'm getting more of it now. More and more the feeling that the Rockets see him as a target, and not just a target, but the Rockets want Kevin Durant. Right? We're seeing more of that, and to me it is, we know the things that are your problems. All the things that are your problems, and he is there for you. And if they see him as a target that they really want to get, because Stone said it ain't going to just be, we ain't just going to break this up for anybody or anything. And to me, if they see him as a target, don't let him get away then.
Well, I tell you what, let me hear this. This is Ime Udoka, the Rockets head coach, talking about Kevin Durant. And you tell me, if your team is who we know the Rockets are, and this guy that Ime Udoka is talking about is available, which we know those two things we know all about them. We know them to be true. And then your feelings of your head coach about Durant is this right here. You tell me what you think.
His day-to-day approach is unlike anybody I've really been around the scene, and I think young guys seen that with USA, and then the day-to-day with Brooklyn, obviously, as well. He goes about his business the same regardless. He's a dude that, with all the accolades he has, still has a chip and is grumpy as hell every other day, and so, but he holds himself to a high standard, and so nothing will change as far as that his approach until it's done. And I've been around him quite a bit, played against him, coached against him quite a bit as well, so you know that about him.
Sounds like a guy right there. It's Ime Udoka, Houston Rockets head coach, talking about Kevin Durant. Sounds like a guy that he completely believes in, wants around his young guys, would love to have. Ron, that's all I needed to hear. I mean, this is like this conversation for me about Durant and the Rockets has always been personally, I'd love him. Rockets may think he checks the boxes of the needs of the Rockets right now. You wouldn't have to give up a ton for him. I like the short term. He can still score at a high level. I like the Kevin Durant. I can root for that. But when I hear Ime Udoka say, no, I mean, he's just on a day-to-day basis, this guy's on a whole nother level. Ain't many like him.
Kind of shedding some light on potentially who he's.
Come on, man. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a guy that he would love to have in his organization. And if that is the case, I believe that Rafael Stone would be remiss if he didn't flip every single stone trying to make it happen.
Yeah, again, as we said, you don't want to get fleeced or something.
No.
And I don't think they will, right? They have a lot of different deals that they can make in this situation. They can do a lot of different things to make this exciting or whatever it is they're looking for, and they don't have to give anything they don't want. But it is clear, Clint, this isn't just a play. Whether you like Durant or not, this is clearly not just a. It'd be nice to have him. Like, to me, the way that we're hearing their name, and then as you just heard from the head coach, who I think has a huge say-so, like D'Amico does, when it comes to bringing in the type of players, especially this type of player. This isn't just it'd be nice to add him. This is we want him. Like, we want him. We feel like he may be the missing piece. And I said it earlier, and I stand by it. I think they get it done, and I think Kevin Durant will be a Houston Rocket.
Yeah, look, I think it would be a huge win for the Rockets. I mean,
they want it too much.
From a timeline perspective, Ron, for them to need a scorer, for them to have a guy on the market like Kevin Durant available, like Ime Udoka just described him, just laid out for you who he is. And for him to want to be in Houston at this point in time, potentially Houston, Miami, or San Antonio, to want to be here, like the stars are all start aligning. And I'll double down on it. Like, I think it's a good thing that it's a potentially a short term. Not potentially, it is a short term deal, not some long term commitment. It's exactly what the Rockets need. So I think the Rockets are fortunate that the stars are kind of aligning for it to be a possibility. It would be huge if they could get him.
Yeah, and I think some people are going to potentially, if it does happen, and another thing Brian Windhorst had to say is you're probably looking at an extension or a new deal, a 2-year deal or something. The numbers will be high, but the NBA numbers are high for Fred got $40-something million a year, so the numbers are going to be high. But trust, like, this isn't going to prevent them from doing anything.
Right.
And as you said, it's going to be short term. It's not going to prevent them from doing anything. Somebody texted and said Jabari and Dillon, not JG. Hell, it could be any of them for me.
You mean?
And Jabari is the one
JG is the one that I'd rather be in the mix.
To be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to me, like, I'll just say for me, and I understand you, Texter, you have your opinion, but those would not stop me.
No.
I think right now there's probably only two, and that is obviously Amin Thompson and Şengün too. Especially with it being Durant, I'm not sure who. Like, I'm not sure the situation that it would show that I'd be all right with him. It'd be different if it was Giannis, and maybe he's coming and they're. But like you bringing in Durant and having Şengün, that looks like a beautiful situation for the Rockets. So again, this is going to continue being a story involved with the Rockets until the Kevin Durant situation is done. All right, Friday, Tyler went 3 for 5, got in the green. So the hell with whatever happened the rest of the week. But
you got a little room for me? Oh, yeah.
Oh, he does. I do. He does have some room. All right, so we'll get some best bets as he
win tonight.
As he did all right, as he's going pure baseball tonight. All right, he's going to stick to the baseball situation. I don't know. Basketball did well for you. Baseball, you took an 0 for 6 on Thursday. But, all right, he's going baseball tonight, so he'll make you a little money coming up in the last segment. So stay tuned for that. And wait till you hear Titus Howard talking about the new feeling of the offensive
line. Yeah, they're cussing, too. You don't want to miss what he had to say about this new and improved, according to him, Houston Texans offensive line. We'll let you hear and discuss that next.
All right, y'all, let me take a minute right here to tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there. Now, you know who you are. Hell, you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron, Jabari has incredibly high upside. Don't trade him for KD. I'll be on the KD bandwagon if we don't give up Jabari Smith Jr. And I said this to this texter. Hopefully we can have a convo here. But like when you say upside, like what upside do you sense and see here? Because the only way you would say, man, we're not doing this is if, like, this is a dude that I truly, truly, truly believe is an all-star type player. I truly believe he is going to be a number 2 or number 3 on a really good team. And I've told you, I love Jabari Smith Jr.'s game. He is a role player that you would love. He can shoot. He's big. He's got size. He can block shots. By the way, shout out to Steven Adams, who got a new deal for $39 million with the Rockets. He'll be back. But, like, he has real P.J. Washington vibes to me from Dallas, right? P.J. Washington, a guy with, 12 to 14, maybe 15-point scorer that hits, 3-and-D guy that shoots threes from the outside, good athleticism, good size, but, he's not somebody that prevents you from making moves for what you think could be your missing piece.
No, for me, not in this instance, right? Not when if he were one of my top 2 or 3 young pieces that I just couldn't part ways with, then maybe I would think about it. But you've got they've got, and I'll put Jalen Green in this. I don't necessarily feel comfortable doing it, but I will. They've got 5 or 6 young dudes that it's like, are all 5 of them Jabari Smith level play? No, I'm not saying that. But you've got 5 or 6 young dudes that can all contribute and produce. And if the roster's built the right way around them, you're not going to miss the other one very much, with the exception of, again, Amin and Şengün, I think. I don't know. I guess my point is if you were banking on him being the second or third best player on a team with KD, then yeah. But you're not. That's not what you're doing. You're talking about a guy that had a hard time getting here.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks. That ain't gonna be enough, Jack. You're gonna have to give up something. Like Reed Sheppard could be a part of this. I know there's some real thought about.
I got no problem with Reed. This team needed shooting desperately last year, and he couldn't get his.
But he is somebody that what's he 20? This is 2020. This is somebody that could grow in. It could be a shooter. You may not want to part ways with him. You've seen some promise in athletic shooter, but still not something that you think is going to stop you, right? Like Cam Whitmore. Some of you love Cam Whitmore. Like there's just these guys aren't guys to me that stop you from doing that. Coming up, backing that ass up here, man. Don't just
25 years ago.
Throw that on me. Is that 25 years ago?
Wasn't that 25 years ago to you? I think you posted that.
I saw it on social media. It was the anniversary recently, 25 years ago.
You sound kind of nasally right there.
You did a little bit.
Do I?
What's going on in there, man? You sounded kind of nasally right there, bro.
I don't know. I didn't drink a lot last night.
Sounds like he's holding his mouth.
Like you need to blow your nose. It seems like it just happened.
I don't have any tissue in here.
No chance they thought this song was going to be this. You think any chance when they made this song they thought I'm going to be singing this the rest of my life? You think
I can't quit from I can't move on from just sound like you need to blow your nose.
Sound like it does.
Sometimes.
It does, man.
Yeah, they successfully had asses back it up all
for 25 years. Like that's a song. It's Montel Jordan. He got to play that everywhere he goes. I bet you they just made that. I bet they got a lot of. They just made that when it just rolled. No, just want to let you know, Jack, this one right here going to be the one you play for the rest of your damn life. The same thing with Genuine. Did you know Pony was just going to be that one you had to play for the rest of your life?
I'm going to tell you, that one right there, I'm going to tell you, I can't speak for everybody, but you want to get them, how old is my wife?
Same age as me.
She'll be 35 this year, right?
Mm-hmm. If I had to guess.
You want to get them 34-year-olds to about 50-year-old white women in particular, maybe all, but definitely white.
Oh, I'll back up.
You want – well, no, I'm not.
The Genuine kid.
No, I'm talking about you want to get them off that sidewall? Play Pony. It is over.
God, man.
Over.
Stop it, Tyler. What are you doing?
I looked up. I thought he was seizing on the wall back there. I thought he was having a seizure.
Told y'all back that thing up now. It does it to me, too. It does it to me, too. I am not immune to the urge to back this ass up whenever I hear this song.
I am dead serious. I turned around in there and I thought you were having a seizure on that wall, man. What in the hell were you doing?
I was backing that thing up. I was shaking my ass. Y'all seem like you didn't believe it.
Were you on your tiptoes or something so we can see it? You were way up there.
Well, you get on the tiptoes for the optimal jiggle of the ass cheeks.
This is why you have to have. I don't know, Joel, you saw it. I don't know if Cornbread saw it.
That would have been awesome.
That was.
Hey,
yes,
show him again.
Nope.
Show him again.
I don't know that.
I am apoplectic right now.
That's a hell of a one.
That
would have been great. That would have been great.
Wow. It was, the face of, business with this ass is the look he had. Yeah. Side face, turn, business with this ass.
Y'all seemed like you didn't believe the impact this song has on me and my ass, so I had to show you.
I didn't know. He had described 34 to 50-year-old white women, which was the key. Joel says, Jesus, Tyler, on Twitch.
Don't act like Joel. You didn't like it,
Joel.
Hey,
Joel, man, if you got to step out now, man, going about the rest of your day, man, I understand. That's one there you weren't ready for.
I just hope I didn't cause too many members of the Drive family to sin with lustful thoughts there.
It wasn't. Your face was a man on a mission.
Ass shaking can get serious.
Like that in a minute. That was you. You look like a jersey chaser who saw one of them dudes that came in and said, "I've got to be on my best behavior."
Sometimes.
See, Genuine, that ain't even one of his best. Pony is iconic for him, but. I'm stingy. I'm in them jeans. In them jeans, that's a solid one for me. Ain't none of your friends' business. Genuine's got a catalog. By the way, you check that video. Genuine was a couple of years ago, and maybe it wasn't even a couple of years ago. He's feeling himself, and he tried to hop on that other stage.
Oh, I have seen that. Yeah,
we lost Genuine. He went down.
He went down hard.
Hey, kept that mic.
That old track. When he had old tracksuit on.
Yeah, still singing on his back.
He's a professional.
Yeah, he's something. Yeah, he need to calm down. Damn, man. He had Soleil, man. Oh, let her ride. Lost her. Good money for old Genuine. All right. Wow. All right, let's try to make the folks some money and start on a good stretch here. Is the ass shaking?
I'll take a break.
The wall ass shaking man.
That was
the man that we not only was Pony made for him, and maybe UGK's Let Me See It was made for him to get off that wall and to gyrate. That guy, Tyler Milner's gonna make you some money. What's your?
That's worth going to YouTube for, by the way.
Gyrate's a perfect word.
I don't know where Figgy is, who was able to get my cuss word earlier. that right there, that needs to be stopped and sanked around. That one. I wasn't ready for that. All right, makes the folks some money.
Yes. Let's get started on the right foot. I'll take a break from this ass shaking. Get back to it later for you people. I know you love it. Please. 5 best bets for Monday night. They are all baseball wagers. Of course, there will be some Astros flavor. The last 2 of these 5 will be pertaining to the Astros game tonight. -1 run tonight as they host the lowly Angels.
I want to get on that game. First pitch is 6:05.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, I'm on an under. Padres at Dodgers tonight. I'm on under 9 runs in that game. Next is an over for you. Red Sox at the Seattle Mariners tonight. Over 7 runs in that one. And now your 2 Astros bets. If you miss any of these, check out my Twitter at TMillRealDeal. I have it posted there. I'm on the Astros money line with old Gusto on the mound, taking over for McCullers, who was scratched. Astros money line, I got it at minus 125. And then lastly, the bet that has been so very good to us, need it again. Jeremy Pena, shortstop for your Houston Astros, over 1.5 total bases. He's been making us a lot of money this season on that bet. So those are your 5 best bets. Any of those you like or any you hate, Ron and Clint?
I like both of the Astros bets. Pena might as well ride the hot hand. Although the last 2 games you would not have won money, but you might want to ride the hot hand and the money line with the Astros. I think they'll win. By the way, coming up behind us is Texans All Access. Justin Watson will be live with the fellas, and then Area 45